American Comics. Omniscience, Omnipotence, begins with the aged of Wolverine. Chapter 61. Battle detected. Reward, Kryptonian bloodline, Superman. Although when the copy ability was activated, the voice that sounded in my head did not have the slightest tone, and it seemed very cold. But when Chen Tian thinks back at the moment, he thinks how that voice is recalled, how pleasant it is. Now he has actually obtained the Kryptonian bloodline. For a while, looking back, Chen Tian felt a little surprised. But if you think about it, it makes sense. It is estimated to have something to do with Clark's potential to burst out. Chen Tian pondered. Meanwhile, the remnants of the sun in the sky have not completely set, and they still sprinkle their last bit of afterglow into the world. At this moment, although Chen Tian's whole person is shrouded in dust, he can still feel the temperature from the sun. Having already obtained the Krypton bloodline, he immediately felt a great change in his body. Chen Tian is now just through the dust curtain, facing the remnants of the sun that has become fading West Mountain, and can still feel that his body is constantly strong. All parts of the body, skin, muscles, fascia, bones, internal organs, are frantically absorbing the luster of fixed star, and the huge energy contained in it. Everything in Chen Tian's body, all in every corner, is rapidly evolving every minute. Moreover, he can also feel that there is no end to such evolution. As long as there is a fixed star shine on him, this feeling of continuous strength will not stop. This is the wonder and horror of the Krypton bloodline. Can grow infinitely. This is also one of the goals of Chen Tian's trip. Although there is only one period in the previous Super Masters that has avenued the existence of the almighty universe. But in this universe, the super ability is currently enough for both the Marvel universe and the DC universe. After all, no matter which side of the two sides exists, there will be no cosmic god-level enemies for the time being. On the DC Universe side, Batman is still young, Superman is even a student, and there is still a long way to go before the destruction of the Sunrise, 520. Darkseid's arrival is even more distant, and that was all during the Justice League period. As for the Marvel Universe, before Thanos gathered the infinite gems, almost no one was his opponent except for the hidden old monster like Odin Ancient One. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Tian's mouth slowly outlined a satisfied smile, and slowly walked out of the dust and fog. At this moment, like Clark, under the sun, his strength is constantly growing. The other side, Bird looked at the figure walking out in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze flickered and hesitated slightly. He was keenly aware of the huge amount of change in the other party. After Chen Tian appeared in his field of vision, he was constantly getting stronger every minute. This feeling had only appeared in his own body before. Could it be that? Clark's eyes changed, and a surprising guess suddenly appeared in his heart. That is, Chen Tian copied his ability from the bloodline and can continue to become stronger. When he had this idea in his heart, Clark was taken aback by himself. Think about it. There are only two possibilities for such changes to happen on Chen Tian today. One is that Chen Tian himself is also an existence that can continue to become stronger in a short period of time. Second, the other party copied his own bloodline ability. And in either case, in Clark's opinion, Chen Tian is enough to be called a terrifying existence. In any case, you have to be right. A person with such power must not harbor the idea of hurting others. Otherwise, everything will become a terrible disaster for this world. Clark thought, and the expression on his face began to become more and more gloomy. There is no way. After such a discovery, the pressure Chen Tian gave him was too terrifying. And Chen Tian felt Clark's attention and understood the other party's thoughts to some extent. Reluctantly shook his head and smiled gently. This big super. Sure enough, it's simple. Clark, thinking. Chen Tian stood in front of the billowing smokescreen, moved his hands and feet, twisted his neck. Let me teach you a good lesson. The voice just fell. Chen Tian's feet gradually lifted off the ground, and the whole person floated. Meanwhile, in his eyes, a crimson shimmer suddenly bloomed. The surrounding air suddenly began to heat up rapidly at this time. Wisps, like substance, suddenly diffused out of Chen Tian's body. Clark looked at this scene and immediately understood that the other party was going to use the ability to copy the past from himself, heat sight. Although there was no problem in the chest at all, it began to feel an inexplicable dull pain. It seems to remind Clark that his new awakening ability, the first goal, is also his own fact. Then, let you be the first person to use my hot sight. Clark let out a low roar deep in his throat, and his emotions were obviously aroused by the scene in front of him of Chen Tian preparing to use the heat sight. Suddenly, Clark's pair of eyes also began to shine brilliantly red. The momentum on both sides has suddenly increased at this time. Before they even made a move, the two people had already begun to clash, which was a confrontation of momentum. Boom! The temperature of the surrounding air for hundreds of meters suddenly rose at this time. It's clearly late autumn, but the temperature in the air is higher than summer. Rumble. Next second, a crimson beam of light carrying surging power suddenly burst out of Chen Tian's eyes. Tearing through the air, like two indestructible red spears, bursting out with earth-shattering might, fiercely shooting. Not to be outdone, Clark saw this. Rumble. The eyes burst out with endless red beams. In the air, even rounds of red energy fluctuations can be seen with the naked eye, and the air is trembling. Boom! One by one, the beams on both sides instantly collided, erupting with an earth-shattering roar. All the air around me is shaking suddenly. Where the beams collide, endless heat is instantly generated to sweep and rage, and the power caused by the collision shakes the ground. The two did not give in to each other, and the place where the beams collided was like a splash of water, and a round of crimson energy ripples frantically spilled out towards the surroundings. Those ripples are just a little scattered energy that spills out when the two sides meet. However, it is these energies that are constantly spreading farther and farther, stirring up rounds of strong winds and blowing away into the distance. Chen Tian and Clark just collided like this, causing a strong wind to blow out of thin air within a radius of tens of kilometers. And around the collision point of two comparable red beams, the temperature instantly climbed to an extremely terrifying point. The trees placed in between. After a few seconds of deadlock between the beams on both sides, there were actually many dry leaves and dead branches that were slightly curled and carbonized because the temperature in the air was too high. Clark looked at the heat gaze that was stalemated between the two sides, completely comparable, and his heart shook. Obviously, he could already suppress Chen Tian just now. Where do you think, just after such a while, the other party has actually reached the point where he can be equal with himself? Clark really can't imagine giving Chen Tian some room to grow. So what a terrifying point will the latter grow? And at this time, Chen Tian, who noticed Clark's mood, suddenly snorted coldly, and the beam of light in his eyes suddenly became more turbulent. The situation has suddenly reversed. Boom! The red beam in Chen Tian's eyes suddenly increased several times, and it actually collided with the heat eyes on both sides little by little, suppressing Clark's position. How come? Clark watched the situation suddenly change, and felt the pressure from the other party, climbing sharply. He gritted his teeth and almost used all his strength, and he couldn't resist it. Chen Tian's beam of light is still approaching him. Clark, it seems that you still can't do it. Chen Tian looked at the other parties struggling, made a verbal provocation, and spoke coldly. At the same time, the body floating in the air is constantly approaching Clark, looking at the latter condescendingly. When Clark on the other side heard these words, he suddenly roared out angrily, trying to burst out with more powerful power. Boom! In the next moment, the red beam shot out of Clark's eyes suddenly became more turbulent, faintly leveling with Chen Tian's beam, or even surpassing. The temperature in the surrounding air has risen sharply to a higher level. Within a few dozen meters next to it, those dried leaves that were originally just uncurled were suddenly directly ignited into flames. Is it still just that? Chen Tian watched Clark erupt, and also began to feel a little pressure, and then his eyes froze and suddenly spoke. Rumble. Chen Tian actually broke out into an even more fierce offensive again. The red beams of light shot out of the eyes are more turbulent, and under the skin around the eye sockets, dense blood vessels are highlighted. Those protruding blood vessels glowed red, and it seemed that what flowed inside was not blood, but lava. Rumble. Chen Tian's hot gaze suddenly overwhelmed the other party again. Bombard Clark's hot gaze and approach him at the same time. Ultimately, rumble. Clark lost the power to resist. The red luster in his eyes suddenly dimmed, and the whole person was directly blasted away by the heat sight on the opposite side. The whole person lost control and fell to the rear. His body was like cutting wheat. After washing into pieces of woods, he fell to the ground fiercely, smashing the ground within a radius of 100 meters and suddenly collapsed, full of cracks. The ground was as if it had been smashed with an extremely terrifying hammer, and it trembled. Smoke and dust. Chen Tian still stayed in place, looking at this scene, but he couldn't help but start to sigh in his heart. This is the ability that Kryptonian blood brings. Or maybe it's the bloodline of Dachau. A very different lineage from other Kryptonians. Clark is a naturally born baby born by their parents through normal pregnancy. Perhaps, the reason why he has unlimited potential is related to this. Other Kryptonians have been genetically edited to define their lives before they are born. What kind of work can be done in the future, completely determined by genes. And Clark has an infinite life. He carries the entire gene pool of Krypton. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help but start thinking about. After copying ability before, Dachau and Wolverine's super ability have superimposed. So what kind of concept would it be if the Day of Destruction was added to Dachau? Truly limitless potential, and you can quickly enhance your ability and achieve the effect of infinite evolution. After this possibility comes to mind, Rao as Chen Tian can't help but be a little moved. And at this time, on the broken ground shrouded in dust and mist, Clark shook his body and stood up with difficulty. Experienced the impact of Chen Tian's hot sight just now, plus the blow of another failure. At this moment, Clark's eyes were bloodshot and red, covered with dense bloodshots. No, it can't be. It's not just the upper limit of my potential. He didn't care about the dust curtain floating around him, supervision urged, his gaze directly passed through the dust and fog, and he crossed a distance of thousands of meters to lock on Chen Tian, who seemed to be thinking in midair. Roar, roar. Clark looked at the teenager who had copied his ability, his heart gradually quickened, and roar sucked heavily. Since his ability comes from me, since he can achieve such a point, his strength can improve so fast. Well, so can I. He first murmured, then his tone gradually became intense, my limit is more than that. Clark's last voice was a roar in a roaring tone. The momentum on his body, accompanied by his words, climbed sharply little by little. Until the last word blurted out. Boom! Clark's body suddenly erupted with extremely powerful power. All the air around him rippled out of thin air. His whole figure rose even more suddenly, turning into a residual image that ordinary people could not see clearly with the naked eye, and directly burst out at a speed beyond the speed of sound, rushing towards Chen Tian. Chen! Clark stared at Chen Tian, his eyes cracking. Looking at the spotless young man's face, there was only one thought left in his heart, then I will bring you down. I'm going to prove I'm right. I'm going to prove that I have that ability. Boom boom boom. Clark burst in front of Chen Tian in an instant, and the air behind him erupted with bursts of explosions out of thin air, shaking the ground. Chen! Clark roared and slammed into Chen Tian, and then stretched out his hands to hold the ladder and not let go. At this moment, he directly urged his power to the extreme. Rushed in one direction. Clark, are you still clinging to that unnecessary thought? Chen Tian was hugged by him and spoke in a deep voice. The next moment, he saw Clark's grim expression, opening his mouth to growl, but he couldn't hear what the latter was yelling. There was only a sharp explosion after breaking the sound barrier. Because at this moment, Chen Tian was held dead by Clark, impacting in one direction, and the speed had completely exceeded the speed of sound. Clark was behind Chen Tian, and the voice could not reach Chen Tian's ears at all. At such a speed that is often indistinguishable to the naked eye of people, the two sides turned into a blurry afterimage and instantly crossed the sky over the metropolis. Disappear in the blink of an eye. Above the metropolis, the sea of golden clouds belonging to the evening was suddenly torn in half by life, rolling and lining up on both sides. A sharp sonic boom fell from the sky, causing everyone to look up in confusion. Next second, a gust of wind blows and sweeps to every corner of the metropolitan city. A lot of clothes that were dried outside, as well as other scattered small things, were taken into the air. Half a minute later, an endless desert where the setting sun has just touched the horizon. A poisonous snake lurking under a stone is swallowing its tongue core, staring at the lizard crawling in front of it. Swish! It suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, swallowing the lizard directly into its mouth, piercing its fangs into the latter's body and injecting venom. After a while, the lizard stopped struggling and lost its life. The viper is about to raise its head and swallow its freshly captured prey. Suddenly, it heard a sharp sonic boom sound from high in the sky, and looked up. I saw that high in the sky, the air rippled. Farther away on the desert, there was a terrifying wind, setting off a sandstorm, with a huge momentum, swept rapidly. Boom one by one. Next second, high in the sky, two figures fell fiercely towards the desert. These two figures are Chen Tian and Clark. When they fell, they did not slow down at all. Everywhere I passed, the wind was blowing, and there was a sound barrier all around. Seeing the ground getting closer, Clark's eyes froze, and it was actually the rebirth that sped up a little. Rumble. The two smashed into the desert surface at the same time. The surface rock formations were washed away by a terrifying impact, and the gap spread everywhere, provoking the splash of rock debris. Roar. In the sharp tearing air sounds, two figures above the sky rapped in speeds beyond the speed of sound and told the flying coming. At an altitude of thousands of meters, a round of sonic booms was triggered, creating a circle of air fluctuations like ripples. The clouds of the entire sky were torn apart from the middle and stirred fiercely. Clark, you should know that things in the world will never be as good as people want. Chen Tian braved the sound barrier generated behind him, and his eyes flickered to look at the resolute face that was close at hand. He felt the fluctuating and tangled mood in the other party's heart, so he spoke up to guide it. After Clark heard Chen Tian's words, his eyes moved, his gaze flickered obviously, and he didn't know what to think again. Then, he frowned and accelerated violently. Directly improve your already extreme speed. Rumble. Suddenly, the two who had already told flight that the speed of moving forward had increased by another level. 3 white sound barriers have been broken through around the body. Chen Tian and Clark, but in a blink of an eye, they have come to the sky over New Mexico. Then when I came to a wilderness, smash it towards the ground. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters was directly smashed and collapsed, and countless surface rocks splashed everywhere. Boom. Suddenly, the ground around him trembled violently, and endless dust and fog lifted the sky. Countless animals on the desert that would only travel at night were so frightened that they crawled out of the shadows and fled into the distance. Boom. Suddenly, in the center of the dusty pit, there was a fierce collision sound. It was even more endless, and the fierce wind blew out from the depths of the dust and fog with powerful power, emptying all the flying dust in an instant. Then, it can be seen that in the depths of the big pit on the ground, there are two figures fighting madly. Between the two figures, they will burst out with an extreme sense of power, and each movement will cause the surrounding air flow to rotate, forming an incomparably strong air flow. Every time the fists clashed, it would create a roar that was enough to resound back and forth between heaven and earth, making the entire land tremble violently. As the two clashed, the ground on which they stood continued to collapse deeper. The smoke and dust around were all around, and with the strong wind of the two of them swinging against each other, they were all eliminated and the cycle repeated. Boom. The speed of the two figures is getting faster and faster, the punching force is getting heavier and heavier, and the battle is getting more and more intense. At first, it can be said that it is difficult to distinguish between the two sides. It's just that as time passes, the remnants of the sun on the horizon gradually fade, and one of the figures begins to fall into the downwind. Rumble. Another figure grabbed the gap where the other party began to make mistakes, and threw out a powerful punch. All the air around him was violently pulled by his punch, forming a violent wind, and another figure that suffered a heavy blow flew out upside down together. The figure lifted his feet off the ground, and flew away in the distance like a kite with a broken line, accompanied by the fierce wind and dust around him. Boom, boom, boom. The figure gradually fell, smashed a sand dune, and then bounced on the ground a few times, smashing out several holes full of cracks, and then landed heavily. Am I still inferior? The figure braced his hands on the ground, climbed up embarrassedly, and muttered to himself as if he was unwilling. This figure is Clark. After Chen Tian copied his Kryptonian bloodline, he fell into the downwind again. It can't be like this. He stood up abruptly and muttered. However, the moment Clarify stood up, Chen Tian, who should have been thousands of meters away, had turned into a high-speed blurry afterimage and burst in front of him. Meanwhile, a white and slender hand with well-defined bones suddenly wrapped in countless wind currents, quickly reached out and pinched Clark's neck. Clark felt a terrifying force pass from his neck, and his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Chen Tian's expression was calm. He lifted the other party into the air, looked at him, and slowly tightened the force on his fingers. Sudden time. Clark only felt a terrifying suffocation around him. Not only physically, but also mentally. "You're still too weak," Chen Tian said coldly. As soon as the words fell, he picked it up and smashed it to the ground. Rumble. The earth-shattering roar spread out between heaven and earth in an instant, and the whole earth trembled, and a thick dust and fog swept up into the sky. After a strong sense of weightlessness, Clark felt that his entire back had smashed to the ground. The terrifying aftermath suddenly transmitted along Clark's body to the ground below him. Sudden time. The land crumbled, and the dense cracks like cobwebs spread out in an instant. The underground rock layer was also at this time, unable to withstand the impact of huge amounts of, collapsed in an instant, flew around, and picked up from the ground. Clark, who was pinched by Chen Tian and pressed to the ground, suddenly broke out and wanted to resist, but was shocked to find that he could not use his strength at all under the oppression of the other party. Clark, who noticed this, suddenly became more and more complicated under his eyes. Chen Tian's ability is all copied by himself. However, in this situation, he is actually not Chen Tian's opponent. Thinking of this, in the bottom of Clark's heart, a wisp of shock spread, and his expression changed greatly when he looked at Chen Tian. "Clark, no." Then, Chen Tian looked at Clark, whose face changed, narrowed his eyes, and said softly. Followed by, the muscles on his body suddenly swelled and tensed, knotting like the roots of an old tree, erupting with terrifying power. "Lift Clark in his hand again and throw it out fiercely." Rumble. Clark's entire burly and strong body turned into an arrow from the string at this moment, and it was uncontrollably smashed into the mountain made of layers of rocks in the distance. At the moment when his body came into contact with the mountain, it should be an extremely heavy and solid mountain, but at this moment, it is like a bubble that easily cracks and explodes. In the violent tremor of the ground, only endless rock fragments could be seen rolling and collapsing, burying Clark's entire body. Rolling one after another, like wolf smoke, smoke rushed out from the gap between the debris of the mountain to block a large area of the sky. Chen Tian calmly looked at the scene in front of him. Although it can be said that Chen Tian is heavy every time, he is not worried about killing the other party. Or rather, on Earth without kryptonite, there is no way to kill Clark. After all, he is a Superman with a super Kryptonian bloodline, and he has an indestructible body of steel. Definitely, now on the Earth, he is not the only one with a body of steel. And now Chen Tian, with the ability to replicate, he is on par with Clark not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of future potential. Even, because of the particularity of copying ability, Chen Tian's potential is above the super. After all, he can copy infinitely. It is even possible to integrate bloodlines, such as Doomsday superimposed on Kryptonian bloodlines. If you can do that, you can't imagine what will happen. At that time, it doesn't matter whether it is the DC universe or the Marvel universe. No matter which parallel world, in terms of potential and the upper limit of the future, Chen Tian can become a top existence. Boom. At this moment, the pile of boulders that buried Clark exploded with a bang. Sure enough, although at the moment, his body is covered with dust, all his clothes are almost torn, and he looks embarrassed on the outside, but in fact, his body has not received much damage. Clark stared at Chen Tian with a complicated expression, an extremely complex luster flowing under his eyes, and he didn't know what to think about in his heart. Do you want to continue? Chen Tian looked at each other with a smile. His eyes were like clear lake water, without many waves. As a matter of fact, he had no hostility towards Clark. And the latter, in the previous battles, can also feel this. Therefore, Clark, who has now almost reached his limit, only reacted at this time, as if the teenager in front of him had been saying words that attacked him. But the actual purpose is to help yourself reach your potential. And, indeed, Chen Tian did it. Now Clark, not only has his strength reached a new level, but also awakened several new abilities. He's actually helping me. Thinking back to what he had just experienced, Clark couldn't help but mutter. The eyes that looked at Chen Tian suddenly became more and more complicated. Because, the picture of this teenager easily pinching Jelemy to death before is still vividly remembered. Until now, although Clark's heart has vaguely felt that Chen Tian's statement also has some truth. But before, Clark had always been insistent on not hurting others. Obviously, it is not easy to directly change the idea that has been maintained for more than 10 years in one day. So, he is now entangled, in a trance. Snap. Feeling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, coupled with the exhaustion of his body, Clark sat directly on the ground that was broken because of the battle just now. Then, there was a sound of footsteps in his ears. Clark looked up and saw Chen Tian smiling and coming over to look down at him condescendingly. "It's over." Chen Tian smiled lightly and slowly spoke. Clark was silent when he heard this, and his thoughts were so chaotic that he couldn't find the slightest clue. What's right? He couldn't help but think. Then, all the things he had experienced before flashed before his eyes again. Clark's heart became more and more chaotic, and he couldn't find the slightest answer. The expression on his face also became depressed and annoyed. With super brain, he rarely has such emotions, because he is very strong in managing his emotions. However, in these 2 short days, what happened turned into a torrent, impacting Clark one after another, and has maintained the 3 views for more than 10 years. This dazed experience made him extremely uncomfortable. Chen Tian felt the other party's emotions, smiled slightly, and suddenly felt that Clark in this period was a little cute. There is no difference at all with the kind of ordinary big boy who grows up, sees more and more things, and then falls into confusion and can't find direction for a short time. In the world, except in the eyes of children, there is so much pure justice and evil. I hope you Clark understood this earlier. Thinking, Chen Tian stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Clark. Clark was stunned, looked up at him, shook his head helplessly and grabbed the hand and stood up. "This matter is not over," he said a little stubbornly. "But I can't tell whether what I said refers to the correct definition or simply did not win Chen Tian. I hope you can win me next time." Chen Tian laughed. But subtly, it set the tone for Clark's words. "The voice is over." Chen Tian stopped staying, turned around and stood up. His figure turned into a residual image, and flew away in the direction of the metropolis. Clark looked at the sky from a distance, but in a blink of an eye, there was only the back of Chen Tian, who was already a file size, stunned for a moment, and then also bounced up and fled into the sky. A few seconds later, disappeared into the New Mexico sky. Time didn't pass long. The remnants of the sun, which had been mostly submerged into the horizon, had disappeared. Click. Chen Tian opened the door of his apartment and returned to his apartment. Not long after closing the door, he heard the door on the opposite side also open. Apparently Clark is back too. But Chen Tian didn't care, and Clark estimated that he would be alone for a while to digest his gains and losses. Thinking, Chen Tian went to take a shower and washed away the sludge, and he could see that although he had gone through a fierce battle, his body was blessed with a body of steel, and there was no scar. A clean dress. Chen Tian sat on the sofa and thought. People panel Chen Tian. Open black lens bracket ability close black lens bracket. Innate, small water control, dimensional transmission, ability replication. Batman. High-level martial arts, high-level flying darts skills. Wolverine. Super self-healing factor, super strength. Charles. Ability. Catwoman. High-level stealing. Jelemy. Take control of Raiden. Superman. Man of Steel, super strength, super speed, heat sight, flight, creature stance. Bloodline Krypton Superman Bloodline. Chen Tian's eyes scanned back and forth on the panel, and the satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger, especially when he scanned the line of Superman ability. It can be said that now he has almost copied most of the abilities that belong to Superman. Especially the most important thing is to ensure that you have unlimited potential and unlimited Krypton bloodline. Combined with other abilities, now I only need a little more time, I can have a super average, even beyond the ability of super, and then it will be enough to face most crises. Chen Tian murmured, letting out a long sigh of relief, and his body relaxed slightly. Then, on the television in front of him, the news began to report. Today, the forests of the western metropolis have been inexplicably destroyed, destroying large areas of vegetation. Quote. The meteorological station was puzzled by the sudden strong wind blowing in the city, and they did not detect any warning. Behind the screen, the newsman reports on strange events happening in the metropolis today. There were witnesses who photographed the sky, and there were 2 trajectories flying in the air, but the photo was too blurry, and no one knew what the strange phenomenon in the photo was. With the news reporting faraway words. On the TV screen, an extremely blurry photo appeared. When Chen Tian saw this, he immediately knew that the so-called strange phenomenon was the figure of him and Clark. However, it is estimated that ordinary people would never think that it was the 2 of us. When Chen Tian saw this, he shook his head with a smile. Then, he saw Natasha Romanoff's beautiful face. After the woman last contacted me, S.H.I.E.L.D. is expected not to come back in the short term, but I don't know what they will do in the long term. Thinking, Chen Tian stood up. On the DC Universe side, he has almost copied all the super-capable abilities to the side, and in a short period of time, it is estimated that nothing big will happen. He was going to go back to Marvel first and deal with the matter over there first. Thoughtful, Chen Tian activated the ability of dimensional teleportation, stretched out his hand forward, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted, waving out many ripples. A dimensional portal immediately appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa, inside the living room, a bald figure is sitting on the killing and watching the news about the devastation in the West. As the screen in front of him emerged, the images of the desert being severely damaged appeared one after another. The corners of the man's mouth were filled with an evil smile. If Chen Tian were here, he would definitely recognize him. It's Lex Luthor, one of DC's villains, maker of Doomsday. At the moment ideographic period, Lex Luthor looked at the news, his fingers lightly tapped on the arm of the sofa, and an evil idea had already sprung up in his heart. The Marvel Universe and the DC Universe that Chen Tian walked through, although in 2 different dimensions, do not overlap. But the time flow rate on both sides does reach a certain parallelism. At the moment, the Marvel Universe has just ushered in the night after the sunset has disappeared. Located in the headquarters of the Loose Wing building in S.H.I.E.L.D., Washington. Nick Fury frowned, sitting slightly anxiously in the office. On the computer in front of you, various materials are constantly scrolling. The light emitted by the screen illuminated his bald head like a black bittern egg. Since learning that Chen Tian and his party entered New York, he has not been in a good mood for 2 consecutive days. Especially after knowing that the other party recognized Natasha Romanoff's disguise and understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had paid attention to them. Nick Fury's restlessness went to a higher level. In his eyes, this mutant represented extreme danger that could threaten the entire United States and even the entire world. Now their position on S.H.I.E.L.D. is still hostile and therefore does not cooperate. This made Nick Fury feel even more nervous. Chen Tian and their continued stay in New York was a ticking time bomb for him that could explode at any moment. Once it explodes, it will cause irreparable consequences, even unbearable for everyone. Chen Tian, what the hell do you mean? Nick Fury's one-eyed eyes flickered, and his already dark face became more and more gloomy, and he muttered in deep thought. Although it is still unclear what Chen Tian is motivated by. But what is certain is that the other side is rejective and antipathetic to official organizations. No one is afraid of obvious hostility, at least it is directly on the surface, and they can decisively choose the measures to deal with it. Nick Fury is now restless, unable to figure out Chen Tian's thoughts. If these mutants were not prepared to take any extreme actions, but S.H.I.E.L.D. took a radical arrest and then angered Chen Tian, then the sinners became themselves. Blah blah. While Nick Fury was still meditating, there was a knock on the door. As soon as he looked up, he saw Phil Coulson push open the office door and walk in. Head, we haven't seen Chen Tian for 2 days. The manor where they lived, our people were always watching, and all the other mutants showed up one after another. But Chen Tian's figure is nowhere to be found. Phil Coulson had just walked in the door and couldn't even wait to walk up to Nick Fury, he was already quick to speak. The expression on his face was very solemn, obviously feeling that something big had happened. In every direction of the manor, we have sent people to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. It is certain that Chen Tian has not left the manor, and has not even left the door of the villa inside. Phil Coulson put the information he had gathered in the past few days on the desk in front of him and continued. What is that mutant named Chen Tian trying to do? When Nick Fury heard the report, his brows furrowed deeper. Chen Tian and his party entered the center of New York City with such fanfare, and it was impossible for them to imprison themselves. If so, there was no need for him to refuse shield contact. Thinking of this, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. You take someone into their manor and take a good look. He gave the order in a deep voice. I'm afraid that Chen Tian is engaged in some unknown conspiracy. Yes, Phil Coulson answered the order, then turned and walked away. He had the same suspicions as Nick Fury. He couldn't help but be anxious. Meanwhile, drenched manor, in the villa, inside one of the rooms. In the quiet and dim room, the space suddenly gave birth to sparkling ripples like water waves. A spatial passage opens. Then, Chen Tian walked out of it, down to earth, and the passage disappeared. He looked at the familiar room and took a deep breath. He's back. It's only been 2 days, but I always feel that everything is completely different. Chen Tian looked at his palm and muttered. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not only exclamations, but also facts. This time, Chen Tian only spent 2 days in 600th world, but he gained a lot. The whole person can even be described as reborn. Chen Tian, who has copied the bloodline of the great Super Krypton and most of his ability, can already deal with many crises in the current Marvel world and on Earth. In time, Chen Tian will develop his strength to the peak level and march to a higher latitude, which is not worthwhile. After that, Avengers need to assemble to get through the Earth crisis. I am afraid that he alone will be enough to settle it. Knock. Then, there was a knock outside Chen Tian's door. Click. Then the door was opened. I sensed it as soon as you came back. Charles slowly entered in a wheelchair, looking at Chen Tian with a kind smile on his face. Welcome home. When the words fell, he did not continue to ask Chen Tian where he had been in the past 2 days. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Although Charles can read all people's minds, he is the one who respects other people's secrets the most. Or, as someone who has survived for so long and has seen countless mutant, he doesn't care at all whether as a companion has some secret to himself. He has the ability of the mind and can sense the emotions of the other person. As long as the heart is still on the side, that's enough. When Chen Tian heard this, he also smiled. Good evening, Charles. Logan, have they been going lately? Everyone stayed in the manor for the past 2 days, and they didn't go anywhere. Charles thought for a moment and smiled slowly. Without you, the little ones don't dare to run around. Logan's words should be drunk in the bar not far from the manor by now. When the two people talk, their tone is gentle, like an ordinary pair of grandchildren pulling home routines. Pedaling. Then, there was another rush of footsteps outside the door. I've only known each other for a few days, and there are 2 little guys who depend on you. Charles sensed the person running towards the room and smiled even more. Words fall. 2 large and small figures appeared at the door. Chen. Wanda held the door frame and saw Chen Tian. Her sapphire-like eyes lit up slightly, and her little face suddenly flushed with excitement. Laura didn't say a word. I haven't seen you for 2 days, where have you been? Wanda came over and stared up at the latter. I went out and did some things. Chen Tian responded. Wanda didn't ask much, just nodded. After all, she knew that Chen Tian's identity was special and she had a lot to do. Laura glanced up at Wanda and glanced at the other's loose pajamas with some dissatisfaction. Take note of this. She frowned impassively and put her small chin on Chen Tian's shoulder again. His eyes were startled. I don't know what I'm thinking. Charles chuckled and continued. Everyone has been staying in the manor for the past 2 days, and they all feel a little stuffy. If you come back and have nothing to do, you can take a few kids out for a walk. Hearing this, Chen Tian put down Laura and nodded. There is no problem. With his current strength, even if he goes out because not many people can stop him. Wanda reluctantly let go of her hand when she watched Chen Tian's movements. Until the back of hearing him behind. Both girls immediately looked happy. Great, I haven't even seen New York yet. Thank you, Chen. Wanda jumped and hugged Chen Tian. Behind Laura stared at her back, the corners of her mouth that had just been hooked, and she didn't seem so happy. Then, pedaling, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from Chen Tian's ears. The footsteps of the walkers were very light, obviously professionally trained, but Chen Tian, who had Kryptonian blood and keen five senses, still captured the sound. At the same time, the ability of the mind that he possesses also perceives a burst of hostility. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly froze, and his body tightened. Someone sneaked into the manor. What's wrong? Wanda noticed Chen Tian's change and obediently let go of his hand. There are guests coming. Charles next to him also perceived hostility. Bang! Logan's figure ran in through the gate and pushed it open. Guys, get ready. When I entered the manor just now, I saw Shield's car. They must have come for us. At first, he thought that Chen Tian had not returned yet, and shouted as soon as he entered the villa hall. Then his nose moved, and he noticed Chen Tian's smell. Logan's eyes lit up. A few steps to the door of Chen Tian's room. Chen, so you're back. He saw that Chen Tian's face had darkened. What are we going to do now? Logan asked in a deep voice. At the moment, he already had some trust in Chen Tian. I wasn't angry that I was being targeted again after coming to New York. It seems that Nick Fury didn't recognize the seriousness of the matter. Chen Tian squinted slightly, his gaze flashing dangerously, and muttered. Then, he looked at the others present and smiled a little relaxedly. Don't worry, just let me solve it. Since I brought you here, I will ensure that you will be safe. Said. Chen Tian set his eyes on Wanda and Laura, and his tone was not hurried. I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow. He was talking. Charles and Logan were stunned for a moment. Having experienced countless winds and waves, they felt something completely different. Even in such an emergency, it is inexplicably reassuring. It seems that Chen Tian in front of him has completed some kind of sublimation. Chen, what must have happened in the past 2 days of disappearance? Logan wondered sharply in his heart. The other side. Chen Tian finished his words without hurry. Chen. Wanda looked at him, her eyes wide with concern. Laura came over and tugged at his sleeve as well. It's okay, don't worry. Chen Tian said softly. The voice fell. Rise. His figure suddenly flashed, turning into a vague afterimage and disappearing in place, leaving only a strong wind hovering in the room. Half a minute ago, at the western wall of the estate, several figures in black uniforms, cautiously holding daggers, almost time, stepped on almost silent steps. Approached Kim and arranged guards by the wall. Several black figures circled around at the same time, and they were instantly embarrassed. Covering his mouth, the dagger flickered with cold light, cut the throat, and made it in one go. Outside the western wall of the manor, all the bodyguards died silently at the same time. And those figures, at this time, turned into the manor wall. These people are the contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Each one is a top special forces full of various abilities. And while they sneaked into the manor, outside the estate, not far away, in a shiny black SUV, Phil Coulson stared at the picture on the screen in front of him with a serious expression. The footage playing in front of him was captured by the camera on the helmet of those contingentmen. He looked at these contingentmen, getting closer and closer to Chen Tian's manor, his eyes narrowed slightly. Scatter, pay attention to each other. This manor is inhabited by the most dangerous mutant. You must be very careful not to alarm them. Phil Coulson's hands clasped together and whispered instructions to the contingentmen. Boom! Just as he was looking at the screen intently, one of the perspectives suddenly shakes violently, and then heads up towards the dark sky. You can see through the lower edge of the screen that a pillar of blood is squirting into the sky, and then it turns into a rain of blood and falls. Soon the entire camera was dyed red, and the picture became red. Phil Coulson saw this scene, his pupils contracted, and roar sucked. Someone died, and everything happened only in an instant. The dead contingent members, without resistance, died quietly. He even suspected that the task force member had not been able to react at all. What the hell is going on here? Where is he? Next second, with someone dying. You can see that on the screen, all the first-person view pictures began to rotate frantically, as if looking for the person who just shot. The members of the contingent also began to curse eagerly. One of the images paused at the Sondermannndogman, who had just fallen to the ground. When Phil Coulson saw the corpse on the screen, his heart couldn't help but stop. I saw the corpse that fell on its back, all the flesh and blood and trachea at the throat disappeared, and there was a big gap in the neck. The blood under him flowed and stained the ground red. Tear your throat in an instant. This is obviously not killed by the ability of the mind. But apart from the ability of the mind, no one in Chen Tian's group seems to have this kind of ability. Phil Coulson wondered. Meanwhile, another scream. One of the pictures suddenly went black. On the screen, all the shots shake lees and turn in unison to the second place decedent. It can be seen that the second dead contingent member, with his head and helmet, was violently shaped by something. Blood flowed all over the place. See this scene. On the screen in front of Phil Coulson, all the camera on the head of all the task force members, the footage paused. All the pictures turn in one direction. There stood an Oriental boy with a well-proportioned figure, a beautiful face, blood stains on his hands, and calm eyes. Hit. Fark. Phil Coulson heard the members of the task force through the screen, and while they roared, everyone raised their guns. However, it has not yet been fired. The next moment, the figure of the Oriental boy in the center of all the pictures suddenly flashed, turning into a blurry afterimage and disappearing in place. Subsequently, one by one, the pictures began to suddenly turn black. Phil Coulson stared at the picture, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't see where the person was starting. I can only watch the picture as a member of the contingent falls every second. More than 10 seconds later. Swish. The last remaining contingent member was so frightened that he threw his gun directly, turned around and ran. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. Poof. On his helmet, the camera shot back suddenly paused. Phil Coulson, who was staring at the screen, jumped out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the camera footage taken outside, I began to slowly turn down the camera of the task forcer. One was photographed, from the back of his heart to his chest. That hand was stained all over his chest, pinching a heart that was still beating. Fark. Phil Coulson sat in the car and watched this scene. His face was pale and scolded angrily, and the whole person couldn't stop shaking. Next second, by one, the arm on the screen withdrew from the contingentman's chest. Boom. Muffled sound. Phil Coulson's car shook suddenly, his eyes widened and he slowly raised his head, his pupils trembling. Something fell on the roof of the car. Shield Tribaloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury was also watching the actions of the contingentman who had infiltrated the manor from a remote distance through the screen in front of him. Phil Coulson, what's going on? Seeing one task force member after another falling, he immediately asked Phil Coulson eagerly through the communication device. Nick Fury's eyes flickered. There is a faint bad premonition in my heart, which is spreading rapidly. The other side. Drenched Manor is not far away. Black SUV inside. I don't know. In Chen Tian's group, there should be no such ability mutant. Phil Coulson looked at the screen in front of him, one after another blacked out of the task force first-person view, and the whole person seemed nervous. So replied. When he saw the last member of the task force who was about to escape, he turned around, and was pierced through the chest from behind. Phil Coulson couldn't help but scold in his throat. Immediately, he took off his headphones and prepared to give the order to the others when he began to evacuate. Boom. On the roof of the car he was riding in, there was a sudden muffled sound, and the entire body shook violently. Shouldn't. Phil Coulson suddenly felt that something was wrong, his pupils contracted, and his heart thumped in his chest. The task force members sitting around him immediately lifted their guns and got out of the car after the body shook. Swiftly raise your gun and aim at something on the roof of the car, with horror written on your face. Really? Phil Coulson saw the look on their faces through the car window and vaguely guessed something. Next second, bang, the roof of the car on his head suddenly bulged, and then tore it, and a blood-stained, 5-fingered slender hand penetrated the roof of the car, pinched the back of his neck and was directly lifted. Everything happened very quickly. Before Phil Coulson could return to his senses, he saw a flower in front of him and bathed in the night breeze. You're Chen Tian. He quickly came back to his senses, staring at the pair of ancient black eyes in front of him, and reacted to what the thing that had just smashed on the roof of the car was. It's Chen Tian. I warned you not to mess with me, or you won't know what will happen. Chen Tian's expression was gloomy, and his voice was cold. It seems that you are not sensible. Smell. Phil Coulson suddenly felt like he was in an ice cellar, and the moment he met Chen Tian's eyes, he seemed to face the demon Satan, and the majestic fear came to drown him alive. You calm down. Calm, it's all a misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. He swallowed his spit with difficulty, only feeling that roar could not suck smoothly, and it was difficult to speak. Phil Coulson is terrified. Obviously, before coming, he had already made mentally preparations. But they never expected that Chen Tian would be beyond their imagination. He looked at Chen Tian on the opposite side, his teeth trembling. Chen, don't be impulsive. We will never cross the line again next time. The communicator on Phil Coulson's chest also wore Nick Fury's voice. Chen Tian realized that the latter was also paying attention to the scene. He said coldly, I have already given you a chance, but it's a pity that you don't know how to cherish. The voice just fell. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the temperature around him rose sharply. At night, 2 red beams of light swept by. All the surrounding SHIELD task force members, the upper body was instantly blasted out of ashes by the beam of powerful energy. All the vehicles listening to the side were also swept over and subjected to the impact of high temperature, instantly producing a violent explosion. Rumble. The fire is everywhere, and the thick smoke of gunpowder is billowing and tumbling. SHIELD Tribaloid Wing Building. Boom. Nick. Through the camera clipped to Phil Coulson's glasses, Fury received the tragic picture of the scene in front of his eyes. So angry that he stood up and slammed his desk up. As for the pictures representing other people, they have become snowflakes without a signal source. This Chen Tian no wonder disappeared for 2 days. He's got a new ability. His already dark face became more and more gloomy at this moment. This mutant is getting stronger and more dangerous. Then, Nick Fury, the one who makes a mistake, deserves to be taught a lesson. Chen Tian's voice came out of the picture in front of him again. Please spare me. There's also Phil Coulson's fearful struggle. Next second, Nick Fury saw the screen, the picture shook, and then Phil Coulson fell to the ground in embarrassment. His glasses have disappeared and have apparently been taken into the hands of Chen Tian. The camera on the glasses was still aimed at Phil Coulson, and then one foot was on his chest, exerting gentle force. Ah! Phil Coulson immediately let out a violent roar, and his whole face was distorted. As long as you release Phil Coulson, I promise I won't have any trouble with you in the future. Nick, seeing this scene, Fury immediately shouted eagerly. Chen Tian, trust me. He looked at Phil Coulson's distressed expression on the screen and added anxiously. Nick Fury intercedes for Phil Coulson because the latter is his only trusted partner. As the director, he also knows that the fish and dragons in SHIELD are mixed and powerful, and he can't trust others. And Phil Coulson followed Nick Fury has followed all the way to the position of director for so many years. The two are not only ordinary colleagues, but also close friends. Nick Fury naturally takes it very seriously. Since your SHIELD director is begging for mercy, then I'll think about it. Chen Tian's voice came from behind the camera again. After he said this, he quickly fell into silence. Chen Tian seems to be really caught up in thought. Nick Fury stared solemnly at the screen, never leaving his foot on Phil Coulson. He had a bad premonition in his heart. It feels like the other person doesn't intend to fulfill their promises. Sure enough, next second, sorry, after thinking about it, I still can't let him go. Quote. With Chen Tian's indifferent words, he sounded. On the screen. The foot that was stepping on Phil Coulson's chest suddenly burst into force. Click, poof. Phil Coulson's chest was directly trampled into it, and all the internal organs of his bones were crushed to pieces. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs were bloodshot, as if he had lost his life. Fark, Chen Tian, what do you mean? Nick, seeing this scene, Fury's eyes suddenly hurt, and he roared and roared. On the neck and temples, dense blood vessels suddenly appeared. You're provoking me. You'll pay for it. Pay the price. His tone was crazy, his fists clenched, and he smashed on the table in front of him. The roar can be heard from 3 floors. Next second. Nick, the picture on the screen in front of Fury suddenly turned and Chen Tian's face appeared. He pointed the camera at himself, his expression calm and indifferent, as if looking directly at Nick across the camera. Fury ideographic period. It's all your fault. I said don't come and provoke me, or you'll pay the price. Chen Tian's tone was flat, as if he was saying a trivial thing. Unfortunately, you SHIELD are too arrogant and don't seem to take my words to heart. Quote. Like a fool, I know to regret it when I am hurt, but it's too late. With that, he paused a few times and continued, Nick Fury, I'm not in the mood to bother with S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. You'd better be obedient, or tomorrow it will be your entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization that will disappear. Chen Tian's tone was very calm from beginning to end, even if the words were threatening. But listening to only the tone of the voice regardless of the content is completely like saying a banal thing. The voice fell. Chen Tian threw the camera in his hand to the ground. You guys quickly send someone to collect the body. There are so many corpses lying in front of the house, it makes people feel strange and uncomfortable. Between talks, Chen Tian pressed his foot against the camera. When the last word was finished, he did not continue to give Nick Fury had room to reply, and the soles of his feet lightly forced. Click click, the entire camera was directly trampled into powder by him. Fark, Nick Fury looked at the picture of the signal loss on the screen in front of him, thinking back to what Chen Tian said, and the anger in his heart was even greater. Another punch, even smash the table in front of you shapeshifting. He roared, boundless anger flowing under his eyes. That anger could almost be turned into substance and erupted from his eyes. Nick Fury hasn't been so angry in a long time. Especially since the other party is still a mutant, and he dares to threaten himself after killing his best friend. Chen Tian. Nick Fury gritted his teeth, and the tragic death of Phil Coulson and Chen Tian's uncaring threatening words appeared in front of him. His fists were clenched, his chest was heaving violently, and his face was cloudy. After a long time, Nick Fury barely managed to control his emotions, but there was still a thick gloom in his eyes. Hill, come and see me. He turned to the communicator and called out a name. It didn't take long. A tall woman with short and capable hair stood in front of him. The woman's name was Hill. Her blue eyes are deep, her facial features are three-dimensional, she looks beautiful and generous, but also exudes a heroic spirit, giving people a sense of being able and decisive. In fact, this woman is not only an excellent agent, but also has strong leadership skills. In later Marvel, even in Nick Fury then served as the S.H.I.E.L.D. officer. Chief, are you looking for me? Hill asked. Phil Coulson had an accident at the Drenched estate in New York. I need you to deal with it. Nick. After a long period of anger, Fury looked unusually tired at the moment, and his voice was much quieter. However, the color of the haze under the eyes did not abate. Received, Hill replied. She could see that the other party's face was a little wrong, but out of a high degree of professionalism, she didn't ask too much. And, Nick Fury raised his head and took a deep look at Hill. Keep an eye on that mutant named Chen Tian, but don't touch him, and don't provoke him. What exactly to do about it, I'll think about it later. I will never let him go. When he said the last word, Nick Fury showed a faint feeling of gritting his teeth again. Yes, quote. Hill glanced at his chief, saluted, and then retreated. At the same time, he was also curious about the mutant named Chen Tian. Drenched Manor. Chen Tian returned to the room after solving the shield man. Chen, you're getting stronger again. Logan saw the scene of Chen Tian's hands in his eyes before, and his expression was very complicated. He probably knew what the other party was going to do the other day. That's a good thing, isn't it? Chen Tian laughed. Chen, you're amazing. As soon as his voice fell, Wanda on the side praised with adoration. Pete, who gathered on the side because of Logan's words just now, shook his body when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything. His fear of Chen Tian deepened another level. It's a good thing indeed. Charles also laughed. Chen, I'm looking forward to the future you say more and more. I'm sure you can do it. Awesome. At this time, Laura silently pulled Chen Tian's sleeve and finally spoke weakly. When Chen Tian heard this, he turned his head and looked at it, suddenly surprised. This was the first time Laura had spoken in so long together. It means that the little one is finally beginning to slowly get rid of the haze of the past. Thinking, Chen Tian touched Laura's head with joy. The latter felt the warmth of his palm, quietly raised his eyes to look at him, and the corners of his mouth rose without leaking a trace. And Chen Tian looked up at the night. It's just night, just enough to take everyone to the playground to play, and later, there will be firework in the playground. Good. Wanda burst into enthusiasm when she heard this, and Laura raised her head expectantly. Only Pete didn't dare to speak. He really didn't dare to hang out with Chen Tian. Playground. my words, forget it, I'd rather go to the bar and have another drink. Logan was also a little reluctant to go. Logan, it's hard to get out of the door, it's not good to leave the team alone. Charles admonished with a smile. The two girls also stared at him with big eyes of slight loss and expectation. Let's go together, everyone wants you together. Chen Tian immediately laughed. Well, I lost. Seeing that everyone else was enthusiastic, Logan suddenly changed his attention. And if you think about it, he really hasn't been to an entertainment venue other than a bar for a long time. Just when everyone else was smiling, only Pete couldn't speak with a strange face. But since everyone else was preparing to go, he didn't dare to say anything. Subsequently, each prepared for it, the group went out together and set off to the playground. The other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. Tribaloid Building Headquarters. In Nick, when Fury roared, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was guessing what had happened. Until the news of Phil Coulson's group being killed spread. The entire building was suddenly enveloped in a deep haze. Phil Coulson is one of the best agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. However, even he encountered an accident during the mission. Thus, how dangerous is the task they are performing? And Nick, Fury after explaining Hill's mission. And I came to the basement alone. His eyes flickered, looking at the rows of drugs in front of him uncertainly, busy scientific researchers one by one, as if they were entangled. Until you close your eyes and see the scene of Phil Coulson's tragic death. Nick, Fury opened his eyes again, and his gaze became firm. Let Phil Coulson participate in the Tahitian program. He spoke slowly. In the basement, the middle-aged man who looked like the person in charge of scientific research paused when he heard this. Are you sure you want to do this? The person in charge asked hesitantly. The Tahitian project is a realization project that can bring people back from the dead. However, the Tahitian plan is very unstable, and there may be many sequelae, and there may even be failure. Well, you go down first to arrange it, and when Hill agent brings him back, it will be executed immediately. Nick, Fury said. Yes, the person in charge should be down immediately. And Nick, when Fury walked out of the basement, he took out a red and blue BB machine from his pocket with a gloomy face. This was left to him by Captain Marvel. When there is a major crisis on Earth, Roar can use this thing to call her back to Earth. It's not time yet. Nick, Fury frowned and took it back in. Chen Tian alone is a mutant, although the potential is powerful, but it is not worth wasting the opportunity to recall Captain Marvel at the moment. But don't worry, mutant. I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. I swear. Thoughtful. Nick, Fury slowly clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart kept churning. The world's top super agent, at the moment, already has the idea of how to deal with Chen Tian. It is bound to make the other party pay the heaviest price. Let him know that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury are not easy to mess with. The night gets darker. The playground has just completed tonight's fireworks extravaganza under the gaze of countless visitors. The people who are constantly flowing leave the amusement field like a tide. The car in which Chen Tian and others were riding was also in it. Chen, do you see it? The fireworks just now are really beautiful. Wanda opened the window, smelling gunpowder in the air, her blue eyes shining slightly. It was as if in her eyes, the previous fireworks were still reflected. Good looking. Laura next to him was also at this time, nodding her head again and showing excitement. Even Pete, who seemed a little repulsive before, is now like the other two children, with a rosy face and a smile. All three of them went to the playground for the first time in their lives. Today is definitely a memorial for them. Roar, roar tilde operator. In the last row, the elderly Charles was a little tired and had fallen asleep. The excited Wanda didn't get a response and glanced over to the seat. Only to find that Chen Tian was also asleep on his side. No way. Before he returned to the Marvel Universe, he had a fierce battle with Dachau. Before I could say a few words when I came back, I encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. again. After experiencing such a thing, even if the body with the Kryptonian bloodline is not tired, Chen Tian's spirit is already tired. You guys control your sound and don't wake them up. Logan controls the steering wheel and looks through the rearview mirror at Charles, who is sleeping peacefully, and the three children with smiles on their faces. He glanced sideways at Chen Tian beside him. Suddenly whispered to several children like a big parent. Good. Wanda and the others were also very well behaved, and after answering, they lowered their volume. But the smile on a few faces could not be stopped. Logan felt everything that happened at the moment, and for a moment he felt something. In a trance, he felt the stability and steadiness he had been pursuing from all the details that were happening at the moment. It's as if this life is what Logan has always pursued. No bloody fights, no speed of life and death. Just have fun with everyone and go home safely. So for comparison, those who are worried about the escape experience along the way cannot be called alive at all, let alone compared with life. I don't know how long this life can last. After thinking about it, Logan sighed secretly. He decided he had to cherish the moment. Yet at this time, boom, a violent explosion suddenly came from the front. Not only was the sound tumbling terrifying, but even the entire ground was visibly trembling. Logan felt all this and immediately slowed down his car. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A few kilometers from where they were, they could be seen sputtering with fire, accompanied by thick black smoke. What happened? Logan wondered. Boom, one by one. The next moment, another terrifying explosion sounded. In the distance, in the burning place, there was a residential building several stories high that seemed to be hit hard by some terrifying existence, instantly covered with cracks, and then collapsed in an instant. Countless smoke and dust swirled and covered the sky. Countless people panicked, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Is something going around destroying at this time? Several children, after feeling all these changes, suddenly the smile on their faces suddenly converged. Wanda frowned. Laura withdrew her smile. It's over, it's not going to be the end of the world. Pete was directly frightened into the six gods and masterless, and his face was pale. Ahead, there are indeed two things that I have never seen before, exuding powerful energy. Charles was also awakened by the sound just now, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Fark, it seems that I have to go another way, and this day is really uncomfortable, L. Logan looked at the chaotic vehicles on the road in front of him, as well as countless pedestrians running around, and cursed secretly. Immediately ready to turn around and go another way. As for what might be happening ahead, he didn't care anymore. Logan, stop. Then, Chen Tian also slowly opened his eyes, and there didn't seem to be any surprise in his eyes. This is New York, after all. New York in the world of Marvel is a place where big events can happen at any time. Countless characters gather here. It is not uncommon for events to occur at any time. For Chen Tian, the person who can cause the incident must represent his ability to copy, which is useful. So he asked Logan to park. Chen. Logan first stopped the car, looked at Chen Tian who opened the door and walked down, stunned for a moment, and then understood Chen Tian's thoughts. Since you need it, I can't just let you go over. Said. Logan was ready to open the door and get out of the car. And at this time, Chen Tian was about to say something. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar and explosion sounded, which reverberated out. Sound waves-like substance exploded towards the position of several people, and everyone's bodies vibrated with it. Those passers-by who were already on the road, running and screaming wildly, became more and more crazy. For a time, the entire road looked over, and it was such a group of demons dancing, as if it had turned into a purgatory on earth. Chen. Logan was just about to say something. In the next second, another shaking mountain came with a bang, and the building complex in front of the road once again showed large-scale destruction. Tall buildings cracked, collapsed, smoke, and fire. Roar. The place where the explosion occurred was more and more pounded from Chen Tian's location, but it was only more than 1,000 meters away. And in addition to the explosion, they finally heard other sounds. Roar. Not like the roar of a man, but the roar of a monster. Under the skyrocketing fire and endless smoke, there were two humanoid monster figures several meters high, fighting each other. They all have hideous and terrifying huge muscles, and they can burst out with terrifying power at will, creating extremely exaggerated destruction. Pavements, tall buildings, vehicles. Everything around them began to quickly turn into pieces and ruins. What are these two heads? The moment Logan saw the two-headed monster appear, he was stunned and his face was dull. The power displayed by those two-headed monsters is also too terrifying. Such a powerful physical strength. Is it really something that creatures can have? Even if Logan had super strength himself, he couldn't compare to them. It's the Hulk and the Abomination. Chen Tian recognized the identities of the two huge figures. Immediately, I couldn't help but light up my eyes. I didn't expect him to encounter the Hulk story event. And it's also a scene where he and Abhor, two genetic monsters created by gamma rays, fighting each other to the death. Two powerful abilities, warring scenes. Isn't that when I replicate ability? Chen Tian was immediately a little excited in his heart. This will be my best chance to replicate ability in the near future. The Hulk still has abomination powers. His eyes lit up. After all, his copy ability can be superimposed on each other. Both the Hulk and the abomination ability can be obtained at the same time, and then attached to Chen Tian alone. Meantime, Chen Tian has another expectation in his heart. I don't know if it can be copied to the bloodline ability that the more angry the Hulk is, the stronger the power. This is also a very buggy ability in the Marvel Universe. As long as the Hulk has more anger in his heart, the stronger he can become. And this becoming stronger is also the same as the Great Super Krypton bloodline, and it becomes stronger without an upper limit. Now that I already have a bloodline that can become infinitely stronger, I don't know if I can add another tonight. Chen Tian's deep sense of anticipation is getting stronger and stronger. After thinking about it, he turned back to Logan and said, "Logan, you take Charles and the other children back first, you don't have to worry, I'm completely fine alone." Words fall. Chen Tian could not resist the anticipation in his heart and walked in the direction where the Hulk and the Abomination were. It's just that he just took 2 steps. Suddenly, a figure above his head flew through the air and turned back. Then I saw a golden and red, flowing metallic luster, sparks spraying from hands and feet, and a high-tech figure exuding a high-tech meaning up and down, slowly falling in front of Chen Tian. Blocked his retreat. This is Iron Man. Inside the car, Logan in the cab, or everyone else, looked up at each other. Tony Stark, as the limelight of the whole of America, even Logan and others have heard of him. Hey, I don't know what you think, maybe you're a reporter trying to grab a big story or something. But now that I'm here, you go back and save your life, understand? Tony under the mask. Stark was a little impatient, he was just at a party, he didn't expect that there would be 2 big guys doing things on the street. Now he is here to solve this trouble. And on the road in the past, I saw a passerby who wanted to give someone away, so I stopped him easily. Tony, I'm fine, please give way. Quote, Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, but did not expect Tony Stark will appear at this time. Definitely, he didn't care. At this moment, Chen Tian just wants to hurry over and copy ability. Are you, Chen? Tony Stark also recognized Chen Tian, a partner brought by Mr. Wilson at the banquet 2 days earlier. He was actually not relieved at the time, after all, there were too many guests to remember them all. It wasn't until he saw each other again now that he had a little impression. Anyway, you stay here first, the 2 big guys in front are not something you can provoke. Tony Stark didn't dwell too much, whether he knew him or not, it wasn't worth spending too much time on himself. Then after an explanation, the thrusters on his hands and feet suddenly erupted with more powerful firelight thrust, accelerating towards the 2 big guys who were still fighting and fighting the sky. Roar, right in the city at night. The roads, buildings, and vehicles within a few kilometers of the surrounding area have all been reduced to ruins in the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Fire, fog, dense cracks, repeated terrifying power impacts. Even heaven and earth must follow the trembling roar together. Wherever the 2 big guys appear, wherever they appear, they will become hell-like existence under their aftermath. Moreover, with the war, the Hulk and Abomination are still on the move, constantly increasing the range of destruction. Hey, 2 big guys, you have to stop me, and if you fight again, the whole of New York will have to be demolished by you. Tony Stark, as a steel battle suit, floated in midair and shouted warning at the 2 big guys below. The voice did not fall. The battle suit on his body, on his back, shoulders, and arms, suddenly opened the dense organ grid. Next second, boom boom, countless missiles dragged their tail flames from the lattice on their bodies, marked out different trajectories, and bombarded towards the 2 big guys in front of them. Hundreds of missile groups, like meteors in the sky, and dense raindrops like torrential rain, crashed down. Boom, a series of explosions spread out in the air one after another. Countless missile explosions caused explosions to gather together, connecting into a mighty sea of fire. It was clear that it was night, but everything around was illuminated as bright as day. Meanwhile, with so many missiles exploding at the same time, even the entire ground is constantly trembling. The already cracked road, under this bombardment, I am afraid it will be directly unrecognizable. Sudden protrusion. At this time, the military helicopter, which had just been hovering high in the air, rotated its propeller and slowly headed towards Tony. Stark came closer. On the helicopter, General Ross, dressed in military uniform, looked at the missiles that covered the two big guys at the same time, and suddenly felt a little anxious. Tony, Stark, don't hit that green guy, that's your own man. He shouted anxiously. Roar. Tony. Stark heard this, watching the gradually dissipating explosion on the ground and the smoke that took its place. You didn't say it earlier. I'm afraid they're both slag now. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His face was strange, and he raised his head and said to General Ross. However, it was in Tony. The moment Stark looked up. Rumble. The ground below shook violently and emitted a roar. A huge figure directly tore through the thick black smoke screen, wrapped in a strong air flow, and rushed towards Iron Man. The figure had lizard-like gray skin, hideous and terrifying muscles, and every corner of his body was covered with dense bone spurs. It's Abomination. After being bombarded by heavy missiles, it was unharmed, and even jumped directly towards Tony. Stark strikes back. Tony, Stark, although the Abomination may seem very hideous now, it has not lost all its sanity. Its behemoth leapt up towards Tony. Stark also hissed out the other party's name as he kept getting closer. Next second, rumble. His huge body rose rapidly, wrapped in extremely strong air currents, and it was already like a cannonball, hitting the latter fiercely. The impact of terror even directly puts Tony. Stark flung out. Tony. Stark frowned and cursed secretly. Although there was a layer of steel battle suit, he could still feel the terrifying impact on his body. Wrapped in the Iron Man battle suit, he suddenly turned into a golden and red afterimage and flew all the way back. Boom boom, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of collision is incessant, and the ground is shaking one after another. Instead, the Iron Man flew upside down and crashed through several buildings in an uncontrolled row. Every building was left with a big hole filled with dust and fog, and it was full of cracks. And Tony. When Stark smashed into the building not far from Chentien, he was able to stop being knocked out in the smoke and dust around him. Tony. When Stark stood up again in the steel battle suit, the place where his chest was hit by Abomination was already slightly shape-shifting. Even the surface of the steel battle suit has many places, because of the successive collisions just now, and many places have been rubbed off the painted paint. Looks quite embarrassing. Even if it's anti-Hulk armor in the back, Iron Man can't help the Hulk, let alone now. If you just let him face it, and the abomination of the Hulk at this stage, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Chen Tian shook his head repeatedly as he watched this scene, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, his eyes lit up, and he lifted his steps and walked towards the place where the fire was filled with fire and rolling fog in the distance. Leave it to me. Chen Tian looked at the two huge voices, and his eyes lit up slightly. Boom. The night is getting darker, but New York at the moment is silent at all. The abomination that jumped into the air before, after crashing into the Iron Man, hit the ground again. More than several tons of bowed heads smashed on the ground, directly smashing the already cracked ground, and then smashed a big hole deeply. The ground shook violently, thick smoke and dust billowed up, the surrounding firelight burst out, and countless distorted light and shadows swayed on the ground. Hulk. As soon as the abomination fell, he suddenly stood up straight and hissed at the Hulk. The rolling sound wave tore a hole in the endless fire and dust in front of him, and his eyes suddenly locked on Hulk, and all the bone spikes on his body became sharper and sharper at this moment. Both of them are the products of human gamma rays, both are genetically mutated monsters, and they are old enemies of fate. Roar. Hulk is several meters tall, under the green skin, all the exaggerated muscles like rocks, and the whole body is full of combat power, and there is a terrifying sense of oppression emanating from it. After the constant battle, the anger in his heart became more and more vigorous, his strength became stronger and stronger, and his reason gradually decreased at this time. He just wants to fight. Knock knock. Rumble. After receiving the provocation from the other party, Hulk directly took a big stride and stomped the ground trembling. Then suddenly exerted force, the whole person turned into a huge amount of green afterimage, heading towards the abomination and killing. Boom! The two huge amounts of their bodies collided together again. The terrifying wind suddenly spread away from the place where they collided, blowing countless gravel smoke. The ground was even more overwhelmed, crawling out more dense cracks. This is a clash between two fierce beasts on Earth. The other side, with the Hulk and the abomination, there are several locations where the big hole was pierced. Half of the building collapsed into rubble. Rumble. A golden red steel arm with a lot of its surface coating scraped off sticks out from the rubble. 520. Then that hand, press on the pile of stones, Tony Stark suddenly came out of the inside and climbed out. On the steel battle suit, the two eyes emit white light, shining two pillars of light in the dust in front of them. These two big guys can be so tricky. Tony Stark cursed. Even through the mask, I could feel the gloomy mood of his mood at the moment. Just as he got up, ready to continue dealing with the Hulk and the two big guys, Tony Stark suddenly found that the eastern face that he had seen once at the dinner party before was still walking towards the place where the Hulk and Hulk were fighting. Hey, your name is Chen, right? He suddenly shouted in the direction where Chen Tian was, and the mask amplified his voice while rendering it a mechanical sound. I don't know what you think right now, but the place in front is very dangerous. For the sake of your little life, you better get out of here quickly. In any case, the king in disguised Wilson has a long-term cooperation with the Stark group. And Chen Tian is also the other party's partner. So, Tony Stark made his own reminder a second time. However, Chen Tian Tony Stark's successive prompts, familiar and unmoved. Still keeping his pace, he walked in the direction of the Hulk and the abomination. As for Logan behind him, he took a cart of people to a place farther away that would not be affected for the time being, looking at Chen Tian's back. Then, military helicopters at high altitude also lowered their altitude, closer to Tony Stark. Ideographic period. General Ross, on the plane, also noticed this guy who was advancing alone while everyone else was fleeing for his life. Who is this guy? He couldn't help but ask his subordinates beside him. Hearing his question, everyone in the helicopter looked at Chen Tian and were speechless. Apparently no one knew each other. Meanwhile, SHIELD headquarters. Ideographic period. Director's office. Nick. On the screen in front of Fury, the scene of the battle between the Hulk and the abomination was also captured through the camera on the street. He naturally noticed Chen Tian's figure, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Chen Tian. Nick. The moment fury appeared in his eyes suddenly sharpened, and his face became more gloomy. A pair of fists clenched directly. You guy, you really haunted. Just killed so many of my people, and now it's here again. He muttered, what are you trying to do when you go up now? Copy ability. However, Hulk and Abomination, who are mad now, are not easy guys to mess with, and if you walk over, I am afraid that you will only be affected. I want to see what you are capable of, dare to walk up. Nick. As Fury thought about it, his eyes became sharper. He has decided not to die with Chen Tian, and will definitely face each other head-on in the future. And before dealing with a person, the most important thing is to know him as well as possible. However, the other party's ability has not been completely revealed in front of SHIELD. In addition to sending people to inquire, now is the best time to observe Chen Tian ability and combat power level. After all, what he was about to face now was the Hulk and the two terrifying monsters who hated it. Thinking. Nick. Fury's expression suddenly became serious, staring at Chen Tian's back on the screen. Meanwhile, on the street near Times Square in New York. It should have been one of the busiest areas in the city. However, looking at the past at this moment, it is a mess everywhere, and fireworks are everywhere. Broken cars, collapsed buildings, shattered streets. Looking across the street, you can't even come up with a single intact shop. Boom! A huge gray fist intent suddenly broke through the air, triggering a huge amount of air flow around it, forming a violent wind. Pedal and pedal. Hulk's face was punched in Abomination, and suddenly the huge amount of his body lost his balance and took a few steps back uncontrollably. Rumble. It was smashed directly into the building behind him, with rubble splashing and dust and mist churning. Hulk, seeing this, the hatred did not hesitate, and roared with a raging battle intent flowing under his eyes. As soon as he lifted his hands, he easily carried the 2 cars on his side that had been flattened. Rumble, rumble, one after another, he smashed into the hole in the wall that the Hulk crashed into. A violent collision sound, coming backwards from it. Hulk, abomination of doing all this, but still has no intention of stopping, ugly and huge amounts of the head looking left and right, as if looking for what else to smash over. Then, it noticed that not far away, a small figure that only reached its crotch was slowly walking towards it. Initially, Abomination does not want to pay attention to this weak being. But just when he was about to turn around, he noticed the contempt and disdain in the other party's eyes. Roar! The Abomination was immediately furious, and roared out. All the spikes on the body are shaking wildly with this action. It has been pursuing great power all its life. And now the hatred, looking at the surrounding environment, feeling the immense power in the body, is naturally proud. However, it actually felt contempt for itself in the eyes of this Oriental teenager in front of him, who was not well proportioned. This abomination cannot be endured. Find death. After it roared, it immediately picked up a waste car with a flaming hood beside it, and smashed it towards the little guy in his eyes. Roar! Tons of scrap cars roared by. With the weight of horror. If it is an ordinary person, if it is hit by this, it will definitely be crushed into meat puree. Distance. Tony, who is rushing towards this side. Stark raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It's over. I don't know what this Chen thinks. He actually dares to run directly in front of such a monster. Quote. It seems that Mr. Wilson is changing partners. He shook his head and sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already persuaded Chen Tian twice. The latter does not stop anyway. I can't blame myself for this. However, Tony Stark's thoughts just fell. In the air, 2 red beams of light wrapped in terrifying power suddenly swept through. The waste car that smashed towards Chen Tian was immediately cut directly from the middle, cut into 2 segments, and the part at the cut seemed to be melted by lava, with temperature. One left and one right swiped through his body, not touching Chen Tian at all. How is that possible? This guy turned out to be no ordinary person. Tony. When Stark saw this scene, his eyes jumped, and his heart was shocked. His eyes looked at the waste car behind Chen Tian in amazement, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. How did he do it? High in the sky, General Ross on the helicopter was also shocked and complicated when he saw such an expression on his face. On the faces all around, a pair of eyes were constantly flickering, not knowing what they were thinking. The other side, SHIELD headquarters, inside the director's office. This guy used this trick to kill everyone else. Nick Fury saw Chen Tian use the heat sight again, and suddenly couldn't control his emotions. The picture of those contingent members being killed by the latter's hot sight once again appeared in front of him. This made him feel extremely angry. The expression of the whole person became fierce, and there was a bloodshot in his eyes. Chen, go on. I'd rather take a good look at what other abilities you have besides these. Then, Nick Fury barely controlled the urge to smash the monitor in front of him. Such a sentence was squeezed out of the mouth. His eyes were even more locked on Chen Tian. Times Square, New York. Hate to see the cut car, stunned, and then the corners of his mouth split, revealing a dense sharp tooth, showing a hideous smile. He had already become interested in Chen Tian. This little guy also has a special ability, which can be matched as his opponent. Thereupon, roar! The ground trembled violently, and a huge figure drove the surrounding flames and smoke and swept towards Chen Tian. The big guy is going to do something to Chen Tian. Tony. When Stark saw this scene, he was immediately a little nervous, but his steel battle suit affected the power transmission device. At the moment is repairing itself and simply cannot fly. Next second, right in Tony. Stark looked anxiously. The hatred of a heavy truck has suddenly rushed to Chen Tian's eyes. A huge fist the size of an ordinary person had already been raised high by him. Smash it down, and then, rumble, the strong wind swept indiscriminately, and all the objects around were swept up. Endless smoke and dust rise and tumble. But I saw an extremely slender small hand that was relatively abhorrent to the fist, and easily blocked his punch. Roar! Abomination suddenly became furious, roared, and the muscles in his body suddenly swelled, bursting out with full strength. It's a pity that no matter how hard he exerts, the fist in front of him can't advance by half a point. Abomination. Too weak. Chen Tian raised his hand and pressed the fist in front of him, shook his head and commented indifferently. Battle detected. Rewarded. Super strength. Then. The cold prompt in my head sounded at this time. Copy ability successfully copy the other party's super strength. Click click. Suddenly, in Chen Tian's body, there was a crackling sound, and the muscles on his body expanded slightly. After all, he now has a super plus Wolverine's super strength as a base. The abomination of super strength did not bring him a leap forward. But Chen Tian estimated it. This ability copy also brought a third improvement to his overall strength, which is not bad. And opposite, abomination fell into rage after hearing Chen Tian's words. You said I weak. It roared wildly, and terrifying sound waves spread out from its throat-like substance. With the other hand, he directly held the street lamp on the side, and suddenly exerted force, and the entire street lamp was uprooted. Next second, abomination directly raised the street lamp in his hand, and the hideous muscles of his body suddenly jumped at this time, smashing towards Chen Tian. Then, Chen Tian looked at the street lamp getting closer and closer. His expression was calm, and his eyes were not wavering. I don't seem to feel any pressure. Then, the hand pressed on the abomination fist pushed forward. Rumble. Abomination didn't even have a chance to react, only felt a huge force from the fist down the arm. That huge force, powerful, turbulent, unable to resist. It was as if I had hit a steel wall that could not be shaken at all. The entire huge body of the behemoth was pushed out of an extremely long distance that could not be controlled at all. Washed away huge amounts of houses. For a time, the surrounding ground trembled. Endless dust and mist churning and spreading. At this time, one house after another collapsed. Looking at this scene, Tony Stark's shock in his heart was even more incomparable. The expression under the steel mask was already a little uncontrollable, with a bit of a sluggish feeling. What is the origin of this Chen? What a great power can there be in such a small body? He secretly exclaimed in his heart. Just a seemingly understated push, just directly blast such a big guy away. The other side, in the sky, General Ross, who had been in the helicopter and was paying attention to the ground, had even more complicated expressions in his eyes. The whole person fell into silence. The super soldier studied by the military for so long is nothing compared to this teenager. How exactly did he do it? And in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury stared at the screen, his expression even more gloomy. Although he had already predicted in his heart before, the strength of this Chen Tian must have exceeded his previous performance. However, after seeing that the other party can so easily confront, and even suppress, such a huge genetic monster, Nick Fury still felt the pressure. It seems that the plan to deal with Chen Tian needs to be further improved. He suddenly fell into deep thought, and his eyes became more and more gloomy. If there is really no other way, then only. Just when everyone saw Chen Tian's performance, they all had their own thoughts. You, strong Hulk, the Hulk who had been smashed into the ruins by abomination, slowly crawled out of the ruins. Chen Tian's performance just now was also seen by him. So after coming out, Hulk's gaze at Chen Tian was full of excitement. Roar, he roared, an excited smile on his green face. Next second, Hulk roared, and actually took a direct step towards Chen Tian. Two huge amounts of thighs hang hideous knotted huge muscles. Every step that falls, a deep pit will be stepped on the already fragmented ground, and the ground will tremble. The Hulk stared at Chen Tian, and a warlike roar came out of his mouth. It's getting faster and faster. Both fists have been raised, aiming and smashing towards the opponent's head. Roar. The moment Hulk burst into a low roar deep in his throat, he had already arrived in front of Chen Tian. All the muscles swelled and bounced, bursting with extraordinary power. A pair of giant fists have been raised high and smashed down again. Between all movements, you can bring a strong roar whistling wind, and endless air flow in all directions. Full of oppression, however, Chen Tian stood in place, feeling the strong air pressure coming from the surface. His face did not move. Seeing the Hulk's fist grow bigger and bigger in his own eyes, he was suddenly pleased. Battle detected. Reward. Super speed. Battle detected. Reward, super strength. When the copy ability took effect, an icy voice echoed back and forth in my head. Meanwhile, Chen Tian felt the power in his body, increasing wildly. The forces that had previously been copied from different sources were superimposed at this moment. There was an additional intangible energy in the depths of the body, rushing towards the internal organs and limbs of the body at a very fast speed, and penetrating in. Chen Tian is getting stronger at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the muscles on the body expanded slightly and tightened. He could feel that his strength had been greatly improved on the original basis, and the strength of his whole body was like a vast sea of stars. You can't see the edge at a glance. Chen Tian is confident. Even Clark, who has the bloodline of Krypton, will take a lot of time to catch up with him. Furthermore, Chen Tian also felt the world in his line of sight slow down and become clearer. Thanks to super speed, a copy of the Hulk. His reaction speed, also at this time, has been raised to another level. At the moment ideographic period, the Hulk's fist was smashing towards him. But Chen Tian can see the details of all the other party's movements in full view. It's just that the Hulk rushed over, and in such a short period of time, he copied the other party's ability, and his strength was promoted again. Roar. Next second, the Hulk roared again, and the fists that had already smashed down accelerated even more. Boom. The air where the fist passed, even because the speed of his shot was too fast, generated bursts of explosions. Rumble. Again in a blink of an eye. The Hulk's behemoth body was on his back and feet off the ground, leaping up. The open mouth closed heavily, and the uninterrupted roar just now was cut off with the closed mouth. Hulk, it seems that you don't see enough. Chen Tian raised his fist high, looked at the Hulk in front of him who was bombarded by his own punch, and chuckled. Subsequently, he lifted his feet. Rumble. The Hulk had just been punched by Chen Tian and flew up, his feet off the ground. I haven't had time to land yet. He was slammed in the abdomen by Chen Tian. The airflow stirs, and the heaven and earth roar. The Hulk's entire behemoth body directly turned into a green cannonball and flew upside down towards the rear. Rumble. In the end, the Hulk's behemoth body flew backwards for more than 1,000 meters, and crashed down a building that was already full of cracks and crumbling, just as it fell to the ground under the collapse of countless collapsed stones. However, Chen Tian estimated that the other party would not be harmed. He was scrupulous to his full strength, and maybe he would kill the Hulk directly. So it only used 1/10 of the force. Sure enough, the endless dust and mist raised on the opposite side were suddenly torn apart by a pair of large hands with green skin. Suddenly Rage's Hulk appeared in front of Chen Tian's eyes again. Roar. Being beaten one after another made the anger in Hulk's heart churn more and more, and suddenly roared. At this moment, the green muscles on his body suddenly swelled in a circle. A pair of red eyes, staring at Chen Tian. The reason why he will do something to Chen Tian is entirely because of his competitive spirit. After all, the current Hulk has an IQ of only a few years old and far from being mature. And now after being beaten by Chen Tian, the Hulk has developed 10 out of 10 hostile feelings towards the former. Boom. Next second, the Hulk roared with force, and his entire huge body suddenly jumped up. In a few jumps, he had already arrived in front of Chen Tian. In the sky, General Ross on a gunship has been watching everything that happens on the ground. His eyes, which exuded a sense of vicissitudes, were always on Chen Tian's body. General Ross looked at the yellow-skinned boy who looked on the surface, but was completely no different from an ordinary teenager. His eyes suddenly showed a strong interest. Hulk, on the other hand, builds up with anger. If you don't directly bombard him, the battle after that will become more and more difficult. How far can you resist, and how long can you last? He couldn't help but have such curiosity in his heart. Look, but at this time. Rumble. The Hulk rushed not far from Chen Tian and burst out his strongest power again. Both feet suddenly stomped on the ground, the thigh muscles suddenly expanded, and it was a bang, and it flew directly to an altitude of nearly 100 meters. Then he raised his fists, his eyes were full of fierceness, and he roared and smashed down towards Chen Tian. The entire behemoth body, at this moment, looked like a terrifying green shooting star. As the Hulk landed, the endless air currents around him were violently pulled by his huge size. A mighty wind has formed. Chen Tian raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hulk, This guy, after being beaten by me, his strength has become stronger again. I'm afraid that if he fights again, he will not be his opponent anymore. This is Hulk's most terrifying bloodline. As the anger deepens, the power can grow indefinitely. This is also the main reason why Chen Tian just retracted his strength to fight him. For fear of killing the other party, you will not be able to copy the other party's ability in the end. Chen Tian pondered. A terrifying air pressure suddenly fell on his head. Hulk, but Hulk, who jumped into the air, had already fallen above his head at this time. Rumble. Next second, the Hulk's behemoth body of more than several tons smashed down with a bang. The terrifying power, like a meteorite hitting the earth, suddenly exploded from the position of the impact. Everything around shook violently with this impact. The already fragmented ground has become even more chaotic. The wind and waves formed by the strong air current, carrying countless gravel and smoke, spread out towards the surroundings. Endless thick dust and fog rise, straight into the clouds, like wolf smoke. Boom! Those buildings that were already full of cracks and crumbling were blown into pieces and collapsed after the wind and waves swept in. Ripples visible to the naked eye are constantly rippling and swaying in the air. Just a collision from the Hulk, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was as if it had been washed by a terrifying bomb, and everything turned into shatter. You can't find the bustling streets of the past again. Tony Stark stood not far away, looking through the mask, looking at the constantly churning dust and fog in front of him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. JARVIS, scanning the survival of those involved. He couldn't help but give an order towards the artificial intelligence butler. Tony Stark remembered the scene that had just happened in his mind, and the corners of his eyes kept beating. He tried to imagine if he was standing in Chen Tian's position to meet the Hulk's bombardment. What will be the result for yourself? Will die? The question just gave birth in his heart, and there was an answer. The Hulk's smashing blow was too terrifying. Tony Stark simply estimated the reaction of all the surrounding environment at the moment. He thought that even if he was wearing a steel battle suit, it would be completely impossible to withstand it. In his opinion, even if the kid named Chen has extraordinary strength, but no matter what, after facing this, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. So, Tony Stark made the move to let the artificial intelligence JARVIS scan the casualties on the scene. Sir, no casualties were detected. Then, JARVIS's signature emotionless electronic synthesis sound, by Tony Stark whispered in his ear and gave the answer. Just now, Chen didn't die. Hasn't even weakened its vitality, hasn't it been injured? Tony who got the answer. Stark frowned, his eyes flickered, and he was surprised. He looked up at the thick fog that was still billowing and churning, and his heart was at a loss. Chen really survived. If it weren't for Tony Stark has enough trust in the artificial intelligence JARVIS. Otherwise, after getting such an answer, he would even wonder if JARVIS had failed. And now, surprised, Tony. In the back of Stark's heart, there is a huge amount of question: how did Chen survive? Then, the thick dust and fog that rose between heaven and earth began to gradually become thinner. He saw the scene inside the dust and fog clearly. Theranto. The two figures were bathed in dust and mist, standing opposite each other. One of the slender figures just stretched out one hand to catch the two huge fists on the opposite side. Moreover, there is a large depression in the ground under your feet. Caught it, Tony Stark's voice trembled when he saw this, and he almost wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. Take another look. There are no mistakes. Chen Tian, unexpectedly, with only one hand, caught the Hulk's terrifying blow that seemed to destroy the world. Right in Tony Stark was in utter shock. Next second, in the dust and fog, the slender figure slowly raised his hand, and the huge figure on the opposite side was easily pulled with the former's hand. No resistance, feet off the ground. Rumble. Chen Tian held the Hulk's hand, and with only one hand, he easily shook the latter's entire behemoth body. Smashed to the ground again. The ground trembled violently, and it directly collapsed into a large pit with a diameter of several meters. Roar. Hulk smashed to the ground, suddenly screaming in pain, and his hands tried to break free. But he found that Chen Tian's arm that was as slender as his fingers was like the hardest steel, and it was unshakable. Even the muscles of the Hulk's whole body have completely expanded at this time, and the blood on the surface of the body is gushing. Exhausted all efforts, still to no avail, he couldn't get out of Chen Tian's control at all. Ah, yes, Hulk, who felt this, began to roar wildly. The strength in the body, the muscles of the body, are also increasing wildly with the continuous rise of anger. Followed by, Chen Tian shook his entire body again, changed directions, and smashed it on the ground. Rumble, the ground shook violently, and it was once again smashed into a deep and wide hole by the Hulk's behemoth body. You, Hulk roared again, his eyes already dyed crimson with anger. The power in the body is growing wildly again. The muscles are expanding bigger and bigger. Then the next second, rumble, Chen Tian picked up the other party's huge body and began to smash it into the ground in different directions. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently without stopping. Roar, countless strong winds are constantly sweeping and raging because of the Hulk's huge body, in the constantly movement. Ah, yes, the Hulk endured one impact after another, the anger in his heart became heavier, and his strength grew wildly. Rao is so, but he didn't feel the slightest chance that he had a chance to break free from Chen Tian's hands. The Hulk was so played by Chen Tian without any backhand. I don't know how many times it hit. The ground around Chen Tian has been smashed by himself for several meters. That's when the Hulk was thrown out. Boom boom. The Hulk flew all the way out, destroying a building again, maiming and splashing. Roar. However, the Hulk, who was hit hard, did not flinch, but became more and more angry in his heart, making him stronger and stronger. He quickly got up, roared and rushed towards Chen Tian again. In the sky, General Ross saw this scene and said in a deep voice, "It seems that this yellow-skinned young man, although he can suppress Hulk for a short time, there is no way to kill him." Speaking, he shook his head. In this way, this young man also takes this green monster, there is nothing he can do. After all, the more Hulk fights, the more angry and powerful he becomes. The voice just fell. Bang! On the ground, the Hulk has already picked up a boulder and threw it at Chen Tian. Chen Tian watched the boulder break through the air, his face expressionless, his eyes shining red. Boom! The crimson beam swept over, and the boulder suddenly exploded into powder. Then, battle detected, get reward, Hulk bloodline, Hulk. After successive stimuli, Chen Tian finally successfully copied to the other party's bloodline. It's not easy, he beamed and muttered. Roar. Unfortunately, he didn't wait for him to feel the wonders of the Hulk's bloodline. Not far away, Abomination also crawled out of the ruins, his eyes locked on Chen Tian, as if he regarded the latter as a target for killing. Roar. Boy, wait to die. Roar. Time. The two big guys rushed towards Chen Tian at the same time. Since I have copied to bloodline ability, then I will not be polite. Chen Tian didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh. Next second, boom, two big guys just rushed in front of him, and Chen Tian blasted out in 2 circles. The ground trembled, and the wind swelled. The Hulk and the Abomination were actually blasted out without any resistance at the same time. Tony Stark watched the Hulk fly towards him, his face changed, and he cursed secretly. Sir, the restoration is complete. Fortunately, the voice of Jarvis sounded at the right time, indicating that the battle suit power transmission was repaired. Tony Stark immediately didn't hesitate, prompting the engine to fly into the air, narrowly avoiding the smash. Rumble. The Hulk crashed to the ground and smashed into the air, only to fall on the ruins, stirring up smoke and dust. Tony Stark looked at this scene and was shocked under his eyes. Meanwhile, SHIELD headquarters ideographic period. Nick Fury looked at this scene, his eyes were cloudy and complicated. Both the Hulk and the Abomination made him feel jealous. And Chen Tian can actually abuse the two of them with only one person. The other side, New York Square. The Abomination that was smashed into the distance by the bombardment, roared and was the first to get up, and launched another offensive with a fierce expression rather unconvinced. The ground shook suddenly. The Abomination rushed to Chen Tian's eyes in an instant. Chen Tian looked at each other, his eyes indifferent. In this way, the desired ability has been copied almost the same. He had no extra mind and continued to play. You. Chen Tian whispered, reaching out to easily catch the huge arm that swung towards him in Abomination. Boom. 5 fingers to power. Like pinching a dead wood branch, it easily bursts a hated forearm. The membrane ruptured, and countless red muscles and white tendons all popped out. There was also a huge amount of sticky and fishy blood gushing out. Severe pain came. The gigantic abomination felt the intense pain and threw his head back with a deafening roar. The huge sound wave generated by the roar rippled outwards and spread throughout North New York City. Roar. The abomination mixed with the roar of extreme pain reverberated back and forth in the night sky of New York City after nightfall. Even if you just listen to the sound, you can feel the pain he is experiencing now. Gritting his teeth in disgust, he raised his eyes and looked at Chen Tian in front of him. He originally wanted to explode, but the moment he met the other party's eyes, his entire behemoth body trembled unconsciously. What kind of eyes are they? Indifferent, overlook, high above. Rao no longer has much reason. All thoughts are occupied by war intent and anger and hatred. When facing this pair of eyes, there is a great fear in his heart, rushing up, instantly occupying all thoughts. He recalled what Chen Tian had just said. Once again, the previous hatred only felt that the other party was just provoking himself. Looking back now, I don't feel that there are any emotional fluctuations in it. It sounds like it's just a calm statement of a fact. Spare me. Hate to open the mouth. In the hideous mouthparts covered with dense fangs, this time actually spat out words begging for mercy. Pity. It's a pity. Chen Tian shook his head lightly when he heard this. A few simple words fell into the ears of abomination, but like a few sharp spikes, they were inserted into the heart. Burst. More than Chen Tian's words. After he said those words, the young man with indifferent eyes had already stretched out his hands and easily inserted them into the chest that hated the abomination that could not even be penetrated by bullets. No, the hatred body shook, felt a huge amount of pain spread throughout his body instantly, and wanted to continue to beg for mercy. Pity. The words are not finished. Tear pull. Chen Tian's hands inserted into the opponent's chest suddenly split to the sides. Hate the body covered with spikes, which was deeply torn in half. All the membranes, muscles, and bones that should have been extremely tough could not resist Chen Tian's movements. Sticky and fishy blood, mixed with countless strangely shaped internal organs, rushed out and splashed to the ground. Chen Tian casually threw the two halves of the behemoth body in his hand to the ground. His expression was still calm and did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if he had just torn open an insignificant piece of white paper. He was standing there. Because of his biological position, all the blood and slime did not contaminate him. On both sides of the body were the hateful corpses that had been torn in half. Blood soaked the internal organs all over the ground, mixed with other colorful unknown liquids, emitting a strong stench into the air. Now at this time, it has completely fallen into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes looking at Chen Tian were full of shock and disbelief. Sir, it has been detected that the living form, abomination, has died. Tony Stark stood stunned in place, listening to the sound of Jarvis in his ears, and his expression under the mask had long since fallen into sluggishness. Although I have not experienced it myself, I can draw at least one conclusion from all the manifestations of the surrounding environment. The power that Chen Tian just erupted is unpredictable. Far from the power that Superman can withstand. Even before, none of the known life forms on Earth could possess such power. This guy is simply a walking nuclear weapon. Tony Stark's thoughts progressed here, and he couldn't help but be startled and muttered. Stopped in a car on the side of the road in the distance. Chen, this freak. Logan was in the driver's seat, watching this scene from afar, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Others may not know, but as the person who is most familiar with Chen Tian, Logan knows how long it took for the former to reach this point. Chen, it's scary. Pete of the latter was so frightened that he curled up with his head in his hands, shivering. Wanda and Laura, on the other hand, both huddled in front of the car window, looking at Chen Tian with bright eyes, feeling safe. Chen's variant ability is the strongest I have ever seen. Charles on the side also looked a little surprised, and couldn't help but sigh. After 2 days away, has the variant ability been strengthened to this point? Except for them, General Ross in a helicopter, and Nick in S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was even more shocked when he saw Chen Tian's performance. As government personnel, they naturally know how terrifying the abomination of body density is. That's an existence that can't even be penetrated by armor-piercing shells. Actually torn by hand just like that. How terrifying is Chen Tian's power? Moreover, just now he obviously has not reached his limit, and the whole process seems relaxed. And what is his limit? It's just certain that ordinary thermal weapons are far from threatening him. How exactly is this monster made? General Ross was in the sky, looking at Chen Tian from a distance. His eyes were full of frenzy. Although the mutant in the world today has been reduced to experimental subjects, for General Ross, those mutant experimental subjects are too weak. After seeing the Hulk's terrifying power, he wants to get stronger. And at the moment, a stronger presence than the Hulk is just around the corner. The other side, Nick in the office of the director within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury already couldn't help but stand up. Eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. His mood was very different from Ross's. Nick Fury has listed Chen Tian as a danger that must be dealt with. It's just that after seeing the strength of Chen Tian's true strength at the moment, he suddenly realized that if he wanted to deal with the other party, he had to think long-term. With the strength that Chen Tian is showing now, conventional means will definitely not work for him. Come to think of it, Nick Fury couldn't help but clench his fists. Then, in footage captured from other cameras, he accidentally saw Charles in the car. Look at this mutant, which is listed as the same threat as nuclear weapons. A dark light flashed under Nick Fury's eyes, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Roar! Then, the Hulk's angry roar suddenly came from the screen, drawing his attention back to the main screen. I saw Hulk stand up from the ruins again, shaking dust, and his hands pounding his chest with great momentum. Roar! He yelled and wanted to keep fighting. But when his gaze swept over the shredded abomination, he was directly stunned in place. Before hating, it was inseparable from him. How did it become such a ghost in the blink of an eye? Just as Hulk's movements gradually slowed down, he noticed Chen Tian, who was standing on the abomination of flesh and blood, and slowly raised his head. A calm and indifferent gaze was projected towards himself. In those deep black eyes, there is clearly no extreme emotion, but it is extremely intimidating. Being targeted by it completely gives people a sense of crushing from the dimension of life. Just looking at it made the Hulk feel creepy. The Hulk's roar stopped abruptly. The raised hands softened. The ferocity in his eyes also gradually collapsed. He felt a certain fear deep in his marrow, as if a weak little animal saw the fear of an invincible predator and engulfed him in an instant. Roar! Subsequently, after the Hulk actually let out a low roar, he turned around and ran without hesitation, fast as the wind. A pair of big feet trembled when they stepped on the ground at a very fast frequency. The behemoth body disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. As that instigated, Chen Tian looked at the direction in which the other party disappeared and shook his head speechlessly. I didn't expect to be convinced by Hulk so easily. But now that the ability that should be copied has almost been copied, he didn't bother to chase, and suddenly raised his footsteps and walked towards Logan's parking spot. On a gunship, General Ross was stunned when he saw this scene, and his eyes widened in shock. This is running. Invincible, the extremely violent Hulk, when facing the enemy, he didn't even have the courage to continue to shoot, turn around and run. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Before, they captured Hulk, but they don't know how many men they paid and sacrificed a lot of soldiers. However, the other party has always maintained an invincible posture and does not pay attention to the army led by Ross at all. And now, such a Hulk is actually directly scared away. General, do you want to chase? The subordinates on the side also came back to their senses after a brief sluggishness. General Ross looked at the pleading in the eyes of his daughter Betty next to him, sighed and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to chase. Let's land first, I have something to say to the young man. He said immediately. The voice is over. The helicopter gunship he was riding in immediately leaned over to Logan's parking position and landed slowly. And Tony Stark also controlled the steel battle suit at this time and flew towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked down at the helicopter, General Ross, who came with a smile, and asked in a deep voice. Although I don't know what the other party really wants, he has the confidence to face everything that may happen in front of him at this moment. Can I know who you really are? This friend, quote, Although Ross wanted Chen Tian to come straight to his research, thinking of the other party's terrible strength, he had to try to make him seem friendly. Next to Tony, Stark was also curious about it. After just now, he had understood that Chen Tian was not just Mr. Wilson's partner. Rose, I know what you're thinking. But I warn you, this guy is Chen Tian, an extremely dangerous mutant, and hostile to officials. At this time, Nick Fury's voice suddenly sounded from Ross's headphones. The latter's face instantly changed when he heard these words, and his gaze looking at Chen Tian suddenly became a little shocked. Standing on the opposite side, Chen Tian, his five senses naturally heard Nick Fury's voice. So he smiled and said, "He's right, I'm mutant. Your military had better not provoke me at will, otherwise there is no guarantee that something will happen." Next to Tony, when Stark heard this, his brows raised slightly. "I didn't expect to meet mutant again." Quote, quote. The tone of his voice was not the slightest repulsion, just a little surprised. After all, for so many years, the government has been saying that mutant has gradually disappeared from the world, and today it can actually meet one. Tony, stay away from him. General Ross looked solemn, unconsciously took a step back, and at the same time glanced at Tony, who was still approaching. Stark ideographic period. Remind out loud. I'm not an expert in sociology, and I don't think Chen is hostile. Tony. Stark spread out his hands, and the battlesuit mask opened at the same time, revealing a handsome face with a beard. He looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile on his face, "To be honest, Chen, I am very interested in having an in-depth exchange with you. I always thought you would be a funny friend." Tony of this period, Stark hasn't experienced much yet, and Ren is a playful playboy in the face of a lot of things. Chen Tian smiled when he heard this. As the person who knows the other person best, he knows that he is telling the truth, and if conditions permit, Chen Tian is also willing to make friends with Iron Man. But right now, it's obviously not a good time. We can talk when we have time, but for now, I'm going back to rest. With that, Chen Tian nodded in greeting, then turned around and prepared to leave. Chen Tian, you stand for me. Seeing this, General Ross looked anxious and took 2 steps forward to stop someone. Whether the other party is mutant or something else, the terrifying power of his body is real. It's also something he's after. Obviously being so close to him, but letting the other party leave directly did make General Ross a little difficult to accept. "Ross, I warn you that it's best not to do anything with Chen Tian." But before he finished speaking, Nick came from the headphones again. Fury's somber voice. Hearing this reminder, Ross woke up like a dream and remembered the scene where Chen Tian had just shown his strength. What did I almost do? Ross came to his senses, looked at his daughter and other comrades on the gunship behind him, and suddenly felt that his body was a little stiff, and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Chen Tian is a capable and abhorrent existence. If they really provoke him, the other party wants to destroy all the military people present, but it is only a matter of raising their hands. Luckily Nick Fury pulled himself in time as he walked to the edge of the cliff. Come to think of it, a trace of bitterness and helplessness suddenly appeared on Ross's face, and he could only stand in place, watching Chen Tian, who made his heart move, and gradually moved away after getting in the car. A long time later, quote. General Ross blew the night breeze and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Nick Fury, you just said that this Chen Tian is hostile to the official people. Then you SHIELD are not going to leave him alone. He opened his mouth to Nick on the other end of the headphones. Fury asked. SHIELD, as a special unit specializing in dealing with various strange events, as mutants Chen Tian, is naturally within their scope of handling. But before Nick Fury replied, General Ross shook his head to himself, but I think it is also, according to the strength that this Chen Tian has just shown, I am afraid that if he does not use heavy weapons, he will not be able to deal with him at all. Quote. Even if Li's heavy weapons are dispatched, they are not necessarily his opponents. Quote. It should be tricky for you SHIELD, right? The voice is over. Nick over there in the headphones. Fury was silent for a while before replying, we had already been in contact with him before. And it also paid a heavy price. But I won't let him go. When General Ross heard this, he said in a heavy tone, apart from nuclear weapons, can there really be something to deal with him? The price to pay for the use of nuclear weapons is too great, and it is clearly not worth dealing with a mutant. Finish talking. He waited a long time, and he didn't wait for Nick Fury's answer. General Ross cares about everything. After all, he himself knows this question and it is difficult to answer. After forgetting the direction in which Chen Tian had left, he returned to the gunship. Let someone come and collect the abomination corpse, and then let's go back, General Ross said to his subordinates. Subsequently, the gunship started again and lifted off to leave. The other side, Shield Tribaloid Wing Building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury looked at the file and an old photo in his hand and fell into a long silence. The photo is an old Xavier Academy photo. It was also Charles, who bought a photo with the first X-Men. His gaze was on Charles's smiling face, and he paused for a moment. Nick Fury opened the back of the photo, which had the words, "Brainwave Strengthening," written on it, and the photo was found in the archive room last night. SHIELD, as the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, has been in contact with mutant X-Men, Xavier Academy. And to control their every move is to better control this race. Therefore, he also knows the secrets that Charles hides in the basement of the college. Can only nuclear weapons be used against Chen Tian? Nick Fury touched the handwriting and muttered, "Other methods, don't try how to know if it works." Night falls. On the sky without clouds and moons, it is difficult to find shining stars. Because New York City is one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Every night, the light pollution caused by the bright lights makes people on the ground look up into the deep space, but it is difficult to find the stars. Logan grasped the steering wheel, and Yu Guang paid attention to the teenager on the side, wanting to stop talking. "Logan, just say whatever you want." Chen Tian tilted his head and smiled. He wanted to say that it would get better and better in the future, and I felt that way. Charles in the back row laughed. "Chen, you are so strong. I feel that as long as I have you by my side now, I don't have to worry about anything." Wanda also had a smile on her face, like a porcelain doll's delicate little face, with a blush that appeared from excitement. "I think so too." Laura pursed her small mouth, her words changing more and more. Only Pete seemed to have been immersed in the image of Chen Tian's hand-tearing abomination, unable to extricate himself and dare not look up. Let's hope it's not an illusion." Quote. Logan listened to their words, and his laughter was a little complicated. "Relax, I promised that everything would only get better." Chen Tian heard the worry hidden in the conversation, knew that Wolverine had been through many good times, and then watched everything shatter. So he said in relief. And he is so convinced. With Chen Tian's current strength, he can already do a lot of things. That's it. While talking, the group soon returned to Drenched Manor. The others were too tired to go back and eat something simply, and then went back to rest. Chen Tian leaned on telepathy and found that everyone fell asleep quickly after returning to their rooms. "Maybe I'm too tired tonight." Chen Tian smiled. Speaking of which, he has experienced too many things within today. Even when he just came out of the playground, he was so tired that he fell asleep. It's just that now he is extremely spiritual, and he doesn't have much sleep. "I'm getting stronger again," Chen Tian muttered with a smile. Then the mind moved, and the panel was summoned. There are a lot of abilities on the panel at the moment. These include 2 super strengths, Hulk the Hulk and Abomination. There is also super speed. Definitely ideographic period. One of the most important gains is the Hulk bloodline. This bloodline also has a bloodline that can increase his power indefinitely, which makes Chen Tian feel very satisfied. After a little feeling should be. Chen Tian also accidentally found that the Hulk bloodline and Kryptonian bloodline he got, 2 different bloodlines, did not conflict with each other. Moreover, like other abilities, they are the same bloodline, and there is a superposition effect between them. The improvement brought by the 2 bloodlines is carried out at the same time. And, when the Hulk's bloodline brings anger, the drawback of losing his mind due to the battle spirit is also gone. Maybe it's because of the Krypton bloodline, only the good part of the bloodline is preserved. Chen Tian looked at the palm of his hand and sighed in surprise. He can clearly perceive that his body is getting bigger and bigger. Not only now, but presumably from now on, Clark will be crushed by me. Chen Tian suddenly thought of Clark's stubborn face, and suddenly a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Previously, Chen Tian relied on Wolverine and Clark, and the super strength superposition he got had already overwhelmed the big super. And now, he has also gained 2 super strengths. It can be said that the current Dakao is far inferior to Chen Tian in terms of strength. And about the potential of the future. Although it also has an infinite evolutionary bloodline with no upper limit. However, Da Chao Clark only has Krypton bloodline, a separate bloodline. And I, on the other hand, have both Kryptonian bloodline and Hulk bloodline. In terms of the speed of strength growth, there are 2 bloodlines of blessing, which are also faster than Da Chao. Unless something unexpected happens in the future, the gap between me and Da Chao will become bigger and bigger. Chen Tian muttered, the light in his eyes brightening brighter. Then, the sound of vehicle engines was heard outside the manor. At night, a black extended Lincoln slowly drove into the manor and soon came to a stop at the door of the villa. A tall and burly figure dressed in a white suit got out of the car. Walked to the door and knocked on it. Chen, I'm Jin Ji, I have something to talk to you about. Jin said in a deep voice. Come in. Chen Tian had already arrived in the hall when he sensed the vehicle coming. He watched him walk in the door with an expressionless face, and did Jin Ji next to him, his eyes narrowed unconsciously. Chen Tian could sense that the other party's mood seemed to be somewhat unstable, with all the gloom and irritability. What's the matter with coming here so late? He asked directly. When Jin heard this, his expression became more gloomy, and his slightly closed eyes flashed with displeasure. I've sent someone to bring back those you said. It's just that it cost a lot. When he said this, Ada turned his head to stare into Chen Tian's eyes, his brows furrowed slightly. Chen, you didn't tell me that those people are mutant. Their resistance led to the death of several of my people, and coupled with the border police pursuit, it almost made me show my stuffing. Jin said a lot in one breath, his words were fierce, and the dissatisfaction in his heart was obvious. Whatever the reason, he was willing to trust Chen Tian. But I didn't expect that when the latter let himself do things, he would hide such an important matter from mutant. This distrust, coupled with the fact that interests are indeed threatened, makes him very sad. So after the completion of what Chen Tian confessed, he immediately went to the other party and explained the situation. As long as you do what I say, there will be no problems with our cooperation. Chen Tian looked at Jin Zheng and said without hurry. He noticed that the latter had once again developed a little hostility towards himself because of this incident. Then he added, do you think that the lives of a few of your subordinates cannot be exchanged for your family? Kim fell silent when he heard this. I feel that Chen Tian's words are very reasonable. As long as you can get back your family, these costs are nothing now. Besides, that's what he thought. That's why I complained when I brought back the group of little mutants and fulfilled Chen Tian's instructions. Although Jin Yuan was a little dissatisfied in his heart, he had no doubt that Chen Tian could resurrect his family. I still need you to do the next thing for me. Chen Tian continued. Jin on the opposite side heard this, just nodded but felt inexplicably resistant. Chen Tian glanced at him, and his heart was activated, erasing the other party's feelings about himself because of the affairs of the little mutants. Next second, Jin nodded without hesitation, and his face was even a little excited. Yes, I have no problem if you need anything. Quote. As long as you get my family back. Say, what do you want me to do next? Chen Tian then said. I need you to go to the south coast, find some people who live at the bottom of the sea, and then tell me the clues. South coast, people who live under the sea. Jin was a little puzzled when he heard Chen Tian's request, but didn't say much. Even realized that the person he asked him to find this time was also not a simple human being. But he still nodded without hesitation. Okay, I know, you can wait for my good news. Then, Jin continued, what about those little mutants who just came back? You first arrange a place for them to live without contact with other people, and then I will go to them. Chen Tian said. Okay, listen to you. Kim nodded in response. Then they didn't stop too long and left the villa where Chen Tian was staying. This mental ability is really perverted. Chen Tian looked at the other parties departing back and smiled. It is so simple to make a person obey his words. Quote quote. Mumbled. He later realized that his spiritual ability seemed to be much stronger, and there was a tendency to become stronger. Maybe it's related to the Krypton bloodline. Mind ability plus the super brain that comes with Krypton's bloodline is naturally a big bonus. It's all good anyway. Thinking, Chen Tian stood up, stretched and turned into the room, ready to rest. Although his body does not feel tired, after experiencing so many things one after another, his spirit needs to be slowed down. The other side. This Chen, still don't believe me. Still don't tell me what his purpose is in doing these things. Jin returned to the car, constantly venting his dissatisfaction with Chen Tian. Tell yourself nothing. Where is this like treating him as a partner? It's all about using servants. However, although Jin was complaining in his mouth, he had already begun to think in his mind at the same time, what Chen Tian gave him next, and what preparations he should make in order to do it for him. Boss, I think you'll want to see this. Then, the assistant on the side turned his head and handed over a tablet. When Jin heard this, he looked over, and his face suddenly changed. What is displayed on the tablet is the image of Chen Tian's forehand-tearing abomination. This Chen actually has such ability. Jin was surprised and happy for a while, and his expression was extremely complicated. He was shocked by Chen Tian's strength, and at the same time he was afraid that he had just done nothing to offend the latter. Otherwise, I will fall into the same way as that monster and be torn by my hands. Furthermore, Kim also had some anticipation and joy. I feel that after doing everything with all my heart, Chen Tian will definitely keep his promise. Time passes slowly. The night was getting darker and darker. The whole of Washington fell silent, except for a few buildings that shimmered. And the Shield Tribaloid building is still brightly lit. All up and down are always running. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury sat solemnly in his chair and looked at the TV hanging in front of him. It is broadcasting the horror that happened in the back of New York City at 8 o'clock tonight. Two large men fought fiercely in the street. In the end, the mysterious man intervened, and everything was stopped. However, the official name of the man was not disclosed. Then, knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Hill Agent, who has short-cut hair, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who has bumpy lines, and Clint, who has a bumpy line. Barton walked in one after another. Everything is starting to get worse and worse. Nick Fury turned off the TV with a slight atmosphere. Tonight Chen Tian shot in public, and it won't be long before someone knows that there is a dangerous mutant in New York City. Hill Agent took a deep breath, his blue eyes shining with seriousness. By that time, the whole of New York City will be in a panic. Quote, quote. Natasha Romanoff on the side tilted her head. Chen Tian said that as long as you don't mess with him easily, you will be fine. Quote. But Phil Coulson died at the hands of that mutant. Nick Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff and narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff sighed against the other party's gaze, and said helplessly, so his task, who gave the order? Anyway, now we S.H.I.E.L.D. have been forced to stand on the opposite side of Chen Tian. Originally, no one wanted to see such a thing happen. She spread her hands, and what she said clearly meant something. Boom. Nick Fury stood up, slammed his hands on the tabletop, his eyelids twitching as if suppressing anger, and stared at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff stared at each other's gaze and picked her fair chin, unconcerned. It's just that the atmosphere in the office is beginning to look tense. Hill Agent looked at Nick Fury, looking at Natasha Romanoff again, wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Nick Fury took a deep breath and sat back in his chair. Chen Tian's affairs, I'll deal with it. After the voice fell, Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything more. As for the other two, facing the director, they didn't know what to say. The office suddenly fell silent again. After a while, Nick Fury took another deep breath and said with a serious expression, Hill and Barton, I need you to take someone to Xavier Academy next. Find out the brainwave strengthening machine that Professor X hid in the basement before. When Hill and Hawkeye heard this, they immediately reacted. Nick Fury was going to use that machine against mutant Chen Tian, the dangerous mutant, shows too strong strength. Quote. This idea of yours is a good way. Hawkeye thought about it and nodded and said. However, this machine needs a mutant like Charles to use. Quote. Now we don't have such people in S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Charles, Chen Tian's people are on his side. They won't come to help us. Quote. Agent Hill was quick to voice his concerns. I have to say that it was precisely because of her meticulous thinking that she was able to successfully take over the position of SHIELD speaker. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Nick Fury heard the other party's concerns and said firmly. It's just that he doesn't plan to explain what he will do next. Seeing this, Hill and Hawkeye couldn't keep asking. Just said in unison, receive. So what is my mission? Natasha Romanoff asked after listening to the other two's tasks. All three of them were all made by Nick. Fury called over, everyone naturally has a task. Nick Fury glanced at her, took a document from under the table, and placed it on it. There is a line of words written on the document, Project Avengers. I met Captain Marvel many years ago, and she's a special person who has been through a lot. Nick Fury said slowly. And it was from then on that I realized that we humans must have a crisis that is strong enough to deal with the extra-racial race. With that, he raised his eyes and looked at the three people in front of him. Obviously, now that the crisis has come, I have to do something in advance. Quote. Subsequently, Nick Fury set his sights on Natasha Romanoff. Tomorrow you and I will go to Tony Stark, let him join the Avengers program. Project Avenger. When Natasha Romanoff heard this, she couldn't help but mutter. Nick Fury nodded, I'll tell you more about it tomorrow before I leave. Quote. Subsequently, Nick, who has completed all the tasks. Fury asked a few people to leave first. The office fell silent again. Nick Fury sat down in his chair, took out the red and blue BB machine with the Captain Marvel logo, and fell silent. The fingers rubbed on the BB machine for a long time, and then slowly put it away. He would never use it unless he had to. Captain Marvel is the last hole card in his hand when he reaches a desperate situation and cannot retreat. Fast forward to the night. Next, when heaven and earth converge and the first rays of morning sunlight appear, Chen Tian is already up. He stood on the balcony, closed his eyes and spread his arms, feeling the sunlight shining. The early morning sun carries almost no temperature. But shining on Chen Tian, for a while, he had the feeling of soaking in a hot spring with a suitable temperature. The cells all over his body seemed to be excited at this moment, and constantly became active. You don't even have to do anything deliberately, just stand in the sun. His body will automatically begin to absorb the energy in the sunlight. It's a wonderful feeling. After Chen Tian received the Kryptonian bloodline, the sun was given a new meaning to him. That's where the power comes from. At this moment, he is bathed in sunlight, and all the cells in his body are constantly absorbing the energy from the fixed star, dividing and growing constantly at a very fast speed. The fixed star energy transmitted through sunlight is stored in the muscles. Not only can he never catch up with hunger, but it is also changing his body. It's a good feeling of increasing power. Chen Tian raised his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel his own strength, and every minute was getting stronger. He can clearly feel the changes in the body's epithelium, muscles, bones, and internal organs. As the cells divided, his body density tightened constantly, and the frenzied arrangement and reorganization was a vast evolution from the basis of life. At the same time, the amount of solar energy absorbed into the body begins to become purer with the transformation of the body, and becomes more and more intense under the refining and compression. Instead of saying that absorbing fixed star energy is the cornerstone of Kryptonian evolution, it is better to say that fixed star energy is the catalyst for the entire evolutionary process. Quote. Chen Tian noticed the direction of physical energy and suddenly felt this way. In fact, becoming stronger originally comes from the potential of the Krypton bloodline, and the sun's illumination merely provides kinetic energy, speeding up the process. And the ability absorbed into the body will be increased, that is, the previous obtained refinement is more refined, just a wisp of fixed star energy into the body will be immediately stimulated strengthening. And this increase increases as the body strengthens, and the effect is constantly. This is an important reason why Superman can surpass the universe originally. Chen Tian sighed. Looking up, I found that the sun at the skyline had completely jumped above the ground level, and the hole was exposed there. The projected sunlight gradually blazed. The faster Chen Tian bathes his body, the faster he absorbs the sun's rays, the faster he becomes stronger. Be aware of this. He suddenly lifted his feet off the ground and flew towards the rising sun. I'm getting stronger. Chen Tian muttered as he closed his eyes and opened his arms, allowing his body to receive as much sunlight as possible. The fixed starlight that crossed the universe, passed through the atmosphere, and shone on his body. The energy contained in it was quickly absorbed by his body. Penetrates between cells. All the cells were more excited, energy absorbing, crazy strengthening Chen Tian's body. Epithelium, muscles, bones, internal organs. Everything is at this time, step towards strength. The aura of the whole person has become more and more powerful. At this time, Chen Tian emitted a wave of energy all over his body, enveloping his whole body, which was a body of steel and a biological stance. He has a beautiful face, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure, which is the best aesthetic master, and he can't find a single flaw. He stood in the air under a round of the great sun, and a round of gold was outlined around him, exuding bursts of divine majesty. Looking at the past from afar, it looks like a god rather than a man. Chen Tian himself enjoys this feeling. After a while, knock knock, Chen Tian heard a knock on his door. Chen, are you up? A timid and soft girl sounded cautiously. It's Wanda. Chen Tian heard her voice, came back to his senses and smiled, then fell back to the balcony and went over to open the door. Good morning, Wanda. He looked at the girl in front of him, whose face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a light blush on her cheeks, and smiled and greeted Roar. Good morning, Chen. Wanda met the gentle gaze of the other person, her slender eyelashes twitched, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled even more. I made breakfast and hope you will try it. The girl spoke slowly, and there was a sense of expectation and nervousness in her words. Well, since Wanda did it, I definitely can't miss it. Chen Tian smiled and touched the girl's head. This Wanda has been very well behaved since the day she saw it, and now after stabilizing, she actually makes a special breakfast, which is indeed surprising. I followed downstairs, all the way to the restaurant. I saw that everyone had already gotten up early and sat down at the table. On the dining table, a steaming Chinese breakfast is freshly prepared. Soy milk, fried sticks, and buns. You did all this. Chen Tian looked at these foods that had been kept in his memory, but had not been eaten for a long time, and raised his eyebrows slightly unexpectedly. I learned it online, I don't know if it can match your taste. Wanda playfully stuck out her tongue and looked at Chen Tian nervously. The latter noticed her gaze, smiled and sat down to take a bun and take a bite, and then said, Originally, I wanted to say that as long as you do it with your heart, but now I find that my idea is reckless. You made it exactly like what I wanted to eat. Wanda's face suddenly became happy when she heard this. It's great that you like that. I loved it. Chen Tian smiled and ate all the buns in his hand. Wanda sat down full of joy. Chen, this guy, coaxing girls really has a hand. Logan smiled ambiguously when he saw this. And when Laura saw this scene, she immediately felt that the fritters in her hand were not fragrant, and her little face fell. Chen Tian noticed this and looked up at her. Laura, I've asked someone to bring all your friends over. There is time to take you to see them. Laura immediately smiled on her face and couldn't wait. I'll go after breakfast, is it okay? Chen Tian thought for a while, and then said apologetically, Sorry, I still have things to do next, and I don't have time for the time being. If you can't wait, Logan can take you. Logan also knows that Laura's friends are New Mutant and are equally interested in them. He hadn't seen any other mutant in a long time. I'm okay. So, the food in Logan's mouth right now, said so. Okay. Laura was visibly displeased, but didn't say much and glanced at Logan, then let's go. Although Chen Tian could not go with her, she was a little disappointed, but she still wanted to see her friends, but chose to agree. Neither Charles nor Pete spoke. The former has been silent, his eyes flickering, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. The latter did not dare to speak because of Chen Tian's appearance. Finished breakfast quickly, Chen Tian lay down on a chair by the manor's pool and basked in the sun. It's not that he salts fish. This move is entirely to study the Kryptonian bloodline plus the Hulk bloodline. What will be the difference when it is promoted? Although Chen Tian had already roughly felt it before, the two bloodlines were superimposed on each other in terms of improving the effect. But the specific situation still needs to be carefully understood. This is important. After all, he will get more bloodlines in the future. If all the bloodlines are in conflict with each other, there will be no conflict. Chen Tian felt the sunlight shining and suddenly had an idea. Then I will be strong enough to gather the Superman and Hulk of various universes and set up a breeding farm. Then let the Silver Super versus the Immortal Hulk so that I can brush my ability and bloodline infinitely. Thinking of this, Chen Tian couldn't help but smile and look forward to it slightly. However, he also knew that this idea was just a whim, and it was still too far away. According to the current situation, the safest thing is to go back and forth between the two universes currently determined. After all, he has not been discovered by the existence of high latitudes now, and he will not be accidentally affected. Chen Tian kept thinking. It's been in the sun for hours. During this process, he has been feeling the changes in his body, and at first it is no different from the beginning. All the cells are under the action of the Krypton bloodline, constantly absorbing sunlight and becoming stronger. At the same time, the Hulk bloodline is also working, accelerating this effect. It wasn't until later that he discovered a terrible problem. That is, the cells in the body are becoming more and more active. There would be such an effect, and he could feel it not because of the Krypton bloodline. It's from the Hulk bloodline. It seems that under the influence of the Krypton bloodline, the Hulk bloodline has undergone some kind of abnormality. My life force began to become more and more tenacious at a very fast speed. Chen Tian sensed everything happening and sat up straight. My Hulk bloodline seems a little strange. Quote, it seems to be evolving in the direction of some mutation. Chen Tian muttered. He could clearly feel that this abnormality was subtly changed under the influence of Krypton's bloodline, and constantly stimulated every inch of his body. Active cells gradually have tenacious life. They are becoming tenacious and active. Come to think of it. In Chen Tian's thoughts, a name flashed. Immortal Hulk. He seems a little inclined to that way. Immortal and imperishable. Although the great super bloodline may not be injured in the later stage, no one can guarantee that if it can develop the Hulk bloodline indefinitely, until it reaches the level of Immortal Hulk. That's a good thing too. There seem to be signs of that. Chen Tian continued to pay attention to the changes in the cells in his body for a while, and felt that he had a great chance of approaching the Immortal Hulk. The Kryptonian bloodline is worthy of being an existence with unlimited potential, and it can develop my Hulk bloodline to such a point. His heart was ecstatic. Immortal Hulk. That is the ultimate existence of immortality. Moreover, what also makes Chen Tian happy is that the two bloodlines he holds now not only do not affect each other, but can even promote each other's evolution. This made him look forward to it even more. After me, I will definitely get more blood. If that's the case, the bloodline obtained in the future can even evolve on the original basis. As Chen Tian's thoughts progressed, the joy on his face became more and more obvious. He could even imagine the scene when he would harvest the bloodline later. Your bloodline is very good, now I have it. Moreover, the bloodline is in my body, and it can be evolved. Stronger than yours. It's really good. After Chen Tian imagined the scene at that time, the smile on his face became even bigger, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. And in the process, the two bloodlines in his body are still constantly absorbing sunlight, as well as changing their cell activity and enhancing vitality. All parts of the body, every corner, every second are metamorphosis. Clark can't catch up with me at all. Chen Tian thought confidently, at my current speed, I probably don't have to wait for Thanos to snap his fingers. It won't take long for me to go straight to him and serve them all in the pot. So to speak, now he is getting stronger even roar. Moreover, this strengthening does not need to be deliberately controlled by him, and all the cells of the body will automatically run and absorb the sun's energy on their own. Chen Tian can become stronger by the way when doing other things. With two bloodlines, he is so terrifying now. Then, Chen Tian's ears moved, then he collected his thoughts and looked into the house. Inside the house, Charles was lying on a recliner, quietly watching TV. Next second, boom, a fierce wind swept in, shaking the furniture in the entire house. Chen, you don't have to be in such a hurry if you want to watch TV. You have to take care of the elderly who are not in good spirits and are easily frightened. Charles was taken aback by Chen Tian, who suddenly flashed in front of the TV, and couldn't help sighing, frowning and complaining. And Chen Tian did not reply to his complaints, widened his eyes and looked at the news that was playing on the TV. Last night, New Mexico suffered the fall of an extraterrestrial satellite, and thousands of meters around it were smashed. Fortunately, the meteorite fell in no man's land, and there were no casualties. The female announcer in charge of broadcasting is dressed in a dignified and atmospheric manner, and broadcasts the news in a rounded manner. That's the picture taken on site. Then, as the picture begins, the announcer raises her hand. A photo suddenly appeared on TV. When Chen Tian saw this photo, his eyes couldn't help but light up, coming. Seeing that the scene that emerged in that photo was a plane hit by a meteorite. The surrounding ground was impacted, and a deep pit was blasted out, and the black soil was turned over. And in the center of that deep pit, stands a silver hammer full of patterns. Mjolnir. Chen Tian naturally recognized the hammer, and a strong expectation suddenly appeared in his eyes. Thor is coming to Earth. He thought of the bloodline that belongs to Thor, but is also the deity's bloodline, which can grow infinitely in power over time. The expectation in my heart is more and more uncontrollable. At the moment, he already has 2 bloodlines that can increase his strength indefinitely. If you get your hands on Thor's Asgard bloodline, that's the Kryptonian bloodline, plus the Hulk bloodline, plus the Asgard bloodline. Suck. Thinking of this possibility, Rao Chen Tian had to take a deep breath to calm down his expectant mood. If the 3 bloodlines are all gathered in me, what kind of effect will it have? He muttered. Is it super doubled? Chapter 71. Last night, New Mexico suffered an extraterrestrial meteorite fall, and thousands of meters around it were affected and destroyed. The authorities have organized an expert mission to conduct research and investigation. On the TV, the female broadcaster broadcasts the news in a well-rounded broadcast cavity. At the same time, a photo taken at the scene emerged. Thor is coming. Chen Tian looked at the photo on the TV news, stared at the hammer in the center of the photo, and suddenly thought of this day. At the same time, he was also interested in Thor, the Asgard bloodline. Now he already has 2 bloodlines, and he has experienced the great benefits brought by bloodlines around him. Moreover, after Chen Tian obtains the bloodline, all the bloodlines will interact with each other and bless each other. So, he quickly set his sights on Thor's bloodline. In addition to his bloodline, Thor also has his ability, which is also a side goal of Chen Tian. No one will dislike their own ability. Then, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. What just happened? Is there another guy who can't open his eyes? Logan's face was solemn, and he was the first to come to Chen Tian. Then others came one after another. It turned out that they had just heard Chen Tian's voice bursting into the room. I thought something had happened again. It's okay, it's just that I exercised a little bit. Seeing this, Chen Tian scratched his head and said with a smile. Chen just rushed over and scared my old man a lot. Charles silently complained. It's okay. Logan was relieved when he heard this. The tension on the faces of the others disappeared. Ideographic period. Chen Tian nodded, thought for a while, and continued. By the way, Logan, I'm going to go to New Mexico, and I'm going to trouble you to take care of it again. Well, with your deterrence, those 523 guys probably won't make any more random moves. Logan nodded when he heard this, each more than asking something. After all, there must be a reason for what Chen Tian is going to do. However, Logan still couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether he would wait for Chen Tian to return this time, and his ability would continue to rise to another level. Wanda on the side, after hearing Chen Tian's words, blinked and noticed the news on the TV. Chen, are you going to see that extraterrestrial meteorite? I would like to check it out too. She pursed her lips and said immediately. Do you want to be together? No problem, what about the others? Quote. After nodding, Chen Tian set his eyes on the others. Charles shook his head. I can't withstand too many long-distance twists and turns with an old bone. I'm going to meet friends. After some struggle, Laura decided to meet the new mutant friends who had been separated for a long time. As for Pete, the moment he felt Chen Tian's gaze, his head shook like a rattle. His impression of Chen Tian is now becoming more and more frightened. If you let Pete go far away alone with the other party, it is better to kill him directly. It's really the kind of fear from the bottom of his heart when he gets close together, which tortures him too much. Since you are not going, then only me and Chen will go out together. Wanda saw that no one else was ready to go, and secretly glanced at Chen Tian, and suddenly felt a little happy. I actually have the opportunity to be alone with Chen Tian. Well, it's just the two of us who set off. Chen Tian shrugged. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it. Wanda flashed a playful smile. Logan and Charles smiled at each other. Laura's small face frowned. As for Pete, he didn't care about his sister's interaction with Chen Tian, but he was relieved and glad that Chen Tian didn't have to take him. Subsequently, Chen Tian took Wanda out with him. Wanda, come here. As he walked to the garage door, he suddenly called out to the other party. What's wrong? Wanda obediently stopped and looked back. I don't think we have to drive, there is a way to better enjoy the scenery on the road. Chen Tian began. What? Wanda tilted her head in confusion. You don't mind if I hold you, do you? Chen Tian walked over to her. Nope, don't mind. Quote. Wanda was stunned when she heard this, her cheeks quickly reddened, and she couldn't control her heartbeat. Next second, she felt Chen Tian's hand wrap around her. Immediately afterwards, the two actually lifted their feet off the ground and flew directly towards the sky. Wanda looked at the ground farther and farther away, first nervous, and then felt Chen Tian behind him, but quieted down again. You can fly. Her eyes widened in surprise. In fact, Wanda will also fly after becoming proficient in ability, but now she is not skilled enough. For the matter of Chen Tian flying, she was first surprised, and then her heart was full of surprises. Chen is flying with me. Well, I originally thought that driving could better enjoy the scenery on the road. But in hindsight, it seems that flight is more of a spectator. Chen Tian said with a smile as he led Wanda toward New Mexico flight. Wanda nodded heavily, leaning back unconsciously. Meanwhile, Chen Tian released her biological stance and wrapped Wanda in it so that she would not be affected by the airflow when telling flight. Next second, Chen Tian suddenly accelerated, and the two quickly flew out of the confines of New York City. The other side, shortly after Chen Tian left with Wanda. Shield scattered wing building. Inside the director's office. Nick Fury sat in his seat with a gloomy face, his hands folded in front of him, and his eyes lowered to look at the report that had just arrived in front of him. Chen Tian, that guy, left New York. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Look at the direction, the destination he is going to is New Mexico, which seems to be related to that falling extraterrestrial meteorite. As SHIELD director, Nick Fury controls the nation's and even the world's largest and smaller intelligence. Coupled with his many years of experience in handling affairs, he immediately analyzed the purpose of Chen Tian's actions. He had seen pictures of the scene. That fallen thing is completely the shape of a hammer created by civilized creatures, and there must be a not simple origin after it. I'm afraid it's about extraterrestrial races. Chen Tian probably also thought of this, so he became interested in that extraterrestrial meteorite. Nick Fury thought slowly. I don't know if that hammer, the things involved, will endanger the Earth. Thinking, he unconsciously raised his hand and touched the blind eye, and the other eye narrowed slightly. Hill, Barton, stop what you're doing. Followed by Nick Fury connected Hill and Barton's communications. Boss, is there anything else? Hill's voice came from the other side of the communication device. You guys go deal with New Mexico first, and Chen Tian goes over there. Nick Fury stated the main points of the task succinctly. Is it about the outer meteorite that day? Okay, I see. Quote. Well, be careful. After getting a reply from there, Nick Fury cut off the communication and leaned back. Startled. Time passes slowly. At this moment, only 2 hours have passed since Chen Tian and the two set off. The blazing sun in the sky also came to the right place to hang in the air. New Mexico, the field where a meteorite falls. You can see that on this wasteland, there is a deep pit with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The center is exactly that day outer meteorite, or where Mjolnir fell. At the moment ideographic period, many people have come to the vicinity of Mjolnir to see the strange alien objects. Many people walked up curiously and reached out to try to lift Mjolnir. However, the hammer that looked clearly small seemed to have infinite weight. No matter how strong the person goes up, with both hands clenched with all their strength, they couldn't shake the hammer for half a minute. Chen Tian and Wanda also stood in the crowd at this time. Behind, parked after they entered the New Mexico area, rented car. Is this the extraterrestrial meteorite that fell last night? What's going on with the look of the hammer? Wanda leaned forward, her hands behind her back, her big eyes fluttering and her face full of curiosity. Then, seeing that all the people around him who could be called strong had already failed to try to shake the hammer, an old man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Chain the hammer to his pickup truck. I'll see if I can pull this thing away. The old man wears sunglasses, his hair is gray, and he has a lot of energy between words and deeds. Between talks, he was already in the driver's seat and started the car. Everyone focused their eyes on the final result. Boom! One by one, the engine of the pickup truck roared, suddenly accelerated, and the chains attached to the hammer were pulled straight at once. But the wheels began to rotate in place, rubbing against the ground and emitting white smoke, and finally the chains were directly broken, and the car continued to jump forward violently. And the hammer remained in place, unmoving. I can't even pull a car. Oh, my God, can't even pull this hammer in a car. What exactly is its origin? What kind of existence will it be? What kind of existence will it be built? Old man, are you all right? Time. Everyone onlookers were shocked by roar, and after making sure that the old man was okay, they all turned their heads and were amazed, wondering what material this hammer fell from the sky was. It can achieve such quality. How can a hammer weigh so much? Wanda watched from the sidelines for a long time, and finally couldn't help but walk to the hammer curiously. A pair of big blue eyes kept looking at them. You might give it a try. Chen Tian on the side laughed. However, he estimated that Wanda would not be able to pick up the hammer that had placed the spell on the. This Mjolnir appeared here only because the god King Odin tried his son Thor. The latter, who wants the mortal world to settle through war, understands that as a king, he should not take the initiative to start a war. Only when Thor understands everything can he pick up the hammer. Good. Wanda nodded, eager to try, and directly reached out her tender white hand to grab Mjolnir and exert force. Even the whole delicate little face turned red, but still failed to shake the hammer. Not really. Wanda let go of her hand and took 2 steps back, her face full of loneliness and some grievance. I'll try it too. Year. Seeing this, Chen Tian smiled, touched the girl's head, also came interested, and held the hammer handle with one hand. He began to improve the strength in his hands. However, even now, with all my strength, can't I shake it? Chen Tian looked at Mjolnir, who was still motionless on the ground, and raised his eyebrows. However, he was mentally prepared, but he did not feel much surprise. It seems that his strength is still a little worse than Odin, who put a divine spell on Mjolnir. But after thinking about it, the other party can the king of God, and now he can't compare with him for the time being, and there is no shame. Subsequently, Chen Tian wanted to try again, if he could use the ability of the mind to touch the magic spell that sealed the hammer. Invisible's mental fluctuations suddenly spread out, enveloping the hammer. Can it actually work? Chen Tian unexpectedly found that the moment the mind ability touched the hammer, the latter actually loosened slightly. It turns out that it can be cracked by another way of thinking. However, this has to do with the ability of his mind being too strong. After all, he is now a super brain. Plus Professor X's super brain, plus a strong mind ability to do it. This also proves that problems do not have to be solved by brute force. But at this time, above the firmament, it was as if a pair of eyes suddenly appeared, and then endless coercion swept down, enveloping him. For a time, the whole person seemed to be under the hazy sky. Chen Tian knew Odin was watching. This guy fears he's ruining his son, Thor. Forget it, for Thor's sake and bloodline, I won't compete with you first. He squinted his eyes and calculated in his heart, and immediately let go of his hand. Chen, did the hammer move just now? How did you let go? Wanda next to him saw Chen Tian let go and asked out loud. You read it wrong, I can't do anything with this hammer. Chen Tian said casually. Let's get out of here first and find a hotel to rest. Wanda heard this, her eyes flashed. Let's stay in a hotel. Yes, I can't throw you away. Chen Tian replied. Do 2 people live together? Wanda looked at Chen Tian, from head to foot, and from foot to head, and some movies that he had accidentally seen on the tape before, and only 2 actors starred in his mind. For a while, the expression on the little face was both nervous and expectant. It's 2 rooms, one for one person. Chen Tian saw that the girl was cranky again, and smiled helplessly to interrupt Wanda's thoughts. With that, he turned and got into the car. Quote. When Wanda heard this, his divergent thoughts converged and he followed the car with some loss. Subsequently, Chen Tian drove the car towards the nearest town. Shortly after the two left, SHIELD's cars arrived at the scene one after another. The staff who came down from above immediately dispersed the onlookers and blocked the scene. At the same time, many people are busy and start to set up temporary research institutes. And on one of the parked black cars, Hill agent looked at the information and breathed a sigh of relief. The boss, Chen Tian, has left here for a nearby town. Then, she turned on the communicator and reported, he is probably just curious, came over to take a look, and did not do anything else. The voice is over. Nick Fury's voice sounded in the communicator. Hill, I remind you, Chen Tian is an extremely cruel guy, and I hate him. But I have to admit that he is also very witty and cunning, you must be careful. Quote. Speaking of which, Nick Fury paused and added, he must have come here for some purpose. It's quite possible for someone's ability. You should also pay more attention to this. The time soon came to evening. The sun is setting in the west, and the red light spreads across the earth, painting everything with a unique afterglow that belongs to the alternation of day and night. At the fall of Mjolnir, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are busy without stopping. Chen Tian and Wanda have arrived in a nearby desert town and found a hotel to stay here for the night. Chen Tian opened 2 rooms under Wanda's resentful gaze. After driving the latter into the room opened for her, he met the other party's resentful gaze and said, "Good night." Then he closed the door without hesitation. This girl. Chen Tian smiled helplessly. Through his super 5 senses, he heard the other party's dissatisfied muttering a lot next door. It is said that this girl is too young, he is not a pervert, and he can't get his hands on it. However, probably because of the tiredness of playing today, Wanda's room soon sounded the even roar suction sound after falling asleep. Chen Tian rubbed his eyebrows and said to himself, it's time to get down to business. He hadn't forgotten that this trip to New Mexico was for Thortle. The voice fell. Airplanes. An intangible mental fluctuation suddenly spread out from his mind. Now after the integrate Krypton bloodline, Chen Tian's spiritual ability is also constantly. But in an instant, the spiritual fluctuations had enveloped the entire desert town. The next moment, found it. Quote, Chen Tian has scanned tens of thousands of people in the town and successfully found the goal of his trip. Subsequently, he collected his psychic ability, stood up and disappeared into the hotel room. In a desert town, in front of a pet store, a tall, muscular figure with long blonde hair was ending an argument with the clerk. Roar walked outside the store. It's a strange place, there's no horse in Midgard. As the figure walked, he couldn't help but whisper, can't you let me walk over to retrieve my hammer? Chen Tian, who was standing on the side of the road, looked at Thor who walked in front of him, listening to the words in the other party's mouth, his brows raised and his face was strange. It's you who is weird, right? What kind of pet shop, where can I find horses? He couldn't help but complain in his heart about Thor. But thinking about it, the other party is really no more familiar with the earth than he is about eating into a dead fat house in the future. Come to think of it. He suddenly looked at Thor's back and said, I listened to which place the hammer fell. Coincidentally, I'm going too, and we can go together if you want. Chen Tian didn't mind helping the other party, after all, his purpose this time was for Thortle. If he could, Chen Tian would prefer to copy the other party's ability by peaceful means. Meantime, he also remembered that Loki would also appear tonight, but he could copy the other party's ability by the way. After all, this is also the only opportunity in this time period. Next time, if you want to see Loki, you will have to wait until the Battle of New York. The other side. Thor heard Chen Tian's words, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Can you stop by and go together? That's great, I'm definitely willing. If someone can lead him the way, he naturally has no reason to refuse. When are you going to leave? If we can, let's go now. Quote. Thor couldn't wait. His Mjolnir is still in the wilderness, and although he is not worried that someone will steal it, he always feels uncomfortable not being around. Thor, so you sneaked up here. Then, a woman's figure ran towards them. Chen Tian and Thor twisted their heads at the same time. Hey, Jane, why are you here? We were just about to go get my hammer. Do you want to go together? Thor recognized the identity of the other party, Jane Foster, the first friend he met after being banished to Earth by Odin. Simple. Foster looked at the bright smile on the handsome face opposite, and he had a headache. She wondered if she was crazy enough to believe a stranger's words. This Thor actually said that he was a god from Asgard, and that the hammer that fell earlier was his weapon. When he gets the weapon back, he will help himself retrieve what was stolen. The devil knows if he's crazy. Just want to think about it. Simple. When Foster smiled at Thor, his mouth still couldn't help but say, if you want to go to the hammer, you can tell me, I can drive you over, there is no need to run out alone. That's really bothering you. Thor scratched his head a little embarrassed when he heard the other party's words. Saying, he pointed to Chen Tian, he will go over with him. Quote. Simple. Foster followed Thor's hand and saw Chen Tian with a beautiful young face, and immediately wondered, who is he? Didn't you say that you don't know anyone but me? Thor and I also just met. Chen Tian knew that the woman in front of him was already fascinated by Thor after only seeing him, and after explaining a sentence, he said in a deep voice, with me here, you can walk to the hammer effortlessly. Otherwise, it will take some effort. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is now under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. The purpose of saying these words is naturally to keep acting with Thor and Jane. When Foster heard the words S.H.I.E.L.D., his eyes narrowed and his eyes flickered, and he suddenly became vigilant. She is very resistant to the organization S.H.I.E.L.D. After arriving at Mjolnir's location today, the other party forcibly requisitioned her equipment and meteorological research reports. And she was not allowed to participate in the relevant research together. Right in Jane. Foster looked at Chen Tian in front of him and hesitated. Hey, Jane, this friend is a warm-hearted person, and since he's willing to come with us, he has to go together. Thor, the man with a muscular brain opposite, said so emphatically. Got it, take it with you if you want. But I don't believe he can do anything with S.H.I.E.L.D. Simple. Foster looked at Thor's stubborn and handsome face, and reluctantly accepted the request to bring Chen Tian. Subsequently, several people went on Jane together. Foster's car rushed towards the Mjolnir drop point. After a while, several people had already arrived outside the fall point. At the moment ideographic period, S.H.I.E.L.D. has already set up a makeshift research institute consisting of white tents here. Within a radius of several kilometers, they were fenced. You two be careful, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not something to mess with. After all, they are backed by governments around the world and have privileges in many parts of the world. Simple. Foster got out of the car, glanced at the temporary scientific research institute that was still brightly lit at the moment, and couldn't help but remind. However, let's go. Chen Tian didn't seem to take the woman's words to heart, and without looking back, he raised his feet and walked towards the research institute in front of him. Jane, you don't have to worry too much, I feel that this Chen is a reliable guy. Seeing this, Thor also followed, and turned back at the same time. I must be crazy. Jane looked at the two men in front of her who were farther and farther away, and had a headache and a helpless expression. How can you sneak into S.H.I.E.L.D. at night with two people who have only known each other for a day? Quote. Then, she took a deep look at Thor's sturdy back, and still felt that she had followed. Stop. Ahead is where S.H.I.E.L.D. Tell me who you are and where you are from. Which thinks. The temporary research institute just close to S.H.I.E.L.D. has not even entered it. There were several members of the task force in black uniforms, holding guns in their hands in order to come up. Shouted at them. Simple. Foster looked at the muzzle of the black hole opposite, and was directly frightened to freeze in place, feeling cold all over, and his heart was extremely nervous. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Chen Tian, who was walking in the forefront. Didn't you say that with you, you can easily enter the S.H.I.E.L.D. Institute? Why was he surrounded before he walked in? It's over, it seems that I am really crazy to believe the words of such people. Simple. Foster was terrified. In just 2 or 3 seconds, countless thoughts already flashed quickly in my heart. All kinds of emotions suddenly gushed out in her heart. Emotions are mixed. Simple. Foster found that Chen Tian in front of him, even if he was pointed at several guns, he still looked like an understatement. Inexplicably, it gives people a sense of calmness. Next second, put down your guns, I don't want you to die here. A figure carrying a bow and arrow descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Yes, sir. Hearing the other party's words, the members of the contingent withdrew their guns. Chen Tian squinted his eyes at the figure and recognized the identity of the other party. Hawkeye Clint. Barton ideographic period. The other side. Hawkeye also kept looking at Chen Tian, recalling the picture of his subordinate pointing a gun at the latter just now, and he was afraid in a cold sweat. No matter what Chen Tian's position is, the other party's terrifying strength is not finished. If those task forces go off and shoot out a bullet, they can make the entire temporary research institute, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. So Hawkeye apologized decisively, sorry, just now my team members are completely performing their daily duties, and they don't mean anything against you at all, I hope you can understand and forgive. Hawkeye would apologize to the teenager. Didn't he say big words? Simple. Foster had been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., and naturally knew Hawkeye's place in it, and his heart was incredible when he saw this scene. What the hell is he coming? She looked at Chen Tian, and the emotions in her heart had turned into doubt. Then, Hill, who was tall with short hair, also walked out of it. The moment she saw Chen Tian, a trace of vigilance flashed under her eyes, and she stepped forward with her fists clenched in her heart and a little nervously. Sorry, it's not that they are powerless, but this place is currently under special control, and no one can enter it. Hill took a deep look at the yellow-skinned boy in front of him and said as smoothly as possible. The hammer in this is mine. I'm going to go in and get it. Thor was anxious. Pointing in the direction of the Temporary Research Institute, he loudly argued. I'm sorry, outsiders can't go in. Hill glanced up at him, his tone indifferent, and chose to refuse without hesitation. Boom. At this time, in the gloomy sky, a rolling thunder suddenly sounded, and the electric light flashed and illuminated the entire Temporary Scientific Research Institute. Just let him go in and try it. Chen Tian said in a deep voice, you S.H.I.E.L.D. can't pick up that hammer anyway, can you? Hearing this, Hill narrowed his eyes slightly, and measured what Chen Tian said in his heart. I don't know if I should say yes for a while. After all, she doesn't want to hate Chen Tian now. And Chen Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with this woman. Let's go. He directly pulled Thor up and walked to the Temporary Research Institute. Hill opened his mouth when he saw this, but said nothing. She didn't dare to provoke Chen Tian. As for Hawkeye, after taking a look at the other party's back, he lowered his head again and did not say a word. Simple. Foster was extremely surprised when he saw this scene, and he was even more curious about Chen Tian's identity, and he didn't dare to provoke him for 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a row. Thinking, she also quickly followed. Only Hill and Hawkeye were left standing in place, their faces gloomy, daring to speak angrily. Click. The inky deep space was another thunderbolt split, and a downpour fell in an instant, drenching everything. Chen Tian and the others soon arrived in front of Mjolnir, which had been covered by S.H.I.E.L.D. with tents. Good buddy, I'm coming. Thor looked at Mjolnir in front of him, smiled, and strode up and held out his hand. When he was banished to Earth by Odin after making a mistake, the latter sealed all divine powers. However, he thought that as long as he retrieved his Mjolnir, then everything should be restored. Then Thor's smile froze on his face. He, like everyone who tried to move Mjolnir before him, couldn't take it. How is it possible? Thor couldn't believe the scene in front of him, and suddenly roared, holding Mjolnir with both hands at the same time, and the strength in his hands became heavier and heavier. Later, even all the muscles tensed and the blue muscles burst out. He clenched his teeth and his expression was hideous, as if he had used all his strength. However, Mjolnir just doesn't move and is not affected by him at all. I really can't pick it up. Thor didn't let go until he was out of power, and took 2 steps back in quick succession, his eyes straight and dull, his face full of disbelief. A true king should not initiate war. You have lost your qualifications to be king. He remembered the words that his father Odin exiled himself to Earth after he privately took people to attack the ice giants. Am I disqualified? Thor took a deep look at Mjolnir, who he could no longer hold, and walked into the heavy rain outside the open hood in a lost spirit, allowing the rain to wet him. Thor, seeing this, Jane quickly followed. Before leaving, Chen Tian turned his head to look at where Mjolnir was, and then walked out of the tent as well. With a biological stance, he is not afraid of being rained. A few minutes later, when everyone left the tent, the air in front of Mjolnir suddenly twisted, and a little green light appeared out of thin air, and quickly condensed into a human shape. As soon as the man appeared, he grabbed Mjolnir. This person is Loki. Unfortunately, I still can't pick it up. Quote, quote. He tried to lift Mjolnir, but found it futile, so he had to smile helplessly. Loki, as Thor's brother, has always been not valued because of the latter's excellence. So always trying to prove himself so that Odin looks the other way. But, seeing that he couldn't afford Mjolnir, Loki didn't bother too much. After all, Thor couldn't take it now. Just as he was about to leave. It's not good to enter someone's territory casually, Asgard. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Aren't you leaving? Loki was slightly stunned and turned to look. But I saw the teenager who had just followed Thor out, and I don't know when he stood behind him. Ignorant Midgard, you are actually my great evil man, the acting god king of the 9 realms. Loki raised an eyebrow, didn't seem to care too much, raised his chin and spoke proudly. You are generally called the god of mischief with us. Chen Tian showed a smile, slowly spoke, and then paused. No, you are generally called god of funny. As soon as his words fell, you're offending the gods. Loki was already enraged, his face suddenly turned cold, and at the same time he raised his hand directly. Airplanes. The green light gathered in an instant, emitting bursts of magical power. Directly turned into arrows and shot towards Chen Tian. The rain line connects the faces of the roar-whistling rainstorm. Under a small white tent, the green magic energy condensed into a ray bloomed with terrifying fluctuations, like a monstrous wave, and instantly condensed into an arrow that could pierce all power. Next second, the space seemed to be penetrated, and ripples were emitted. On the silver hammer face of Mjolnir placed on the ground, Chen Tian's figure is reflected, and a green arrow is also reflected towards him. The arrows are menacing, and then, Chen Tian's figure suddenly exploded, moving half a meter to the side as if panning, sweeping with gusts of wind, easily avoiding Loki's magical attack. Battle detected. Reward, Asgard magic Loki. Meanwhile, the cold voice of successfully obtaining ability sounded in his head. Another gain, plus another magic ability that belongs to Loki. Chen Tian felt the majestic magic knowledge that appeared in his mind out of thin air, and immediately smiled heartily. You dare to despise the gods. The guy who offends Kamui will be punished. Seeing this, Loki mistakenly thought that the other party was laughing at him, and his expression was annoyed and angry. With a wave of both hands, green light spots gathered out of thin air, condensing into 2 short swords with flickering cold rays and inscribed with divine patterns, and slammed into Chen Tian. Aren't you a magician? Would you foolishly choose melee combat? Seeing this, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth were smiling, only feeling that Loki's behavior was really a little funny. Presumptuous. Loki's expression became more gloomy when he heard this, and he let out a low sigh, and his figure flashed green like Mars. Burst. The next moment, he was actually wrapped in green divine power, flashing in front of Chen Tian, and the sharp blade in his hand easily penetrated Chen Tian's chest. How come? However, Loki found that the other party's penetrated wound did not bleed. What surprised him even more was that he actually felt the extremely familiar energy fluctuations in the young man in front of him. It's his own magic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're a Midgard, you can't learn my Asgard's magic. Loki looked horrified, wondering how this could happen. Right at this moment, Chen Tian, who was pierced through his chest in front of him, his entire body suddenly turned into golden points of light, which were easily blown away by the wind. How did you do it? You've been to Asgard before. Loki suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Tian, who was safe and sound behind him, his eyes flickering with doubt. It's just that your indiscriminate magic is so easy to learn. I lifted my eyelids and saw through everything. Chen Tian shrugged and said nonchalantly. Presumptuous. My magic was taught by my mother, and she is the best witch in the 9 realms. Loki scolded angrily when he heard this. Hearing that someone insulted him behind the scenes, the whole person rage was shocked, his feminine and handsome face was a little distorted, and he waved his blade again without thinking and stabbed towards Chen Tian. The blade, condensed by magic, flickered coldly, broke through the air silently, and instantly pierced in front of Chen Tian. Next second, syllable, Chen Tian snapped his fingers. The terrifying power burst out from the finger, and the air at the fingertip was directly compressed to the extreme, directly like an invisible bullet. Click. Ah! The strong air flow instantly bounced onto Loki's wrist, and with the sound of bones shattering, he let out a cry of pain, and the blade in his hand fell out of his hand. However, he is a god after all, and the injuries he suffered were instantly repaired and healed under the majestic magical energy. It's just that Loki repaired the injury on his hand before he could come to his senses. A large hand had already slapped him on the face. "You, too weak," quote. Chen Tian's deep voice fell softly in his ears. Followed by, Loki felt a terrifying force like a mountain pouring out, erupting in his face, and his entire body was carried backwards by his head. Rumble. The back of Loki's head collided with the ground, and suddenly the ground was smashed into a deep pit, full of cracks. Gods. But that's it. Chen Tian withdrew his hand on Loki's face, slowly stood up straight, and looked down at the lying ladder from high to low. Loki endured a severe headache and gritted her teeth. He already understood that he was not the opponent's opponent at all, and unleashed the magic of escape without hesitation. The whole body suddenly scattered into a little green light, drifted directly into the torrential rain outside the tent, and then recondensed into shape. "Scum, the wrath of the gods will not forgive you." Loki said a cruel word to Chen Tian, and then quickly used magic to distort the space next to him, stepped into it, and disappeared into the scene. "Let you go for now. Chen Tian has the same Asgard magic as Loki, and it's easy to catch up with him. 10,000 steps back, as long as he bursts out super speed, he can also interrupt the other party before Loki can cast his magic." However, Chen Tian did not choose to chase. After all, it's up to Loki tomorrow to get Thortle back, awakening deity's power. Otherwise, even if Thor's bloodline is copied now, it is only the bloodline of ordinary earthlings. However, I also have to admire the strength of Odin's divine power. Thinking of this, Chen Tian not only muttered with emotion, "Just a simple spell can make Thor immortal." Quote. Thinking. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps outside the tent. It was Hill Agent with the people of the task force who rushed over. Since Loki used magic to block the surveillance before, they are only now seeing the real situation here through the surveillance screen. Hill Agent reacted at this time and led people closer to this side. Merely, when Hill entered the tent, Chen Tian was long gone. On the way back, Thor looked very sad, and his face was extremely miserable. He has lost Mjolnir's approval and is no longer an Asgard god. You know, before being banished, Thor was already preparing to succeed Asgard and become the king of the entire god world. Such a gap is difficult for him to accept. "I am not recognized by Mjolnir. Without divine power, I am no longer a god." Thor leaned against the window and murmured glumly. Simple. Foster had to drive while comforting all the way. Chen Tian sat silent. He had no intention of comforting Thor. It's easy to make friends with this guy with a muscular head or fight him. Or, fine wine. There's a saying among Marvel fans that beer runs in Thor's blood. Thereupon, back in town, Chen Tian and meteorologist Eric took Thor to a nearby bar. Chen Tian took the lead and ordered a cup of depth charges for the big guys. At first the first glass of wine was down. Thor was still immersed in grief. Until Chen Tian asked the front desk to bring out a more violent liquor, Thor was a little surprised. This wine is almost interesting compared to Asgard. But really fierce. And it's delicious. So, it was directly poured into a gulp. It was fine at first. Later, Thor saw Chen Tian pour several large cups. Not to be outdone, he drank along. After all, Thor thinks that Asgard is not drunk for 1,000 glasses. How could he show weakness to a Midgard? As for Eric, he was even more reluctant to accept defeat. This scientist does not look at him as a literati, but he does not show weakness in his work. I drank an unknown number of cups. Until 3, fell 2. This competition between drinks and drinks, but it symbolizes that the competition between men has ended, and the person who did not fall is naturally Chen Tian. He has Kryptonian blood, and this amount of alcohol is not difficult at all. In the end, Chen Tian sent the drunken trio back, during which the two did not forget to brag to each other. Words that can only be understood by all drunkards. By the time Chen Tian returned to the hotel, it was late at night. He noticed that Wanda next door had not woken up. It seems that this girl is exhausted today. Chen Tian muttered to himself, did not choose to turn on the light and sat directly on the edge of the bed. Then, he raised his hand. In the entire dimly lit room where he was alone, only the golden shimmer of magic was exchanged between his palms. Chen Tian felt the change after there was an extra magic ability in his body, and his expression changed for a while, and he felt strange. Because he found that in his body, the magic element and the Kryptonian bloodline seemed to have some kind of special interaction. They are mutually exclusive. The Krypton bloodline can only absorb one energy at a time, and that is fixed star energy. This is also the reason why at this moment, the Kryptonian bloodline in Chen Tian's body will repel magical energy. I remember hearing somewhere that Da Chao is full of material resistance, but there is zero magic resistance. Chen Tian felt the changes in his body and thought slightly, but it seems that this is not the case. Quote, as a matter of fact, Da Chao is not a true zero demon resistance. In the comics, he also used to cast magical elements, because the fixed star energy in the large superbody of that universe was replaced by magical energy. Therefore, the source of energy of Dachau is not limited to fixed star energy. However, after choosing one energy as a supply, its Kryptonian bloodline will begin to repel other kinds of energy. I didn't expect that the Krypton bloodline, as a bloodline, would have a dedicated side. After you choose one energy source, it doesn't change, and then you don't care about other kinds of energy. When Chen Tian thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh dumbly. But fortunately my situation is different. He felt the magical energy and Kryptonian bloodline in his body, although they were mutually exclusive and could not blend together. But they also did not influence each other, weaken each other. On the contrary, they just maintained a clear and ignoring each other. He immediately smiled and made an inference. It is estimated that my copy ability is reconciled, so there will be no defect in my body that can only choose one or the other. In such a situation, now he can use both magic and the increase brought about by the Krypton bloodline itself. In other words, now he not only has a body of steel, but is not afraid of any physical attack. In the future, magic energy will not have any effect on him again. After Chen Tian made such a discovery, he began to look forward to Thor's bloodline even more. After all, Thor is a magician. I wonder what effect Thor's Asgard bloodline will have with the Kryptonian bloodline. Thinking, Chen Tian lay down on the bed. After starting to look forward to it, copy the harvest of Thor's bloodline. Thinking, I don't know how long it took. Chen Tian then slowly went to sleep. Time passes slowly. The night gradually dissipated. The sky was not yet fully bright, and the sky began to gradually turn a touch of fish belly white. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent explosion that seemed to have collapsed into a sound wave like the essence of the Dao path spread towards the town where Chen Tian and they were staying. Chen Tian, who was asleep, suddenly woke up, instantly turned over and sat up, his eyes full of vigilance. This guy, you actually came so early. He sighed in amazement and looked out the window hesitantly. At this time, Wanda pushed open Chen Tian's door in pajamas and ran over, with the expression on her little face also looking frightened. Not surprisingly, she was also awakened by the explosion just now, and her face turned pale. Chen, what's going on? Wanda ran to Chen Tian and grabbed the latter's sleeve. I probably know what's coming, you wait for me here, I'll be back soon, it's okay. Chen Tian reached out and touched the little girl's head, whispered a few words of reassurance, and then opened the window and flew in the direction where the explosion came from. Meanwhile, the sky above the entire desert town was strangely born out of thin air like ripples, sparkling and scattering around. The atmosphere of the town that had been calm in the early morning was suddenly broken at this moment. Next second, all the clouds in the sky actually began to converge towards one point, constantly twisting, forming a terrifying black cyclone. The town, which had just been slightly brightened, was once again shrouded in a layer of haze. Click, click, the densely packed thick arc immediately erupted from the depths of the cyclone. Clicking, every sound will cause heaven and earth to tremble. It shows an extremely terrifying sense of oppression and goes towards the whole small suppression. Just when everyone fell into an unwarranted panic, I saw a huge silver figure, which suddenly slowly descended from the black cyclone above the sky. The moment that silver figure appeared, the air around it seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. The fear of the unknown in my heart is like a rushing wave, and it is impossible to suppress it. And with that silver figure, it got closer and closer to the ground. It even gives people a despair as if the sky has collapsed and is about to crush everything. God, what is that thing? In the town, everyone rushed out of the room at this moment, looked up at the figure, and sighed in despair. At this moment, everyone has only one feeling in their hearts. Destruction is coming. Death is coming. Next, Lee is good for a second. Rumble. The silver figure that was slowly falling suddenly accelerated its falling speed and smashed into the desert clearing near the town. Boom. Suddenly, in the roar of the trembling heavens and the earth, the entire ground trembled, and rounds of extremely powerful air currents swept up huge amounts of dust, forming a terrifying sandstorm rushing towards the town. This guy, Chen Tian, floated in midair, looking at the cracks that spread for thousands of meters, the ground covered by thick dust and fog, and slowly frowned. Under his gaze, the thick dust curtain that covered the sky slowly dispersed, and finally people could see the terrifying silver figure that fell down. A humanoid being that is more than 10 meters tall, made of silver metal all around, and whose body is covered with twisted divine patterns. Its head is also composed of silver and gold, but the face and the inside of the skull are empty, and there is nothing left. Just standing there, it had a terrifying sense of oppression that spread from every corner of its body. Next second, rise. In its body, a red flame containing a terrifying temperature suddenly ignited, filling its empty head and sweeping out from its face. As those flames rose, the temperature around them rose by a few points. The breath of destroying everything is getting thicker and stronger. In the sky, Chen Tian took a deep breath and recognized the identity of the other party. One of Asgard's most powerful weapons. Destroyer. Once level, today's god King Odin is dressed as a destroyer to block the invasion of the celestial god group alone. The other celestial god groups in level universe were eclipsed in front of Shinwei. Now, the destroyer is back on Earth. And Asgard, which is far away from Midgard, a figure locks a small town far away through the perspective of the destroyer. He's Loki. At the moment Loki sat on the throne, holding the scepter, and a fierce cold voice flashed under his eyes, the Midgards. You're going to pay for what happened last night. Boom, one by one. A terrifying loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth descended from the heavenly firmament, turning into a wave of sound waves like the essence of the Tao, enveloping the desert town that was still in the quiet atmosphere of the early morning. All the clouds around the sky gathered at this moment, and in an instant, they twisted into a vortex of dark clouds that were extremely dark, and electric light surged. The coercion that was suppressed to the extreme instantly covered the hearts of all those who were awakened. Boom. Meanwhile, above an endless desert, the silver figure of the destroyer suddenly fell from the vortex of black clouds in the air at high speed and descended on the world. It smashed the open space not far from the desert town. The ground roared and trembled like an earthquake, terrifying. The dust and fog swept through the sky, and the circular strong wind swept out. The big crack in the Tao instantly crawled all over the kilometer distance. Such a violent vibration naturally attracted the attention of Hill Agent and others in the Temporary Research Institute. What is this? Is it Stark Industries' new mech? Hill looked at the huge guy who looked like a god in the dust. His pupils shook wildly, and then with his manpower, he rushed to a position not far from the destroyer's fall as soon as possible. She stood in front of everyone, her face solemn. But out of professionalism, Hill took a deep breath and raised the megaphone in his hand. This robot is suspected of a mass threat weapon and has not been registered in any way. I hope you identify yourself and at the same time stop the operation of weapons. Her magnetic voice, amplified by megaphones, was directed towards the destroyer. However, Hill's voice just fell. All the lines on the opposite destroyer's body suddenly lit up with golden light, instantly gathering towards its face armor part. Next second, the upper body of the destroyer leaned forward, and the face armor opened, exposing the dazzling and terrifying golden sun beneath it. Rumble. A golden laser carrying terrifying heat burst out towards the position where Hill and the others were standing. Hill felt the heat wave coming from the paving, and suddenly felt that death locked him dead, unable to move, and had to watch the laser blast towards him. Hill, be careful. Fortunately, Hawkeye next to him reacted very quickly and reached out to pull her away. The golden laser almost flew against Hill's body, smashing all the vehicles of the task force behind him into slag. As a result, many members of the surrounding contingent were also seriously injured by the splash of vehicle debris. Who the hell sent it? Hill looked back in horror and shocked that with just one shot, the destroyer had crushed their SHIELD task force. I don't know, it's just obviously not something we can handle right now. Hawkeye's tone was low and his eyes serious, and he immediately pressed the communication device and reported the situation to the headquarters of SHIELD. As for the people of the other contingents, almost all of them have lost their ability to move at the moment. Hill also felt his legs weaken, and could only helplessly watch the destroyer turn around and walk towards the desert town. It seems like Chen Tian is still in town. She looked at the back of the destroyer gradually disappearing, and suddenly remembered this in a deep voice. It looks like the trouble will be solved soon. Hawkeye paused before saying, although I don't want to admit it, Chen Tian's strength is undoubted. If even he can't solve this silver big guy, then in a short time, no one can really deal with it. When Hill heard this, he didn't refute Hawkeye's words, but just cursed in a low voice. I didn't expect the problem to depend on an outsider. Meanwhile, Asgard ideographic period. Loki temporarily took the throne after Thor was banished to Earth for a mistake, with the consent of the Queen Mother. He sat high on the throne, manipulating the destroyer, thinking of the powerless expressions of Hill and the others, with a proud look on his face. The Midgards, also trying to stop the destroyer. This is the wrath of the gods. You don't deserve it. Loki muttered with a smile, and then remembered Chen Tian, who had insulted him last night, and suddenly his face sank, and said coldly, boy, I only wanted to target Thor, now you are my brother's funeral object. Words fall. His complexion suddenly turned hideous. Roar. The destroyer who was far away on the earth suddenly quickened his pace under his control. Every step can step on the ground, stepping on a deep footprint, the earth trembles and roars, carrying smoke and dust. The destroyer soon arrived in front of the town in front of the townspeople, fleeing in terror. Next second, rumble, its face armor opened again, and the energy burst out red beams, sweeping the town's buildings. The power carried in the beam is terrifying, and the terrifying heat. In an instant, countless houses burst out, endless fire spread out, and in just an instant, a quarter of the town had turned into a sea of fire. Ah, my feet. Fark, this thing ruined my house. Run, this guy is terrifying. Countless people panicked, screamed, and scattered to flee. The once lively and peaceful town has become a hell on earth in the sea of fire in just a few seconds. This is the destroyer. How could it be here? Then, Thor also heard the movement and rushed out of the room, looking at the familiar silver figure, slightly dumbfounded. Loki is now in control of Asgard. This thing can only be sent by him. His fiancée Sif also walked out, looked at the destroyer, and said with a gloomy face. Except for Sif. And Thor's comrades, the Asgard 3 warriors Vandal, Hogun, and Wallstag also ran out, with ugly expressions on their faces. Sif and Asgard came to Thor this morning to bring him back to Asgard. Thinking about it, as soon as the words were not spoken, the destroyer came. Loki, that guy. The big fat man Wallstag clenched his fists and scolded fiercely. In order to prevent you from returning to Asgard, he actually wants to kill you with the destroyer. Why would my brother do this? I don't understand. Thor's expression suddenly became angry and puzzled when he heard this, and he asked loudly. However, seeing the destroyer getting closer and closer, he still regained his senses. No, it's too late to say too much. I have lost my divine power now, but I am a mortal fetus in the flesh, and staying here is just a burden. Although Thor is no different from ordinary people now, he still calmly made arrangements. You guys drag the destroyer first, buy time, and I'll help evacuate the town. Quote. Good. The Asgard 3 warriors are Thor's comrades who have always fought side by side, and they have no opinion on the latter's arrangement. Thor's fiancée, Sif, also focuses on her head. Next second. After Thor left, several people took out their weapons and burst out their divine power to meet the destroyer. Thor, on the other hand, raced through the streets to help the residents of the town who were in a panic escape. Asgard Ideographic period. Through the eyes of the destroyer, Loki sees the four who disobey his orders and go to Thor privately. The face is gloomy and extremely ugly. Now I am the king of Asgard, but you are already loyal to Thor. Where am I inferior to him? Loki gritted his teeth and scolded angrily, raising his hand and waving it. Earth. On a desert town. The pace of the destroyer accelerated again after the appearance of the Asgard 3 warriors and Sif. At the same time, all the lines on the body suddenly lit up with a brilliant golden luster, and instantly gathered towards the face armor. The terrifying magic fluctuations and high temperature suddenly erupted on its body, and all the air around it was distorted at this moment. Asgard 3 warriors and Sif felt the pressure from the paving, and their faces froze. For Asgard, the big fat man Wallstag took out his weapon, the long axe, and stared at the pressure and roared. The rest of the people also took out their weapons one after another and burst out of divine power. In their view, Loki is nothing more than an opportunistic rat who is not worthy of Thor's throne at all. Rumble. In an instant, several people suddenly erupted with brilliant divine light. The 3 warriors of Asgard took a step forward, preparing to face the destroyer head-on. Sif, on the other hand, held his longsword, quickly ran towards the back of the destroyer, ready to attack from behind. Next second, the 3 warriors of Asgard flashed and rushed directly to the front of the destroyer, raising their weapons and attacking the latter head-on. However, the destroyer also took a step forward, not retreating, and the huge amount of silver arms suddenly swept away. The huge force is like a big wave crashing on the shore, the turbulence is unstoppable, and it explodes violently. Boom! Directly throw the Asgard 3 warriors out like 3 broken kites. The 3 of them can't beat it. Then, Sif had already taken the opportunity to go around behind the destroyer. For Asgard, she shouted, and the whole person leapt into the air, and the long sword in her hand bloomed with a dazzling golden divine light. Sif, as the crown princess of the god king Odin, her long sword was blessed by the latter. Airplanes. Suddenly, a dense divine pattern flashed on the long sword, and the blade flickered coldly. Plunged forward into the back of the destroyer. Clang. With the sound of gold and iron, Sif's long sword, blessed by the blessing of the god king, barely broke through the destroyer's defenses and stabbed in. Pity. Sif originally's strength is not strong, and the long sword broke through the destroyer's defenses and got directly stuck in the gap on the destroyer's body. Seeing this, she couldn't help but scold secretly, and was about to increase the force on her hand. But seeing the destroyer who originally faced her on the back, the iron armor on his body began to rotate according to each part, turning into a frontal face to her. Rumble. The destroyer was not prepared to pity the jade at all, and his big hand suddenly bombarded out. Sif was also blasted to the side of the Asgard 3 warriors. Several people lay down on the ground at the same time, their whole bodies were in pain, and they could not get up again. At this time, the destroyer took a step forward and approached several people, and the patterns on his body bloomed with more and more dazzling golden light. Immediately after, those golden lights instantly gathered on its head. The terrifying tide of majestic energy suddenly roared from the head of the destroyer and spread out in all directions. Even the Asgard 3 warriors and Sif, as gods, are terrified. It can be imagined that when the other party breaks out, they will all be buried here. No resistance. Hey, Loki, what you call the wrath of the gods is just hiding behind a big toy and not daring to show up. It's really a funny god. Then, a voice sounded from behind the destroyer. The destroyer suddenly turned around. I saw a tall, well-proportioned figure flying high in the air not far away. It's Chen Tian. Thor noticed him too. Hey, friend, this guy is not something you Midgardians can provoke. If you die, get out of there. Immediately, Thor shouted to Chen Tian. He knew that the destroyer had come because of him, and if something happened to him because of the destroyer, then Thor felt responsible. But it was too late. Asgard. Loki sees Chen Tian's appearance through the eyes of the destroyer, and also hears what the latter says. His whole face suddenly turned hideous because of anger, and his eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. Midgards. He actually dared to anger the gods. Good. I want you to see what true wrath of the gods is. Loki's words were almost squeezed out of between his teeth, as if he was extremely angry. directly bombard the destroyers raised to maximum power. Airplanes. On a desert town, the destroyer's body began to emit red light, which was already terrifying enough, and at this time, it was even climbing. Endless energy suddenly converged into its face armor. The air within a radius of 100 meters had already begun to twist wildly because of the terrifying high temperature released from the destroyer's body. Look into the past. The destroyer gathered the head of the majestic energy, like a round of the great sun shining dazzlingly, bursts of energy ripples, terrifying to the extreme. Flash. Seeing this, Thor increased his volume and shouted. Next second, the destroyer's body leaned forward, and the face armor opened. Boom! One by one, the terrifying red beam formed by the convergence of endless majestic energy burst out. The air where the beam of light passed vibrated out of thin air with dense ripples. Like an angry dragon roaring and exuding endless majesty, it slammed into Chen Tian. However, Chen Tian stood in place, his expression calm and motionless, as if he was not ready to dodge, ready to let the beam hit him. He knew that Loki would definitely seek revenge on himself. After all, this guy has more revenge than anyone else. So the moment he saw himself, even Thor didn't care anymore, and directly let the destroyer blast at him. Unfortunately, Chen Tian looked at the beam of destroyers that was getting closer and closer, not caring at all, and the corners of his mouth outlined a smile. Asgard ideographic period. Through the perspective of the destroyer, Loki saw that Chen Tian was not ready to hide, and felt that the other party was really ignorant and ridiculous to the extreme. Hard receiving the beam of the destroyer is simply looking for death. This guy is an idiot. He laughed out loud with disdain. Next second, rumble. The beam of the destroyer has already hit Chen Tian. The majestic and terrifying energy to the extreme burst out instantly. Circles of air flow scattered in all directions, and countless rubble splashed everywhere. The flames rolled and rose, and the extreme explosion was deafening, that is, together with the ground, it was shaking violently, giving birth to dense cracks in the Tao. Thor raised his head, looked at the churning sea of fire in front of him, the dust and fog in the air, and suddenly cursed angrily. There are still people who have been affected because of themselves. He can't forgive. However, just when all the aftermath gradually dissipated, Thor's expression that was still excited before instantly stiffened on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. That boy in Midgard, after enduring a devastating bombardment that had been brewing to the extreme from the destroyer, it was still flying in midair. How is it possible? Learn about the Asgard 3 warriors and Sif of the destroyer's power, and see Chen Tian not only standing still. Even the clothes were not the slightest fold, and they were also in a sluggishness. If it weren't for the ground around the other party, it would have become fragmented and messy, and the air was filled with gunpowder smoke that had not yet dispersed. They may even suspect that nothing had happened. Next second, the figure broke through the thick white smoke in front of him and came to the oblique side of the destroyer, condescendingly overlooking the silver-white battle armor below. It is bathed in the scorching sun and has no wrinkled coat. The eyebrows revealed a divine majesty, and it was clearly a young man of 18 or 19 years old. But there is a sense of oppression that makes people bow down. Judging the two of them with teenagers who liked to joke before, he is now like a majestic Tarzan, looking down on everything. Chen Tian said slowly, Loki, you don't seem to be good at this toy. Asgard ideographic period. After Loki saw Chen Tian's unharmed posture through the perspective of the destroyer, rage's expression suddenly froze on his face. The roaring voice stopped abruptly. It seems that a big invisible hand suddenly grabbed his neck, not only making him unable to say any words. Even the roar suck uncontrollably becomes heavy. Come up. He resisted the rays of the destroyer. It can even be said that it has not been affected at all. Quote, this guy. Loki felt her voice tremble a little. Is this guy really a Midgard? Joke. One of the most powerful weapons of the destroyer called Asgard, the power it displayed was that Loki, as a god, did not dare to resist. And that guy not only came in and carried it down, but didn't even hurt at all. Loki couldn't even help but doubt her eyes over and over at this moment. The other side. 9 realms Midgard, Earth. Thor witnessed this scene and his mouth was open for a long time. Don't know what to say. Last second. Still let Chen Tian dodge away, otherwise he will die at the hands of the destroyer. Unexpectedly, Only a few seconds had passed. Thor's face was cracked. Chen, how did you do it? Thor came to his senses and muttered incredulously. That's the destroyer's strongest blow. Even when he still had divine power, he didn't dare to deal with it head-on. But Chen Tian just stood in place, and didn't even seem to make any movement at all, just letting the beam of the destroyer bombard his body. And there were no injuries at all. Even the clothes on his body did not have any impact. Such a scene, even for Thor, the eldest prince of Asgard, was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, always hiding in the distance, Jane, who did not leave. Foster, looking at Chen Tian, who was floating in the air like a god. A small mouth also opened in shock, and its eyes were straight. This Chen, is it really human? No wonder the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. were so scared of him last night. I already imagined what would have happened if the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. had dared to do something to him. Quote. She couldn't help but mutter. Although Jane Foster has no concrete idea of how horrible the destroyer really is. But, after the destroyer came, the damage caused was also seen by her. The beam that this guy just shot easily destroyed a quarter of the town. Such a power is undoubtedly completely impossible for ordinary people to withstand. And, even if nothing else, the aura emanating from Chen Tian alone was enough to make people feel deeply oppressed. Thinking. Simple. Foster's gaze at Chen Tian became more and more complicated. And more in awe. And Vandal, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, looked at Chen Tian's back and was even more in awe. He's a real warrior. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but surprise roar. Meanwhile, Loki, who manipulates the destroyer, has turned the shock into irritation over time. He felt that he had lost face, and was so humiliated by a lowly Midgard. The feminine and handsome face suddenly became more and more distorted. Guys, do you really think that this can really challenge the gods' Waiming? I'll tell you. Impossible. He roared angrily and raised his hand again, ready for the destroyer to attack. Hum 1. Far away in the gap of the body of the destroyer of the earth, a crimson brilliance once again lit up, and the majestic energy was once again ready to gather in the head. Yet the next second, roar, Chen Tian's figure suddenly exploded, and the air around him that had just begun to heat up was pulled by the high-speed movement that he turned into a residual image, turning into a fierce wind. He came to the destroyer in an instant. Super strength erupted and suddenly threw his own punch. Rumble. The mighty power suddenly exploded under his punch. The surrounding air was directly blasted out of a vacuum with his punches. The endless wind suddenly swept in all directions. And the destroyer suffered a heavy punch in the chest, and the breastplate that should have been extremely strong suddenly twisted and collapsed, and the entire behemoth body was blasted off the ground and flew out thousands of meters upside down. Boom. Pieces of buildings were destroyed one after another under the pouring of the destroyer's behemoth body, and the rubble splashed and dusty into the sky. Chen Tian, on the other hand, looked at the destroyer who fell in the ruins and shook his head. It seems that this destroyer, without the blessing of Odin's power, is not the same thing at all as the destroyer who blocked the celestial god group back then. It's a world of difference. He recalled Odin's previous feelings of oppression projected on the sky. I couldn't help but muttered in my heart. And Loki's continuous attacks really made Chen Tian feel a little unhappy. At the same time, he was also a little impatient. After all, the purpose of this time is Thor's bloodline. There is no time to spend time with the destroyer. But it all seems to have been arranged by Odin today. If I forcibly intervene and cause Thor's death, will he also regain the power of awakening Thor? Thoughtful, Chen Tian set his sights on Thor. The latter felt the gaze projected by the other party towards him and frowned slightly. Thor always felt that looking at his eyes was wrong, and his heart was furious. The other side. Simple. Foster's nymphomaniac friend beside him, Louise's charming face showed a smile, and asked Thor, that flying little brother is your friend. As you speak, you can feel a charm of spring water, ticking out of your eyes. Thor didn't speak when he heard this. If he hadn't seen Chen Tian's horror now, he would naturally say that the other party was his friend without hesitation. But now, Thor wasn't even sure what Chen Tian meant by looking at him. In short, he vaguely felt that Chen Tian seemed to have some kind of evil intention for himself. And just when Thor's thoughts did not fall, roar, Chen Tian, who was clearly still a few hundred meters away, suddenly turned into an afterimage and burst in front of him. Thor, do you want to regain your divine powers? He looked at Thor, who had a puzzled gaze, and asked with a smile. It's nature. Thor narrowed his eyes, a little unsure of Chen Tian's position and motives, but answered truthfully. So do you think you're ready for the sacrifice now? Chen Tian continued to ask. You better say it, what do you want to do? Thor narrowed his eyes, wondering why the other person would ask such a strange set of questions. Although Chen Tian did not get a direct answer from the other party, he still got the answer through the mind ability. As a matter of fact, Chen Tian was testing Thor's mental activity. After all, he wasn't sure if he was right to forcibly intervene to make Thor sacrifice. But he knew that according to the original book, Mjolnir would approve of Thor precisely because the other party was ready to sacrifice himself for his friend. Apparently, after the test just now, Chen Tian had sensed that Thor was ready. So, he stretched out his hand and slapped Thor's shoulder and held it tightly, looked at the latter calmly, and said in a deep voice, "It will be as you wish in a while." Thor listened to Chen Tian's words and felt the power of his shoulders. For juvenile behavior, his deep sapphire-like eyes revealed puzzlement. Chen, what are you going to do? Jane on the side. Foster is not full of muscles. Thor, sensing the abnormality and running forward to stop it. But as soon as she spoke. Chen Tian's hand on Thor's shoulder on the opposite side had already suddenly exerted his strength and picked up Thor with one hand. Chen Tian's current strength is far beyond the existence of the early superpower, if only in terms of strength. There are few people on the earth today who can even compare to him. And after all, Thor's divine powers were sealed. Although he had exaggerated muscles, he was still in the category of ordinary people. Therefore, although he had already reacted when Chen Tian suddenly exerted his strength, he tensed his muscles and exerted all his strength to resist. But not Chen Tian's opponent at all. So, Thor had no room to resist and was smashed into the destroyer who had just risen. When Chen Tian threw him out, he also used extremely heavy force. His entire figure suddenly appeared in the air, carrying the billowing wind, almost turning into an afterimage and smashing out fiercely. Roar, bang, but in a blink of an eye. Ah! Thor had already smashed on the destroyer's incomparably hard body and screamed, and suddenly his head broke into blood, and it seemed that his head was bursting into brain pulp. Then the whole person fell to the ground, the breath quickly withered, and soon there was no roar sucking. Everything happened too fast. There was silence. No one expected that things would go in this direction. And Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, and he also felt a little surprised. Hey, doesn't this trick of flying Thor work? Why hasn't he moved? Is it really gone? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. According to Chen Tian's vision, be prepared to sacrifice yourself in Thor. When his life is in danger, Mjolnir will recognize him again, and at the same time, he will also regain his divine power and become the Thor who controls the power of the thunder and lightning. It didn't seem like things were going the way he expected. However, Odin sealed Thor's divine power, and naturally has the means to resurrect him, but there is no need to worry about Thor really gaga. The other side. Asgard ideographic period. Thor. Through the perspective of the destroyer, Loki looked at Thor, who was lying on the ground in a pool of blood and gradually cold, and was also stunned. The whole person's body was trembling, and even the eye sockets were a little uncontrollably red. The pupils trembled, full of disbelief. His fists clenched unconsciously, and anger suddenly ignited under his eyes. Meanwhile, Desert Town. Simple. Foster came to his senses and scolded Chen Tian, "What have you done?" And her friend Louise was even more frightened and did not dare to continue talking. As for the Asgard 3 warriors and Sif, they were also angry. They clenched their weapons and looked at Chen Tian warily. "So you're with Loki?" Sif looked at her fiancé's corpse and roared furiously. Roar. Right at this moment, the destroyer suddenly walked towards them, emitting a terrifying oppression and interrupting the confrontation of everyone. Chen Tian looked at the destroyer who came over and narrowed his eyes. "I advise you to get out of here quickly, because I feel a strong anger." Quote. At the same time, what he didn't say was that this anger also surprised him. Because Chen Tian could feel that this anger came from Loki. Is Loki angry that I caused Thor's death? Shouldn't this kid have feelings for his brother? He can kill Thor, but no one else can. Chen Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart. The destroyer on the opposite side had already picked up his pace. Yet at this very moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly swept up, and Mjolnir, who originally fell to the ground, automatically leapt into the sky. Bang! A pillar of lightning light that was enough to illuminate the heavens and earth and penetrate everything suddenly burst towards Thor on the ground. That pillar of lightning contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. As soon as it appeared, everyone immediately felt a feeling of extreme danger. Heaven and earth are roaring and trembling. Ah! There was a roar. Thor, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a brilliant thunder in his eyes. The momentum is amazing. He reached out and took the Mjolnir that flew towards him in the endless thunder light, and stood up in the air. The divine power in his body like a sea of stars finally broke through the seal and re-overflowed in all corners of his body. All injuries are repaired in an instant. The clothes on his body also changed into Thor's silver armor with the bloom of divine power. A red cape flutters, majestic. Majestic. The thunder light disperses, heaven and earth, goodbye light. Thor. Everyone was attracted to all eyes at this moment. The destroyer, controlled by Loki, also stopped in place. I am the glory of the gods of the north. Thor. Thor. Thor bathed in the gaze of everyone, holding up Mjolnir, roar and shouting. The whole person exudes the majesty of the gods who are not angry and arrogant and inviolable at this moment. Rumble. Next moment, endless thunder light suddenly erupted from him. Brilliant and terrifying. Thor burst into front of the destroyer in an instant. Countless arcs wrapped around the Mjolnir and smashed out. Rumble. The turbulent divine power overflowed, like the boundless waves of the angry sea, and it was impossible to stop it. Just one hit. The destroyer was smashed to the point of rifts and falling apart. Bang! Exploded into pieces. Asgard ideographic period. Thor, why, you're still back. Feeling that he had lost contact with the destroyer, Loki took off his helmet and slammed it into the ground in great exasperation. He could imagine Thor returning. He has not sat on the temporary throne for 2 days, and he has to return it to Thor. And the person who the father really cares about when the king arrives will also become Thor. Thor deserves to die in the mortal world, and coming back will only embarrass Asgard. Meanwhile, on Earth, Thor is actually resurrected. Moreover, he really didn't lie to me, he really is a god. Simple. Foster looked at Thor, bathed in boundless thunder, shocked, and his eyes flickered. Everyone except for her, was in shock. The Asgard 3 and Sif couldn't be more excited. Thor is back, they thought happily, right at this moment. After Thor smashed the destroyer, the thunder light on his body still did not disperse. His eyes shining with blue electric light turned to Chen Tian. Rumble. The next moment, he actually directly threw out the Mjolnir wrapped around endless arcs and smashed into Chen Tian. Roar. Mjolnir came out of his hand, and on the hammer body, all the lines bloomed with brilliant divine light at this moment. Endless arcs shine and bloom with the power of thunder that is enough to destroy everything. Hammer roared over, it seemed that he couldn't even bear the space, and he couldn't stop shaking. Thor. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. Marvel at Thor's combat strength after recovery, but at the same time feel that Chen Tian can't avoid the attack from Thor. After all, the other party is the best warrior in the 9 realms for nearly 1,000 years. However, when the electric Mjolnir slammed into Chen Tian, the power of brilliant thunder was thrilling. Break the space. It's just that. Next second, the crowd saw a scene that shocked them. I saw the young man raise his hand depictorially and hold the flying Mjolnir. Instantly, endless electric light bloomed brilliantly, like a spider web densely spreading throughout the space. And the hammer is connected without moving. Everyone froze in place. To know, that is a hammer that only those who are approved by the God King can gather. Roar. Mjolnir blasted through the air and headed straight at Chen Tian. The brilliant thunder light burst through the long sky, like endless thunder power, filling the place where the eye could reach. It exudes an endless sense of destruction, a sense of destruction. Countless arcs beat, each of which seems to carry the horror that wipes out all life. Everyone present saw this scene and immediately held roar-sucking. Jane Foster, who was standing beside him, hurriedly retreated. Thor used this hammer just now, but directly shattered the extremely hard destroyer. Naturally, they know the power of the hammer. The informed Asgard 3 warriors and Sif were a little nervous, knowing that Mjolnir could only be lifted if it was recognized. If it is not recognized, the front is either dead or injured. However, Chen Tian looked extremely indifferent. He slowly raised his hand, white as jade knuckles, and collided with Mjolnir. Rumble. Endless electric light burst out instantly, shining on the sky and the earth and dyeing everything white. The aftermath of the terrifying collision spread out in an instant, and the surrounding environment suddenly flew sand and stone dust and fog. Fark. Rao as Asgard's 3 warriors and female warrior Sif couldn't help frowning, stimulated by the blazing light, and subconsciously raised their hands to block their eyes. Not to mention Jane Foster and Eric and Louise, 3 ordinary people. They couldn't look directly at the intense thunder lightning. On the contrary, Thor, who threw out Mjolnir, squinted slightly. His handsome face reflected a layer of white light, but his solemn expression could not be concealed. He was able to see everything that was happening in the white light. On the other side, in the midst of intense thunder, the moment Chen Tian's hand touched the Thor hammer, the sound of receiving a reward suddenly sounded in his mind. Constantly echoing in my mind. Battle detected. Rewarded. Asgard royal bloodline, Thor. It's done. When Chen Tian heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The purpose of coming to New Mexico this time is to get the bloodline of Thordos, 527. That is, the bloodline of the Asgard royal family. He once saw in a comic issue that Thor's bloodline is far better than Odin's. Because the Asgard people are truly strong and inherited, the bloodline of one generation will be better than the next, and their strength will increase exponentially with age. Other words, if Chen Tian's strength has reached the silver super period, with the blessing of Asgard's bloodline, it is even possible to go to the next level. That's the power of the Asgard bloodline. The longer you live, the older you get, the more demonic you get. The Krypton bloodline, on the other hand, has no upper limit. As for the Hulk bloodline, it is a bit of an evolution towards the immortal Hulk. If this is the case, then the target is immortality. No one can kill the immortal Hulk, he is everything under everything. Thinking of this, Chen Tian was a little excited. He was looking forward to what kind of bugs would arise between the bloodlines. So much so that he ignored the thunder rushing around him and the impact of Mjolnir. Anyway, he didn't take this in his eyes. After all, he had a body of steel and a biological stance, and he didn't care about these lightning attacks. Besides, he has Loki's magic and James Lowe's lightning ability. These are not to be feared by him at all. Moreover, it seems that Thor didn't use much force. Thoughts fall. Chen Tian pinched Mjolnir's hammer and flicked it gently. Roar. All the shining arcs around him were immediately dispersed by him. Sure enough, I stopped. It's just, how can it be so easy? Chen's strength is really beyond my imagination. When Thor saw that Chen Tian stopped his Mjolnir with only one hand, and the clothes on his body were still not affected in the slightest, and he did not even waver in his face, I couldn't help but shrink my pupils. Thor knew that Chen Tian suddenly started to help himself, all to help himself. And the result is indeed as the latter said, his divine power broke through the seal. Therefore, he threw a hammer at the other party, completely wanting to try his own recovered divine power. By the way, take a look at the strength of this Midgard friend. And it didn't take much force. But seeing Chen Tian still accept his attack so easily still shocked Thor. Meantime, Thor's gaze lingered on the Mjolnir that Chen Tian was holding in his hand. The shock under his eyes suddenly became more intense. I tried my best to regain the approval of the hammer, but this guy Chen actually did it easily. Thor's face suddenly became complicated. Chen Tian noticed the change in Thor's expression, all sensing the latter's mood, and immediately put down the hammer and smiled. This is my special ability, not recognized by the hammer, he explained with a smile while picking up the hammer. Click. It was actually directly unleashed a thick lightning bolt and slashed at the ground in front of Thor. Seeing this, Thor couldn't help but take a step back unconsciously, watching Chen Tian's expression become more complicated. Then, Chen Tian also threw the Mjolnir in his hand towards the other party. Thor took the hammer, his eyes flickering. I didn't believe Chen Tian's words at all. He always felt that this teenager exuded an indescribable strange aura all over his body, too mysterious to figure it out. However, Thor did not choose to continue to ask on this question because of the doubts in his heart. His emotional intelligence is a little low, but he also knows that everyone has secrets that they don't want to reveal, and there is also an invisible line that cannot be easily crossed. What's more, the other party is still a person whose strength is not weaker than his own in the slightest. Well, thank you, Chen. Thor thought, and smiled brightly at Chen Tian. To be honest, the way you helped me just now startled me, but fortunately it succeeded in the end. Then, Jane in the distance. Foster came over and looked at Thor at the moment cautiously. Are you really okay now? When she opened her mouth to ask, she couldn't help but swallow her spit and looked at Thor's body from top to bottom. I'm in good shape right now, full of divine power. Thor's face smiled even more when he heard this, and he raised his palm to flash with electricity. Then, after everything was over, Hill and the others finally arrived late with the few remnants of the defeated army. She looked at Thor, a hint of seriousness flowing between her eyebrows. The latter's performance after retrieving his divine power was seen by her. At this moment, Thor is already a dangerous existence, no less dangerous than Chen Tian in the heart of the Hill agent, so she can't be careless. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I need to know who you are in order to keep the planet safe. Quote. Hill asked after taking a deep breath. Don't worry, this is my promise on behalf of Asgard. Thor did not answer the other person's question directly, but said so. Then, he looked at Chen Tian. Chen, I'm going back first. My friend from Asgard told me that Loki had messed up the whole Asgard and that I had to go back and deal with it as soon as possible. After that, when I have a chance, I will come and have a good drink with you. Hearing this, Chen Tian nodded. See you next time. It could be seen that Thor was really anxious. After a short exchange of words and 2 sentences, he, the 3 warriors of Asgard, and Sif suddenly appeared under their feet. Next second, a brilliant pillar of light fell from the sky to envelop them. Wait until the light wears off. Thor and the others had already disappeared in place. Chen Tian looked at the place where they disappeared and knew that the other party had returned to Asgard through Bifrost, who could teleport freely in the 9 realms. And Hill Agent watched them leave, but did not dare to say anything. Until after Thor's party left. Only then did she look at Chen Tian, take a deep breath, and cautiously asked, Chen Tian, have you copied the ability of this so-called Asgard person? Hill's move opened his mouth for another purpose. That is to test the depth of his hostility to S.H.I.E.L.D. through Chen Tian's answer. All he did before was that he really wanted to go against S.H.I.E.L.D., or just because of Nick Fury's order infuriated him. Chen Tian heard the tall woman in front of him, revealing intellectual elegance, ask himself and smile. If you really want to know, you can choose to come to my room tonight after washing, and I can spend the night slowly telling you. He immediately teased. Hill never expected to get an answer like this, pulled his mouth, and suddenly cooled his face. I wish Mr. Chen Tian a happy nightlife. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and left. At the same time, I was uncertain in my heart, and I couldn't figure out what kind of person Chen Tian was. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. people saw it, naturally did not stop too much, and stepped forward to follow. Chen Tian looked at the figure of Qian who left, but thought this Hill was quite interesting. Unlike Natasha Romanoff, every move exudes charm that leaks from the bones. Hill is a bit cold, heroic, and capable. How to describe it? There is a feeling that you can only watch from a distance, and you can't play indecently. However, such a woman is more interesting to conquer than the kind of woman who is picked by the king. Chen Tian was thinking. The phone in my pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Kim and the phone called. What's the matter? Chen Tian picked up the phone. Chen, what you gave me last time has come to fruition. A deep voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Find the group of people living underwater on the south coast. Now you can give you the relevant information, or you can send someone to take you directly. Did you find it so quickly? When Chen Tian heard the other party's words, he raised his eyebrows and secretly sighed that Jin and the efficiency were really efficient. I'm still in New Mexico now, I'll talk about it later. Kim replied, okay, hang up. Chen Tian was lost in thought. Previously, he asked Kim to go to the south coast to find the people who lived under the sea, which were actually Atlanteans, that is, Aquaman Namor. Once one of Marvel's big 3. Moreover, Aquaman is also a mutant. Chen Tian did this because he wanted to co-opt it and become part of his empire. He intends to build a vast empire over the heads of the world. Empire of Mutant. And the construction of the empire naturally cannot rely on Chen Tian alone. His future strength can become the core of an empire, but in the end, a behemoth is inseparable from the cornerstone of ability. Therefore, Chen Tian will contact many people who can be used through various methods. Take Aquaman Namor, for example. Then again, Chen Tian's natural variant, ability, is able to survive underwater roar sucking, and the ruins control water slightly. From a certain point of view, there is a certain fate with Aquaman Namor. If you have time later, you can go to Atlantis. Chen Tian's thoughts came here, and he suddenly became interested and couldn't help muttering. Subsequently, only then did he notice that there were several pairs of fearful eyes on the side, looking at him. It's Jane Foster and her friends. Just now, Thor and the others, as well as S.H.I.E.L.D. people came and went, and Chen Tian forgot their existence for a while. I didn't expect them to leave yet. At the moment Jane Foster was looking at him with extremely complicated eyes, wanting to stop talking. And his best friend Louise, after seeing Chen Tian's deterrent power, and then looking at the latter, there are no other ideas, only fear. Is quietly pulling Jane Foster's sleeve, wanted her to leave quickly. Chen, isn't Asgard a far away? Will I still have a chance to meet Thor? Simple. Foster struggled for a long time, but chose to speak. Chen Tian laughed dumbly when he heard this. This girl endured her fear of herself, just to ask this question. Love is such a thing, it is really not clear. And he said, Asgard is really far from Earth. But if you do have a relationship with Thor, I think you'll see you again. Saying that, he paused for a moment and continued. Now that everyone in the town has taken refuge, and now there is no suitable infrastructure in the town, you should leave quickly. Simple. After hearing Chen Tian's words, Foster's eyes were complicated and he didn't know what he was thinking. Then, she took a deep breath and said seriously, Okay, I know, thank you. Chen Tian nodded and looked at Jane. After Foster left, he also walked to the hotel where he stayed last night. When he stood in the doorway of the hotel, looking at most of the town that was in ruins, he felt that Wanda was still waiting for him inside. He immediately quickened his pace and walked to the hotel. Just push open the door. Chen, you're finally back. Wanda's voice trembled, and while Roar shouted, he couldn't wait to rush towards him. Chen Tian felt the girl's soft body trembling constantly, and knew that she was frightened. Look up at the chaotic street outside. He immediately sighed. Although I did fulfill my promise not to let the destroyer hit here. But while everyone else is running out, Wanda is still waiting for me here. Quote. This girl, it's really overdone. Thinking, Chen Tian's eyes suddenly softened and stroked Wanda's back. Well, it's okay, I'm back. Well, I know, I'm not afraid when you come back. Quote. Wanda murmured, tightening the force on her hand. Chen Tian had a very good smell wafting from his nose, noticed that the temperature in his chest was slowly rising, and secretly smiled bitterly. No push away. The more times, the more adaptation. What's more, adapting now is also about preparing for later. Chen Tian whispered a few more words of reassurance, and when the girl's mood stabilized, he took her out of here. After they flew towards New York and left the hotel. Not far from the hotel, on the balcony of the mobile house, a little golden starlight suddenly appeared out of thin air. Those golden starlights coiled in the air, and there were more and more of them. As a result, the golden lines condensed, outlined and intertwined with each other, slowly forming a circle that swirled and sputtered countless golden rays. In the center of the ring, bursts of spatial fluctuations suddenly dispersed. Next second, a bald woman walked slowly out of the gradually expanding ring. She is dressed in yellow Taoist clothes, her complexion is as rich as jade, and her facial features give people a sense of intimacy at the same time, but also reveal a feeling of supreme majesty, inviolable. A pair of black eyes seem to contain a universe full of stars, so deep that it seems to be able to see through everything. After the bald woman came out, she looked up at Chen Tian's figure that disappeared into the sky, her brows furrowed and solemn. The appearance of this little guy Chen Tian, I don't know if it will affect the progress of the timeline. If Chen Tian was here, he would definitely recognize the other party and would regret walking so fast. Because this woman is Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Hidden in the Earth's timeline Asgardian. one of the most powerful beings on Earth. Now she's eyeing Chen Tian, near the Himalayas. At the moment, it was late autumn, and everything around had been whistling with roar wind months earlier. The sky is even more gloomy and dim, piling up heavy dark clouds that have not cleared for days, and there is a continuous falling snow. There is a town located here, shrouded in a cold wind, and the seemingly endless wind roar whistles and whistles the snow. Through the thick curtain of snow that seems to be endless, you can see that the streets of the town are empty. This is Kathmandu. In such a season, if there is nothing to do, no one will choose to go out, and everyone stays at home to warm up and rest. And Kamar Taj. This mysterious place, which only a very few people know, is hidden in Kathmandu. There are many transcendent cultivators living here, and most people in the world have only heard of in legends. At the moment ideographic period. In Kamar Taj's dojo, golden stars appeared out of thin air, and then a golden ring suddenly expanded. If anyone could look into the golden ring at this moment, they would see that opposite the ring was New Mexico, a desert town that had been destroyed by the destroyer. This is a spatial channel that connects thousands of miles of space. Next second, a figure walked out of it with unhurried steps. It's a bald woman. It was Chen Tian's Ancient One magician that had just appeared in New Mexico. And since she met Chen Tian, her tightly locked brows have never relaxed until she returns. Recently she noticed fluctuations in the timeline. And the source of the fluctuation is Chen Tian. After in-depth investigation, Ancient One magician accidentally discovered that Chen Tian's life trajectory had changed somewhat from the original established route. Chen Tian in this period should still be at the bottom of human society and trying to survive. How did he become such a powerful existence now? Ancient One magician recalled the information he observed from the timeline, and there was a rare look of puzzlement in his deep eyes. She couldn't understand why there was such a sudden change. And even after looking for many details, without missing any cobweb horse traces, I did not find any power to interfere in Chen Tian's life. But the other party's performance now is so abrupt and inconsistent with its established planning route. This is also the reason why Ancient One magician will choose to go directly to observe Chen Tian up close. After all, everything in this universe is planned, and the appearance of Chen Tian may change the course of the timeline. But fortunately, it seems that all the time nodes have not been changed because of Chen Tian. Ancient One magician muttered as he recalled what he had seen in Chen Tian. The time node has not changed. It means that everything that should happen on the timeline will still happen when the time comes. Even if it's death. Let's hope there won't be any surprises. Ancient One magician looked up at the snow, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. She still had a doubt in her heart. That is, I still don't know what Chen Tian's changes are causing today. Meanwhile, New York, in front of a long-abandoned college, several cars belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. are parked. Nick in the car, Fury, looking through the car window at the plaque on the main entrance of the college. There are several fonts on it that have fallen off. Xavier Genius Academy. These words, placed in America a few years ago, can be called important words. The famous X-Men took root from here. Unfortunately, something significant happened next. The X-Men exist in name only. The founder of this school, the brightest brain in the world, has also become a threat to end peace at any moment because of Alzheimer's. Come to think of it. Nick, Fury sighed. However, when Chen Tian's indifferent face appeared in his mind, he felt that it was a fatal mistake to completely erase Mutant without paying all the costs. As a result, there is now another guy who could end peace at any time. Chen Tian. Suddenly, Nick, Fury's eyes showed a strong sense of hatred and anger. Your good days won't last long. Knock knock. Nick, Fury was still on his mind. A subordinate came outside the car and knocked on the window to bring him back his mind. Head, we have found the entrance to the basement of the Xavier School. The subordinate who came over said respectfully. Okay, take me there. Hearing this, Nick, Fury immediately got out of the car and followed his men into the gate of the Xavier Genius Academy. As a result of the fighting many years ago, the entire academy was devastated and the ground was broken everywhere. Many houses are also cracked or collapsed into ruins. Nick, Fury followed his hand all the way. Soon came to a house that had completely collapsed into ruins. But, as he came, dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. men have already cleared the piles of house rubble, revealing a rusty iron gate. Through the heavy rust, you can see that the surface of the iron door has the shape of an X font. Boss, the brainwave strengthening machine you're looking for is right below. The subordinate next to him spoke again. Hear this, Nick. Fury took a deep breath, and a chill flashed under his eyes. That's right, he came here for the brainwave strengthening machine buried in the low level of Xavier Academy. The origin of this machine is extraordinary. It was designed by former mutant director Beast Hank and created by Charles and Magneto Eric. This brainwave strengtheninger is able to strengthen Charles's mental fluctuations, increasing it to an extremely terrifying level. Charles once relied on the growth of this machine and had countless crises with it. Even, with the help of the brainwave strengthening machine, he can even kill everyone on the planet at the same time. There was an attempt to use Charles's ability to kill everyone on Earth with machine amplification, which brought great panic to the entire planet. Fortunately, those who ended up failing. And now, Chen Tian, I think you'll love this gift. Nick. Fury looked at the iron gate in front of him that had been sealed for a long time and muttered. He specially asked people to find this brainwave strengthening machine in order to use it against Chen Tian. Okay, open the door quickly. The thought fell. He suddenly urged his subordinates a little impatiently. After all, this machine has been silent here for years with the Xavier Genius Academy. Although theoretically, the machine designed and built by several top mutant will not be a problem. But Nick. Fury felt that he still had to see the confirmation with his own eyes to make people feel at ease. Bell bell. Just as his subordinates listened to him and began to pry the door, the mobile phone rang. Nick. Fury glanced at the call from the Hill agent over the SHIELD internet. Seeing this, he quickly picked it up. The other party's mission is to go to New Mexico and keep an eye on Chen Tian while dealing with the extraterrestrial meteorite incident. Calling so soon is most likely related to Chen Tian. So Nick. Fury picked it up quickly. Hill. Boss, Chen Tian has copied another ability, and the source of capability seems to be Thor from Asgard. Just got the phone. Nick. Before Fury could speak, he heard the Hill agent report directly. Meantime, Hill was quick to recount everything that happened in New Mexico today. As she tells, Nick. Fury's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. When Hill's report ended, his face was solemn and heavier, and then he said, You and Barton go back to headquarters first, and I will discuss this matter when I go back. Good. Hill on the other side of the phone seemed to have some desire to talk about the topic of Chen Tian, but in the end he just answered. Then he hung up. And Nick. When Fury put away the phone, his already dark face looked 3 points darker. The eyes are gloomy, and the more the brows are locked. Chen Tian has gained a new ability. And it's also from Asgard, Thor's ability. Maybe others don't know, but Nick. Fury knows a little about the 9 realms. Although the so-called Asgard people are actually aliens, they dare to claim to be the divine court in the 9 realms, and naturally have strong enough strength. However, their strength is visible to the naked eye, and Thor alone has defeated a large army of humans. Therefore ability should not be underestimated, in comparison. Human beings are too small. Chen Tian has become stronger again. Nick. A flash of anxiety flashed under Fury's eyes. When he learned of Chen Tian ability, he expected that the latter who copied ability would surely grow into an extremely dangerous existence in the future. But Nick. What Fury never expected was that Chen Tian grew up too fast. It's outrageously fast. When this kid first appeared in his field of vision, he already had a psychic ability comparable to a nuclear bomb. Later, it has more and more abilities, and it is more and more terrifying. Now it has begun to copy the ability of the gods. Nick. Fury can't imagine how far Chen Tian can grow if left unchecked. He has a feeling that this guy may not take much time to grow to the point where only Captain Marvel can handle it. Pressing. Time is running out. Whatever means are used, he must be disposed of as soon as possible. Nick. Fury's jealousy of Chen Tian suddenly became deeper. Click click. Right at this moment, thanks to the efforts of several SHIELD members, the iron door that had been sealed for a long time was finally opened. As soon as the door opened a gap, you could feel a smell of decay rushing towards you. Let's go. Nick. Seeing this, Fury gently covered his mouth and nose, but he took a flashlight directly and couldn't wait to walk in. No rush, no way. Chen Tian has become hanging over him at the moment. No, the sword of Damocles, hanging over the entire Earth, could fall at any time, giving the world a tragic threat. It has not been used for many years, the entire underground secret room is rusty, and all kinds of reptiles can be seen everywhere. There are also many weapons left by X-Men, but now those things have long been covered with heavy dust and cobwebs. You can also see various pictures of X-Men players hanging on the walls. Also included are photos of Wolverine, Logan and Phoenix, among others. But these photos are also covered with dust. Nick, when Fury saw these things, he didn't stop too much, just swept them casually, and hurried on. The men behind him quickly followed. I wondered in my heart, although this bureau chief was also vigorous in the past, but many movements were thoughtful and calm. Why does it feel a little anxious and flustered this time? And Nick, Fury was also in no mood to pay attention to the doubts behind him. Walk quickly along the passage to the depths of the underground secret room. It wasn't until I came to a round iron gate that also had an X sign that I stopped. Nick, Fury used the flashlight in his hand to shine a light on the combination lock on the door, and reached out to press it to find that it was still running. Immediately narrowed his eyes, and ordered in a deep voice, "Open the door." "Yes, boss." The SHIELD members behind them noticed each other, and after answering the phone, their mood became more and more bad. I didn't dare to say anything more. Immediately pick up a special device specially used to break the combination lock and walk to the door to prepare to unlock it. A few minutes later, Nick, seeing that the door was still closed, Fury couldn't help but say a little anxiously, "Can it be opened?" "It can be opened, but because this lock is left by Professor X, it is a bit difficult to unlock and will take some time." The SHIELD member in charge of unlocking was a little nervous when he heard this, wiped his sweat, and replied, "As soon as possible." Nick, Fury also noticed that his performance was a little gaff, took a deep breath to stabilize his attitude, and didn't say more. Another 10 minutes passed. Click. The unlock sound sounds. "Boss, it's on." The member of SHIELDD, who unlocked the lock, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Just though Nick, Fury didn't say anything, but kept staring at him gloomily. It put a lot of pressure on him. "Hard work, Nick." Fury said condolences, but his hand was a little impatient to reach out to the round door in front of him. Squeak. The door opened slowly. "Welcome back." This time, there was no smell of decay wafting from behind the door, replaced by white lights and the sound of Professor X. Sure enough, it is worthy of gathering a few of the smartest minds to build a machine, which has not been maintained for so many years, and it can still operate normally. Nick, seeing this, Fury's heart that had been nervous relaxed a little, and the pressure in his heart was much relieved. The other side, with the whole door fully open. Everything behind the door suddenly came into view. A huge spherical space with white walls. There is only a long bridge that extends from the entrance to the center of the spherical space. At the end of this long bridge, a silver helmet connected to several lines is quietly placed. This is the brainwave strengthening machine designed by former mutant director Beast Hank, and created by Charles and Magneto Eric. Quote. Nick, Fury looked at the well-preserved device in front of him, and a smile finally slowly appeared on his face. "Chen Tian," I said. "It will make you pay a terrible price for your actions. Everything in the world is changing, and there doesn't seem to be anything that lasts forever. Even the speed of time varies under the difference in gravitational attraction. And when Ancient One and SHIELD were both interested in Chen Tian, he and Wanda have returned to Wheelhead Manor in New York City. Meanwhile, after contact, Kim sent someone to send clues about the Atlanteans. Some people say that they have seen some primates with scales and fish gills on the south coast, and after approaching, they almost look like humans. Some people call them monsters of the South China Sea, and they are afraid to avoid them, and they show extreme disgust and fear whenever they mention them. There are also people who say that they have been helped by those strange beings, but their words are full of gratitude." Chen Tian read the information in his hand and thought thoughtfully. Now it seems that those who live on the south coast are indeed Atlanteans. From the information at hand, it can be roughly judged that the reality is the same as in the comics, and the Atlanteans yearn for peace and do not desire to participate in war. It was only due to the pollution of the sea caused by human beings that there was a war on land. Definitely, it seems that nothing like this has happened in this universe yet. Chen Tian read all the information again and couldn't help muttering. Moreover, according to the clues investigated by Jin's people, the group of Atlanteans living on the south coast seems to have a kind attitude towards other races and is very communicative. Thinking, he put away the file. There was no rush to reach out to the Atlanteans. So much ability has been gained in just a few days. As well as the Kryptonian bloodline, the Hulk bloodline, and the Asgard royal bloodline, 3 bloodlines that can be called perverted. He needs to digest and recuperate for a period of time to bring out the strengthening effect of these bloodlines to the best state. Thereupon, the next period of time, Chen Tian didn't go anywhere, staying on the manor all the time sunbathing. Under the sunlight of the full day, all his cells, in the process, are constantly evolving and dividing. Its skin and muscles, bone and internal organs, the density is getting bigger and bigger, and all strength, defense, speed, and various dimensions have made great progress. Meanwhile, Chen Tian also discovered that although the Krypton bloodline still cannot absorb magical energy, it is a bloodline with unlimited potential and the ability to change. And able to manipulate magical energy outside of the body. And it still strengthens the Asgard bloodline, and its bloodline potential is far beyond Thor's before. To be precise, the bloodline that has undergone strengthening has long been not the Asgard bloodline. It's a whole new bloodline. They are integrate. Chen Tian can also feel that in addition to his physical strengthening, even his control over magical energy is also rising. Kryptonian bloodline is really terrifying, it can adapt to everything. Rao as Chen Tian can't help but sigh. Just imagine what kind of existence a magic master will be. That's his situation now, thanks to his ability to continue to improve it on the basis of bloodline. That is, the situation is now. Chen Tian copied the bloodline they owned from the bodies of Dachau, Hulk and Thor, respectively. However, after the bloodlines are all in the body, under the interaction of the bloodlines, the effect brought is even stronger than the previous owner of the bloodline. As mentioned earlier, there is now a new bloodline in the body. Ability can help me improve my strength at this stage, and bloodline can improve my future potential. Chen Tian muttered, and when his mind is constantly, Chen, I tried to make some dim sum, do you want to try it? Then, Wanda's soft voice came. Chen Tian turned his head to look over and saw that the girl had also changed into an extremely bold bikini bathing suit, holding a plate in her hand, and walked slowly with red cheeks. Looking at the other party's tender white skin, as well as the girl's extremely mature body, Chen Tian couldn't help but look at it twice, and quietly shifted his gaze to the plate in Wanda's hand. My Wanda is making something delicious today, he asked with a smile. I tried to make mung bean cake, I don't know if it suits your appetite. Quote. Wanda put down her plate expectantly and sat down next to Chen Tian. Taste. Her tender white hands picked up a piece of finished pastry and fed it to Chen Tian's mouth. Yes, Wanda is getting better and better, and she will be a good wife in the future. Chen Tian tasted it, the taste was indeed good, and nodded in praise. When nothing else happens, Wanda looks up Chinese recipes online and researches cooking and pastries. The Scarlet Witch of the future now has a taste of approaching a good wife and mother. But think about it too. Wanda seems to prefer days like this to all the thrilling waves. That's why she quit after the Avengers and Thanos ended the final battle and used ability to transform an ordinary town where they could live peacefully. After hearing Chen Tian's praise, Wanda's pretty face suddenly turned even redder. As long as Chen likes it. Her voice was soft, and her eyes rippled with autumn water, and she hoped that it would become more and more inspiring. Chen Tian looked at the shy girl and smiled lightly, reached out and touched the other party's head. Then, he suddenly noticed that not far away, Laura was hiding in the doorway, looking at them with half a face full of resentment. Laura has also become more and more well-behaved lately. Chen Tian felt the other party's mood and immediately opened his mouth to praise. The simple Laura immediately smiled and trotted over to share the pastry. Wait until the pastry is finished. Sat down for a while. Pete appeared in the distance. As Wanda going out for a walk together. He stood in place and stopped, looking at Chen Tian still afraid to approach. Here it comes. When Wanda heard Pete's words, the smile on her face that had never been dissolved before suddenly sank. Then she put away her plate and asked Chen Tian, Chen, what do you want to eat at night? I went out to buy. No, anything. Chen Tian looked at the two siblings' obviously hidden expressions, and did not break but smiled. Good. Wanda also smiled and nodded, went back to the room to change clothes, and quickly went out with Wanda. Chen Tian felt the two siblings leave the confines of the manor, and their eyes flickered. He knew that the two were not simply going out for a stroll. When the two brothers and sisters were talking, their hearts exuded fluctuations that belonged to hatred. In fact, Chen Tian also knows Wanda and Pete, and sneaks out almost every day these days. Probably thinking about how to find Tony Stark takes revenge. It seems that we still have to find a proper opportunity to explain their misunderstanding with Stark to Wanda Pitt and enlighten them, so as not to affect the psychology of the two children. Chen Tian thought to himself. Then, Logan and Charles also came over. Laura, it's time to go. Logan beckoned Roar. Good. Laura responded, stood up, and looked at Chen Tian. Chen, I'm going to meet my friends, we made an appointment to play baseball together, see you in the evening. Well, pay attention to safety on the road and have fun. Chen Tian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, he looked at the back of the three Logan and thought silently, Laura is getting richer and talking more and more after her friends are safe and sound. The thought proceeds here. Chen Tian couldn't help but secretly praise Jinhee's efficiency. After picking up the little mutants from the Canadian border, they were quickly basically arranged. Dozens of people, all were arranged to live in a secluded suburb. SHIELD is hard for people to detect. And Logan and Charles, who are also mutant, will also take Laura to find those little mutants from time to time. Definitely ideographic period. Recently SHIELD also disappeared and they did not reappear near the drenched estate for a long time. Maybe they were really shocked by me. Chen Tian muttered, but quickly frowned. Or, Nick Fury, that guy, is preparing for some big move again. I can't tell. After all, that guy is a sinister guy, I don't think he will give up so easily. But, Chen Tian was bathed in the sun, feeling the strength of the three bloodlines. There was not much panic in his heart. And so the days passed. Half a month down, nothing unexpected happened. Chen Tian's strength has improved by at least half from when he returned from New Mexico. Moreover, as originally's strength became stronger, the bloodline also became stronger, and the speed of improvement was actually accelerating. This is terrifying. The improvement of strength is not that the further you go to the back, the slower it is, but on the contrary, it shows an exponential growth. Thereupon, Chen Tian is in no hurry to do other things, and continues to develop the potential of the bloodline and absorb the energy of Fixed Star. Meanwhile, Logan and Charles take Laura to meet the little mutant again. Life is really comfortable now, and I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time. Logan gripped the steering wheel and couldn't help but be in a trance. Even during the X-Men, his life was never so stable. After all, there are still big and small things waiting for him to deal with. Now, just every once in a while, to send Laura to meet her friends, the rest of the time just like ordinary retirees, what they want to do, unrestrained. It was a situation he had never imagined. I don't know how long such a day can last, but just live the moment. Quote, there was a time like this, and it was enough. He laughed. After this period of life, Logan's novelty gradually returned to optimism, and there was no longer the decadent depression of the past. At the same time, Logan knew in his heart that all this was thanks to Chen Tian. Chen is simply the future of the race. Charles in the back row also laughed. Laura nodded repeatedly. It seems that except in front of Chen Tian and her friends, she still doesn't say so much. More than half a month passed quickly. A whole month down. Chen Tian sunbathes every day. As his strength climbed, his body also underwent huge amounts of change. Whether it is the senses of the soul, the density of the body, or the strength, it has more than doubled from a month ago. The already powerful force is getting stronger and stronger. At the moment of Chen Tian, every hair is crystal clear, like ice crystals. The density of musculoskeletal is even higher than diamond. Although the whole body looks fair, and all the muscles are smooth but can only be proportioned, the power contained in these muscles is thousands of times more than it looks from the surface. At the same time, a pair of eyes appear deeper and deeper, and at a glance, you can even feel that a whole universe flows inside, exuding endless power. He just stood there, doing nothing, giving people a majesty like a god coming to earth. From a distance, it is not like a mortal master, but more like a heavenly man. Furthermore, Chen Tian stood by the pool and felt the sun shining on him. The source of constantly fixed star energy, crazy to be swallowed by the whitewashing and madness of the whole body, the body continues to metamorphosis without stopping. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it. Next second, his entire body actually began to slowly become transparent, and then disappeared directly in place. Definitely ideographic period. Chen Tian isn't really disappearing. Instead, after this period of continuous absorption of fixed star energy, he was surprised to find that he could actually enter the invisible state by controlling the position around his body and distorting the reflection of light. This ability, it seems that even Da Chao has not mastered it. Immediately after, Chen Tian smiled and muttered to himself, and his body reappeared in place. However, the Krypton bloodline has unlimited potential, and no matter what ability is developed, it is normal. He thought about it and felt the other two bloodlines in his body. It was found that the other two bloodlines had changed, and they seemed to have disappeared. To be precise, they have been catalyzed by this period of time and have formed another new bloodline. It can manically divide cells, intensify the absorption of fixed star energy, increase body density and strength, and continuously breed magical energy. No longer a single bloodline. It's about being completely perfect. I'm so much stronger than Clark now. Chen Tian suddenly sighed. Whether it is strength or potential at this stage, as long as there are no accidents, I am afraid he can only follow me forever. The mind settled. He suddenly wanted to test his strength, what kind of thing he could do now. If you want to try, go and try it. Chen Tian followed the idea and flew directly into the sky. Now he doesn't have so much to take care of. Roar. The whole body suddenly turned into a residual image that ordinary people could not see clearly, and flew over the New York City area. There were even 2 sound barriers in front of him. Now I, with all my strength flight, I'm afraid Li Jiao has exceeded the speed of sound by more than a dozen times. Not bad. Finish. Chen Tian first tested his speed and how far he could go. After getting the result, he nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, he turned around, but in just 10 seconds, he was already in front of the mountains outside New York City and landed heavily. Rumble. Chen Tian had just finished telling Flight that his 2 feet had just stepped on the ground. The whole ground shook suddenly. The land within several meters of the surrounding area was shaken into dirt powder and splattered from the ground, and the dust flew up. And Chen Tian doesn't do anything to stay and prepare. Look at the mountains in front of you. His gaze froze. Lift your feet and step forward. Fist. Twist the waist. Swing your arm back. All the muscles tensed in unison at this time, and the big tendons bounced. Punch forward hard. On the fist that Chen Tian pushed forward at supersonic speed, there were even 3 sound barriers. Where the fist passed, Sheng Sheng was punched out of a vacuum channel. The next moment, rumble. The terrifying power suddenly broke out at this moment. The endless wind and air flow suddenly swept away, turning into an endless wind blowing in all directions, setting off all the surrounding mountains and forests for thousands of meters to sway with it. The ground is trembling even with the atmosphere. Boom boom, one after another earth-shaking sound. The power on Chen Tian's fist was already like a violent dragon, and like an unstoppable torrent of steel pouring forward to patrol. But in a blink of an eye, the mountain range in front of him was actually bombarded by endless turbulent power, disintegrating inch by inch, and everything on the mountain instantly turned into powder and was blown away. Endless dust and mist tumbled towards the sky. The kilometer-long stretch of mountains was actually falling apart under Chen Tian's punch. It's only been a month, have I become so strong? Chen Tian looked at the vast mountain pit that had just appeared in front of him, and also looked a little surprised and muttered to himself. Such a fast lifting speed. Let him look forward to the future even more. After testing his strength, Chen Tian returned to the drenched manor with a satisfied smile. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he had just thrown a punch casually, but the impact was going to be on the New York news again. With power, the influence also starts to grow. Those who hold the power can change a lot of things and attract a lot of attention. Chen Tian continued to lie back on the lounger by the pool and raised his fist in the sunshine, and my fist can do the same, and even more. Then, he smiled helplessly and shook his head. No, it seems that I have been a little inflated in the past few days, I have to adjust my mentality, there is still a long way to go. Quote, if you just set your sights on the earth, then Chen Tian's strength is enough now. But looking at the entire Marvel universe, he is still a little inadequate. Even, it is only said that there are some beings on the earth that Chen Tian does not have the ability to enemies, such as the Ancient One Magician of Hidden World practice. That said, the Ancient One Magician is a good opponent. As long as you can reach each other. Maybe you can get the ability of the other party's Sorcerer Supreme. According to his current ability characteristics, even ability can be perfectly copied. Continue to get stronger. But now Chen Tian is not enough to face the Ancient One. Many people may not know much about Ancient One, but her combat performance is far more powerful than in movies and television. At the moment, the scorching sun is in full bloom, and the sunlight has a majestic fixed star energy sprinkled on his body. All the cells are working hard, transforming Chen Tian's body, constantly strengthening, constantly metamorphosis. Time passes. Until the evening, the remnants of the sun in the distant mountains are only the afterglow left. Chen Tian finished today's sunbathing and stood up. It's time to take another trip to the DC universe and find the Flash. He took a deep breath and made clear his next move. The Flash's supernatural power. True, today's Chen Tian has copied the abilities of many characters, and several super speeds have been superimposed on each other to push their speed to an extremely terrifying speed. It has even surpassed the speed of sound by more than a dozen times. Moreover, relying on the bloodline in the body, Chen Tian's speed will become faster and faster. But, everything grows not overnight, but takes time. And as long as I get the speed power, then my speed can directly skip the long growth process and directly come to a peak. Chen Tian muttered, the thoughts in his heart gradually becoming clear. Although the Flash's ability is relatively single, it only has the power of supervision. But if the other party only talks about speed, it is faster than Da Chao. That guy can dominate one side with only divine speed. Moreover, at this stage, if you want to compare with the Flash in terms of speed, you can't say that you are slightly inferior, you can only say that it is far from it. After all, the former belongs to the growth type, there is unlimited room for growth, and the potential is endless, but in the end, it still takes time to turn potential into strength. The latter, on the other hand, reached its peak on his debut, with a speed close to the speed of light. Even in the later stage, it can surpass the speed of light and go back in time. Such ability, if Chen Tian can obtain it, can undoubtedly directly bring him great blessings. Rao is Chen Tian himself, and he also began to expect a quick effort. Thereupon, he quickly went to Wolverine Logan and told him that he was leaving for a while. Logan didn't ask too much when he heard this, just said that Chen Tian should go at ease, and he could take care of the manor. Only after Chen Tian left, Logan stood in place, still couldn't help but be curious. I don't know where Chen is going this time, and how powerful he can become after returning. Quote. Thinking, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head. Logan prides himself on being the best being in mutant, not to say the best, but not bad. It was only after coming into contact with Chen Tian that he once again deeply understood how far away he was from the real monster. Last time, Chen Tian was only away for 2 days. After the other party returned, the picture of death and hatred was still vividly remembered. Not necessarily, the next time Chen comes back, he will be able to directly achieve an Omega-level mutant. Logan stood in place and teased, and then prepared to take another break, so he went to pick up the little ones from school. Before Chen Tian saw Wanda addicted to cooking all day, Laura, in addition to meeting friends, was crazy to contact and fight at the training ground. Pete has nothing to do, and he is nervous and doesn't know what he is thinking. Teenage boys and girls who always feel can't be like this. I simply sent a few people directly to the school. This is also the reason why Chen Tian did not specifically inform them when he left. This little guy hasn't finished class yet. DC Universe. Gotham City. In a narrow street, the air suddenly appeared out of thin air, wrinkled and rippled. Then a spatial passage opens. Chen Tian walked out of it. He looked up. I saw that the entire sky was dyed gray by heavy dark clouds. Stepping out of the roadway, the weather is getting colder and colder, the cold wind is not stopping, and there is a lack of pedestrians on the road. Even the homeless people who used to be everywhere on both sides of the road are much less. All the surrounding buildings seem to be shrouded in gray filters, which appear to lack vitality. This city is really gloomy and depressing as ever. Chen Tian looked at this and couldn't help but sigh. After he enters the DC universe this time, Gotham will appear again because he only left dimensional coordinates in this city and metropolis. Compared to the latter, Gotham is closer to the central city where the Flash is located. That's why Chen Tian chose to come to Gotham again, a city that has been absent for more than a month. After coming out of the alley, Chen Tian walked along the road and bought a newspaper at a newsstand. He glanced at it and saw that it said, "Hot mayoral candidate Harvey Dante dies, and his sister Jessica succeeds in office." Ideographic period. Chen Tian was a little surprised when he saw this news. How is the plot going different from what I know? Because of my appearance, did you cause the butterfly effect? He thought, flipping through the newspaper in his hand. I didn't expect Jessica to take over the mayor's position. Quote, I don't know Harvey either. Will Dante become a two-faced? At this time, Chen Tian noticed a photo of Jessica in the newspaper. On the delicate face of the latter, there is a slight burn on the left. It is estimated that when he saved his brother Harvey, he accidentally burned. Quote, Chen Tian looked at the photo twice more and deduced in his heart. Just when he was in a state of thought, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. There is also an equally familiar fragrance that accompanies it. The hand was also gently held. Sir, my generation is following. Can you help me and pretend that my boyfriend will intimidate them? Quote. The voice trembled, and Chu Chu was pitiful. Unfortunately, Chen Tian didn't even turn his head when he heard the sound. He already recognized the owner of the voice. Selena, are you really unbehaved, and you came out to deceive people again? Moreover, it is still the same old way. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a mockery in his eyes. Chen Tian, when Catwoman saw this familiar face, her complexion couldn't help but change suddenly. I never imagined that I would meet Chen Tian again in the same way. However, it is no wonder Catwoman. When they first met, although Chen Tian at that time already had super strength from Wolverine, the whole person looked more slender and thin, and there was nothing special about his temperament. And now Chen Tian not only has 3 more powerful bloodlines in his body, but the whole person has undergone a month-long transformation under the action of bloodlines. The figure is well proportioned, the skin is delicate and fair, and the whole person exudes a noble and majestic aura all the time. Therefore, the moment Catwoman saw Chen Tian's back, she didn't think about the terrifying teenager with ability. And treat each other as a good fat sheep. Outcome. Reality is always so dramatic, unexpected. Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time. When Catwoman discovered that the fat sheep she was eyeing turned out to be Chen Tian, many things flashed through her mind for a moment. Then, she smiled and greeted the other party. At the same time, he quietly withdrew the hand holding Chen Tian. However, Chen Tian only exerted a gentle force, and Catwoman found that her hand was held dead by iron tongs, and she couldn't move. It seems that you still haven't learned to be obedient. Quote. Chen Tian stared at each other, seemingly smiling. It's better to find a place and let me teach you something. Quote. Catwoman heard his visibly flirtatious tone, and her cheeks suddenly flushed a little. But then it reacted quickly. Chen Tian is still a few years younger than me. My big sister can still be bullied by this kid. In any case, you can't lose in momentum. So, Catwoman directly raised her chin with perfect lines, revealing a snow-white neck. Chen, you are so young, is it disrespectful to the elders to do this? It doesn't matter, I don't care about this kind of thing. Chen Tian shrugged, the smile in his eyes thickened. Besides, sometimes Oni-san is more exciting. Quote. You lustful little devil, last time I knew you looked at me wrong. Catwoman was ashamed and angry when she heard this. Her cheeks flew with blush, she gritted her silver teeth, and raised her hand to hit Chen Tian. Which thinks. The hand was just half waved out. The snow-white wrist was directly grabbed by Chen Tian. Pull again. Catwoman leaned over to him. Hit someone. Kittens can't be so unbehaved. This has to be taught a lesson with a small leather whip. Quote. Chen Tian looked at Catwoman's constantly vibrating brown eyes very closely, and teased. The latter felt the breath sprayed on his face, and his body suddenly tightened, remembering the scene when Chen Tian took the whip a month ago. Suddenly, he felt even more embarrassed, and the blush quickly spread to the base of his ear. At the same time, I regret a little why I chose this road after going out today, and I met Chen Tian so badly. Catwoman found that as long as she met this guy, nothing good would happen. Moreover, she is also a person who has been in the city of Gotham for many years. It's hard for Catwoman to always be ugly in front of a teenager who is far less old than herself. Quote. Thinking of this, Catwoman wanted to say something cruel in shame, signaling that she was actually not easy to mess with. When facing Chen Tian's deep black eyes, Catwoman directly felt that she was being stared at by an extremely powerful natural enemy, and even her body was a little soft, but she did not dare to continue when the words came to her mouth. Look at the wrist that has been grabbed and feel the temperature coming through the skin. She remembered Chen Tian's previous tough performance. For a while, Catwoman's cheeks were even redder, her legs were a little soft and it was difficult to keep standing. Quote. In the end, he couldn't say anything. Just a soft hum in the throat, don't overdo it. Chen Tian looked at the woman's red cheeks and smooth side face lines, and smiled softly. He immediately let go of his hand and did not continue to tease. This thing is good in moderation, it cannot be done overnight, otherwise it will backfire. Seeing this, Catwoman quickly pulled away and stared at Chen Tian with a wary face. Then, Chen Tian's expression calmed down. Has anything noteworthy happened in Gotham recently? Catwoman opposite, staring at Chen Tian cautiously. After observing it and confirming that the latter seemed to be really serious, he paused, and immediately said, Gotham has been very normal recently, and there are crazy people who continue to stage crazy moves every day. Is this called normal? Chen Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then chuckled. Well, this is indeed a normal thing for Gotham. Say, Chen, how did you change so much in a month? Don't inquire about adults and children. Obviously you are the child. Huh. Just as the two were talking, a luxurious car slowly stopped on the side of the road. The car door opens. A handsome man with a burly and tall body immediately got out of the car. The man is dressed in a luxurious suit, although Chen Tian does not understand the value of clothes, but the suit on the other party, whether it is from the workmanship or the material, you can know it just by looking at it. Very expensive. Meanwhile, the man's gestures also exude a nobility and elegance that exudes from his bones, and his temperament is extraordinary. And this man is Bruce Wayne. At this moment, Gotham has not yet entered the night. And he has not yet put on his Batman armor and become the Batman feared by the sins. Bruce now. Wayne is the young master of the Wayne Group, the richest man in Gotham City, and the most famous playboy. Bruce, didn't expect to see you here. Quote. Chen Tian smiled and waved roar. At the same time, he discovers that Bruce. Since Wayne got out of the car, there has been a sadness between his eyebrows. It doesn't seem like Bruce Wayne's style. After all, the other party sets himself up during the day, but the wanton playboy, such a talent is different from Batman at night. Bruce Wayne at the moment, the performance at this moment is very different from the past. Chen Tian estimated that the other party had encountered something very tricky that would cause Bruce Wayne, the character who seems to be forever troubled by the outside world, has been affected. Bruce. When Wayne heard the voice and raised his head to see that it was Chen Tian, his originally deep eyes suddenly lit up. Long time no see. He immediately responded with a smile. Bruce. What Wayne didn't say was that for the past month, he had been waiting for Chen Tian to appear. As a result, the other party seemed to have evaporated from the world. Even the Metropolitan University said that Chen Tian did not even participate in military training, and even began classes later. I didn't expect to see Chen Tian again on the street of Gotham this time. Then, Catwoman also headed towards Bruce Wayne hit roar. They had confessed their identities to each other half a month ago, and the two sides are now true allies. Bruce. He nodded at Catwoman. Then he strode anxiously towards Chen Tian, took a deep breath and the expression on his face sank again, and said in a deep voice. Chen, I have a very urgent matter and need your help. Chen, I have very important matters and need your help. Bruce Wayne had a serious expression on his face when he said this. The look in Chen Tian's eyes even carried a little implore. When Chen Tian heard his words, he felt the other party's anxious emotions and raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, Bruce What happened to Wayne was a problem that he found difficult to solve. At the same time, after noticing this, Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes flickered to reveal doubts. Because in his impression, even if he is still a young man, when dealing with various things, he is far less mature and thoughtful than later, but he is not so at a loss. What the hell is going on? Chen Tian couldn't help but think in his heart, so. Only you can help me with this matter now. Bruce. Wayne saw that the teenager in front of him did not reply to himself immediately, and he couldn't help but say anxiously. Chen Tian heard, glanced up at Bruce Wayne, seeing him with an earnest pleading. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "At least you have to tell me what happened, and then I can answer you if I can help." "Yes, definitely." Bruce Wayne heard Chen Tian's response, his tight brows stretched a little, and he said in a loud voice, "Go, don't stand on the side of the road, let's go to the car and say." Quote. Quote. Chen Tian looked back at Catwoman, who seemed to be ready to leave at any moment, and then nodded, "Get in the car and say." Subsequently, just like Bruce Wayne walked to his car together. And Catwoman in the back originally wanted to find an opportunity to slip away, but after feeling Chen Tian's gaze, his body shook, but he was still forced by the latter's coercion and followed aggrieved. The three got into the car together and closed the door. Bruce Wayne sighed, looked at Chen Tian with complicated eyes, and pleaded in a low tone, "Chen, I really have no way now. If you can help me solve the problem, I am willing to pay you 1,000,000 knives." Chen Tian tugged at the corners of his mouth when he heard this, worthy of Bruce Wayne, the man with the money ability. Definitely, at the moment he didn't care about the reward in the latter's mouth, but was curious about what kind of problem could force young Batman to look like this. "Bruce, you might as well talk about how I can help you." Chen Tian immediately spoke. Bruce opposite. Hearing this, Wayne sighed, and then said with some heaviness, "Jessica, from a month ago Brother Harvey. After Dante's death, there were mental problems." Quote. Jessica, mental problems. Chen Tian was slightly surprised to hear this, as if in his memory, such a thing did not occur in the DC universe. And no wonder Bruce Wayne would be so anxious. It turned out that the matter involved his former lover. Now he actually has an idea buried in his heart. That was when Gotham no longer needed Batman, he retired to stay with Jessica. It can be seen that Jessica is in Bruce the place in Wayne's heart. The other side. Bruce Wayne continued his story. Obviously Harvey had an accident in the explosion a month ago, but Jessica just felt that her brother was still alive. Yesterday she also said that she received news from her brother that she would start a riot in Gotham tonight. Quote. Jessica kept repeating this sentence, and several doctors were helpless. But I don't want to put Jessica in Arkham Asylum for treatment. After all, there are really dangerous maniacs there. What's more, Jessica's current identity is still the mayor of Gotham, and every move has too much impact. That's it, Bruce Wayne raised his eyes and looked at Chen Tian seriously. "So, Chen, the only hope left now is you." Quote. "Hopefully, you can use that magical witchcraft to help Jessica get back to normal." Bruce. The reason why Wayne has been waiting for Chen Tian to appear and ask the other party for help. It is to think of the moves that the latter used to affect people's minds when dealing with the Riddler before. In addition, in the past 10 years that he has been out, he has heard some similar rumors about mind manipulation. Bruce Wayne believes Chen Tian has the ability to treat Jessica well. "Chen, please." Bruce Wayne took a deep look at the mysterious teenager in front of him, and his tone became more and more deeply pleading. The other side. Chen Tian felt the blues. Wayne's sincere gaze fell into deep thought. It's not impossible to ask him to help, but you must first know what you can gain in this matter. While this idea sounds selfish, the reality is that if Chen Tian is a person who has nothing to do and no pressure, then out of kindness or pure interest, he can help without hesitation. It's just that what he needs to face now is obviously much heavier than the future of Jessica and Gotham City. Therefore, his time cannot afford to waste too much. Thinking of this, Chen Tian looked up at Bruce Wayne glanced. "I can try to help with this, but I don't want money. As long as you are willing to help me, then you can say whatever reward you need. Within the scope of ability, I will try to satisfy you as much as possible." Bruce, seeing Chen Tian nodding, Wayne immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said repeatedly, More than a decade ago, the government announced that a NASA device had fallen to the North Pole, but organized people to investigate but found nothing. Chen Tian continued to speak at this time. There is such a thing. Bruce Wayne thought for a moment, then nodded. I read it in the past newspapers. As he spoke, he seemed to understand what the other party meant. Do you need me to find the device dropped by NASA? It is better to let the Wayne Group build one directly. No, I didn't want that device. Chen Tian heard Bruce Wayne shook his head at his suggestion, and then added, instead, a green stone inside. It's called kryptonite. Although he mentioned the existence of kryptonite, he was not worried that Bruce Wayne would target the stone. After all, the current ladder does not know the existence of Dachau, let alone what the stone means. For the other party, it is a stone that emits gamma rays. As for Chen Tian, he wanted this stone just in case. This thing has a big role in the DC universe. In the future, go to other universes in DC, which can be used to deal with Superman in other universes. As for Chen Tian himself, he estimated that he was already immune to kryptonite. So it is. Bruce. After hearing Chen Tian's request, Wayne nodded emphatically. No problem, if that thing really exists, I will help you find it no matter what the cost. Quote. So we can go now. It can be seen that now Bruce. All of Wayne's thoughts were caught in Jessica's abnormal behavior. At the moment, all I want to do is to heal the other person as soon as possible. Let's go. Now that the deal is done, Chen Tian has no other ideas. Let's settle the matter at hand first. As for Catwoman, she never spoke, sitting obediently next to him. Subsequently, Chen Tian and they followed Bruce Wayne, came to the city hall. All the way to the mayor's office. Bruce Wayne walked in front, knocked on the door, and walked in. Just as soon as I entered, Jessica, who was sitting behind the desk, saw that it was Bruce who came in. Wayne and Chen Tian hurriedly put on the mask on the table, covering the scar on the left half of their face. Bruce, I'm busy right now. Harvey will be back tonight. I have a lot to do. I don't have time to bother with your business. Then, she said coldly. Jessica, this is Chen. I think he has the ability to solve your illness. Bruce Wayne heard the other party's words. His eyes were complicated, took a deep breath and introduced Chen Tian to her with a smile. I don't have any problems. What you do is a complete waste of time. Jessica glanced at Bruce Wayne, looked at Chen Tian again, and the expression on his face suddenly became even more ugly. Bruce Wayne, why don't you just want to believe me? Bruce Wayne looked at the other party's reaction, felt a little headache, and looked back. Jessica has not been very cooperative with treatment. Bruce Wayne, you are getting more and more excessive. You'd better leave quickly, you're not welcome here. And when Jessica heard this, she directly stood up, her eyes sharp and unkind. Then her words pointed directly at Chen Tian, and you, there are no patients here who need treatment, let alone any doctors. Seeing this, Chen Tian smiled lightly and raised his hand. Hum 1. Psychic fluctuations diffused. Next second. Jessica, who still wanted to continue to open her mouth to scold, closed her mouth and regained her calm, and then sat back in her seat without saying a word. Bruce Wayne's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he suddenly felt that he was looking for the right person this time. This mysterious teenager I know really has the means to treat Jessica well. As for Catwoman, her expression changed, although she knew that the other party would control people's witchcraft, but she still felt creepy when she saw it with her own eyes. The other side, Chen Tian walked slowly to Jessica. The latter also looked back with calm eyes. Jessica, what do you think of Harvey now? How is Dent? Chen Tian asked. My brother is still alive and told me that tonight he will start a riot in Gotham to put the city in flames. Jessica replied calmly. Chen Tian took a deep look at the woman in front of him and sensed the fluctuations in the other party's heart. The other party does not seem to be lying. Quote. An idea popped into Chen Tian's mind. Then he stepped forward again and reached out his finger to point at the center of Jessica's eyebrows. Directly invaded the other party's mind. Rumble. Rumble. As the mind entered Jessica's mind, Chen Tian immediately found that there was a sea of fire inside. Buildings, roads, vehicles, plants. Everything was burning with flames, explosions were happening everywhere, the ground was cracking and collapsing all over the cracks. He raised his head and saw no sky, only to see a pitch black rapidly engulfing everything. The whole inner world is falling apart. Who are you? Then, the figure of Jessica in the inner world appeared in front of Chen Tian. Half of her face was burning with flames, and the skin and flesh under the flames had been burned, exposing half of the teeth and the shape of the facial bones. It's just that the eyeballs are intact. She stared at Chen Tian, but Harvey Dent's voice came out of her mouth. I'm up, you are the guy who was turned into a city hero by the Riddler with Batman. Ha, hero, I also thought about. But this soil called Gotham is rotten to the core, and there is no suitable place for hero seeds to grow. The tone was frantic and hoarse. When talking on Jessica's conscious body, half of her face was intact and still beautiful, the corners of her mouth were lowered down, her eyes were full of tears, and she looked sad. On the other side, the face burned by the flames was very hideous and terrifying because it had no skin and flesh, and could not make an expression. Chen Tian saw this and realized that maybe Harvey Dante is dead, but Two-Face is still there. Thinking, he withdrew directly from Jessica's world of consciousness. Let's go, Bruce Wayne, take me to Harvey. Looking at Dent's cemetery, I needed to confirm something. Chen Tian took a deep breath and glanced at Jessica to Bruce Wayne said. Now that things have come to such a point, it is true and unexpected for him. The DC universe becomes Urdu Harvey. Dante actually died early. Moreover, such a thing happened to his sister. Chen Tian had nothing but the truth about the matter. There's another speculation. The truth of that matter has more to do with it than the Two-Face and Jessica incident. So now he just wants to go and confirm Harvey for himself first. Dent's life or death, then decide. And Bruce. After listening to Chen Tian's words, Wayne also hesitated. It is not clear what the latter is doing. However, he glanced at Jessica, who had regained her composure, and thought that maybe it was a special need for witchcraft, so he didn't say anything more. Okay, let's go. Bruce Wayne nodded. Then he left the government building with Chen Tian and Catwoman. When everyone walked out the door, the afterglow that belonged to the evening has disappeared, and Gotham is once again immersed in the thick ink of the night. Chen Tian and the others quickly drove to the cemetery. From it was found the burial of Harvey Dent's grave. Except for Bruce Wayne the entire cemetery fell into silence, no one around, everywhere was dark. Let's go. Chen Tian picked up the shovel he had prepared on the way over and shoveled it towards Harvey Dent's grave. Before starting to excavate, he had already determined that there was no trace of anyone turning it over. Roar. Bruce on the side, although he did not understand what Chen Tian's move meant. But out of trust in the latter, just after taking a long breath, Roar also picked up the shovel and began to help. Catwoman behind the two looked at them strangely. Looking around the dark and quiet cemetery, she only felt that this mysterious Oriental teenager was not normal. Catwoman didn't understand his move, but was shocked. However, in the worry of Chen Tian's witchcraft, she still did not dare to say anything. Sand. Soon, at night, in the dark cemetery, Chen Tian and Bruce were left. The sound of Wayne constantly shoveling away layers of dirt. The shovel in his hand is constantly rubbing against the dirt. In the process, Chen Tian has also been identifying whether there is anything special about this soil. However, nothing else was found. The dirt in which the coffin was buried is also normal dirt, and it has been almost a month since no one has touched it. Clang. Finally, the shovels in the hands of the two finally touched the coffin buried under the dirt. Then, Bruce Wayne glanced back at the tombstone, which showed a black and white photo of Harvey Dante was expressionless, as if watching them. Chen, are you sure you want to open it? Do you really use Deadman's corpse in your witchcraft? He finally couldn't help but ask. Open it. Chen Tian nodded, did not explain much, and his eyes became more solemn. Okay, listen to you. Hearing this, Bruce didn't say anything more, took a deep breath and stretched out his hand towards the coffin lid. Roar. The night breeze blew and the coffin lid was slowly lifted. With the scene inside the coffin, little by little, Bruce Wayne was stunned. How so? He subconsciously took a step back, a little unable to believe the shock of his eyes. Roar spoke. For a while, what Jessica had said before began to pass through his mind over and over again. Then, the Catwoman next to him couldn't hold back his curiosity and came up, and as a result, He also narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flickered. Belongs to Harvey Dent, inside the coffin that has been buried. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.